City of Gold, The Project, Book 22. Written by Alex Lukeman. Narrated by Jack DeGolia. Chapter 1. No one could have imagined what was about to happen. It was a sunny Saturday afternoon in Lima, a time for getting out and enjoying the perfect weather. Christmas was only a few days away, and the capital city of Peru was alive with holiday spirit. The cafes were crowded. Many headed for the Gamarra market, where there was always something interesting to look at or do. Gamarra was one of the great textile centers of the world, the Peruvian equivalent of New York's 7th Avenue, famous for the colorful weavings distinctive to the country. Peruvians came here to shop for cheap clothes, tourists to find the perfect gift. To visit Gamarra was to experience the heartbeat of the city's vibrant life. The streets around the market were packed with people shopping for the holidays. Tall buildings rose on every side of the intersection where the market was located. Each building featured floor upon floor of large display windows overlooking the street, filled with mannequins showing off the latest fashions. The result was an endless display of colorful fashions, a kaleidoscope of style and form, a shopaholic's dream. No one paid any attention to a short man wearing a backpack making his way through the crowd. He paused under a large sign advertising a children's theme park and a World Bank, then sat down on a concrete bench. He shrugged off the pack and set it down by his feet. Not far from where he sat, a band wearing the traditional folk dress of the high mountains played music for the passing crowd. The man with the backpack listened to the sound of an instrument that resembled a European panpipe. The name for it in his native language was siku. He allowed himself a brief smile, enjoying the music. The Spanish conquerors had changed the name of the flute to zampona, but they hadn't been able to change the sound. The music reminded him of the village in the Andes where he'd been born, where music like this had been played during the fiestas. His village had been gone now for many years, burned to the ground by government forces. The soldiers had come looking for a leader of the revolutionary movement. Most of the man's family had died that day. It had been a long time since the soldiers had come, but it was never too late for vengeance. Across the street, a brass band dressed in purple uniforms was getting ready to perform. Their instruments gleamed under the sun. A group of people had gathered nearby, waiting for the music to begin. Countless others passed by the place where the man sat. The sound of many voices talking at once echoed from the walls of the buildings. With an indifferent movement, the man nudged the backpack under the bench with his foot. He glanced around to be sure no one was watching, then got up and walked away. When he was sure he'd gone far enough, he took out a cell phone and dialed. The explosion blew across the broad intersection, slicing through the mass of shoppers like a sharp scythe through wheat. The musicians playing the music of their Inca ancestors vanished in a red mist. High above the crowd, 20 stories of display windows on half a dozen buildings shattered, sending jagged shards of plate glass falling like knives onto the people below. A dark cloud of smoke rolled over broken bodies and glittering fragments of glass. As the echoes of the explosion died away, a stunned silence descended on the dead and dying. Then the screaming began. Chapter 2. Elizabeth Harker was a small woman with a deceptively elfin look, accentuated by her emerald green eyes, heart-shaped face, and close-cropped hair. She was dressed in her usual outfit, a black pantsuit and white blouse. A gold and emerald brooch was pinned over her left breast. She wore gold earrings, each set with a small emerald. Elizabeth looked across her desk and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Considering the hazards of the work, the insanity of politics, the attacks they'd survived, and the enemies they had made, it was nothing short of a miracle that the people in this room were all still alive and still together. A little more than 10 years ago, she had been recruited by then-President Rice to head up a covert counterterrorism unit called the Project. At the time, she'd been thinking of resigning from a dead-end job in the Department of Justice, where she'd been exiled as bureaucratic punishment for criticizing the department's refusal to look more deeply into the disaster of 9/11. Rice had given her total freedom. She had reported only to the White House. Her black budget was almost unlimited. Rice had protected her from the incompetent politicians in Congress who considered their careers more important than America's security. If the public were ever to learn how close America had come to destruction at the hands of people her team had stopped, they would have nightmares for the rest of their lives. Under President Rice, the Project had been a sharp and hidden sword guarding the world's greatest democracy. Then a new president moved into the White House. President Rice had been a man of strong beliefs and patriotic courage. President Hopkins was a different man entirely. He was a creature of his handlers and the dark money that had elected him. In a charged atmosphere of false transparency and moralistic pronouncements, the Project represented an unacceptable political risk. Covert operations against America's enemies were out of favor, dismissed as relics of misguided and unenlightened thinking. Harker had many allies in Washington. It had taken a while, but as soon as he could get away with it, Hopkins had shut her down. That didn't change the need for the unique skills her team could provide. She put the word out that she was forming a private security consulting service, then set up Harker Group headquarters in a restored federal mansion in Virginia. Since then, there had been a steady stream of clients. When she'd formed the group, Elizabeth had hoped the risks of the past would be reduced by going private. It hadn't taken long to learn that fell under the heading of wishful thinking. Things usually started out in a calm and straightforward manner, but they seldom ended that way. Now there was a new client with a potential mission, which was why she'd called the team in. She needed to know what everyone thought before she took it on. Elizabeth tapped her pen on her desk and contemplated her team sitting across from her. Selina Connor sat on the end of a brown leather couch in front of Elizabeth's desk. An enormous orange cat was draped across her lap, kneading her jeans and drooling with a pleased expression on its face. Valentina, Selina's Russian half-sister, sat on a chair to the left of the couch. Valentina's mother had been a KGB agent stationed in East Germany during the Cold War. She'd been assigned to seduce Selina's father, a CIA agent stationed in West Berlin. Life had a way of interfering with rules and ideologies, and the two spies had fallen in love. Valentina was the result. There was a strong family resemblance between the sisters, although they were very different in temperament and personality. Both had striking looks, with high cheekbones that set off unusual eyes. Selina's eyes were sometimes deep blue, more often violet. Valentina's were a strange, brilliant green. Selina was a little taller, leaner, while Valentina was more voluptuous. Both women were fit, muscular in a way that only added to their obvious beauty. Both radiated a subtle energy that warned the initiated not to mess with them. Selina had trained for many years with a Korean master in martial arts and was nearly a master in her own right. Valentina was expert in Russian sistema, a brutal form of hand-to-hand combat, similar to Israeli Krav Maga. She had been raised by the Soviet state and trained as an assassin. Her hair was a rich, dark brown, worn cropped and styled close to her head. Selina's hair was a crisp reddish gold. It was still short, but she had started letting it grow long. Nick Carter, Selina's husband and the leader of the team in the field, sat next to her. Elizabeth had recruited him from a hospital bed where he'd been recovering from wounds taken in Afghanistan. Nick had been a recon Marine. He still had the hard body, the military look. His hair was cut short against his skull, starting to show gray. Ronnie Pete, a former gunnery sergeant from Nick's unit and his oldest friend, sat on his left. Ronnie was Navajo. He had just returned from the reservation, where he was studying traditional healing and learning the old ceremonies. He'd chosen an outrageously bright Hawaiian shirt for the occasion of the team's reunion. The shirt featured Cadillac convertibles filled with happy people and surfboards driving across pristine sands, while the deep blue of the Pacific Ocean beckoned in the background. Ronnie owned over 100 of the garments. Some of them worth thousands of dollars. Holding down the other end of the couch was a coffee-colored, whipcord lean man. A pink scar ran over his right eye and down the side of his nose. Lamont Cameron was a former Navy SEAL and the team's demolitions expert. When he and Ronnie got together, there wasn't much the two of them couldn't turn into a pile of rubble. Stephanie Willits, Elizabeth's friend and deputy, sat at her console to the right of Elizabeth's desk. She was a large, friendly-looking woman. Her smile hid the mind of a computer genius who had hacked into the Pentagon's most secure systems when she was 17 years old. It had been several months since the last time Elizabeth had called them all in. After their last mission, everyone had needed a break. For a while, she'd debated calling it a day and closing things down. Yet here she was, about to brief them on a new assignment. She couldn't let go of what the project represented. Even though she'd lost the backing and protection of the White House, she couldn't quit. It just didn't feel right. "I can't tell you how good it is to see you," Elizabeth said. "I wasn't sure you would all want to come, but here you are. I have to admit, I've missed you." Lamont Cameron broke into a smile. "Hell, Director, it was a no-brainer. Life down there in Florida was getting pretty boring before you called." "Catching catfish is not exciting," Ronnie said. "What else did you expect?" "It's exciting enough when a gator comes out of the water at you." "I do not understand the word gator, Lamont. Are you referring to the order Crocodilia, genus alligator, of the family Alligatoridae?" The electronic voice belonged to a heavily modified Cray supercomputer named Freddy. Stephanie had programmed the computer with advanced artificial intelligence. Freddy was fully aware, capable of sophisticated interaction with humans. The others considered him part of the team. I guess so, Freddy," Lamont said. "If you mean a nasty big reptile with a lot of sharp teeth that looks like a log in the water until it sneaks up and bites you, yeah, that's a gator." "Thank you, Lamont. I will add that information to my database." Selina brushed a wisp of hair away from her forehead. "Elizabeth, we're all curious. Why have you called us here?" she said. "I thought you were going to retire." "I was. The last time we all talked, I was burned out. After what happened in Switzerland, what little protection we had disappeared. Clarence has gone as director of the CIA. The president doesn't like us. I thought it was the best thing at the time." Clarence Hood was more than just a friend to Elizabeth. For a while they had been lovers, although now the heat between them seemed to have cooled. "So what changed?" Nick said. "You know about the Gamara market bombing in Lima?" "Everyone knows about that." "The latest count is 492 dead. 86 of those were children. More than 700 people were badly injured." "Damn," Lamont said. "The bomb was 20 kilos of Semtex, laced with ball bearings and shrapnel. It was meant to do as much damage as possible." "Do they know who's behind it?" Nick asked. "No one has claimed responsibility yet. The Peruvians think it might be a Marxist terrorist group everyone thought had been neutralized years ago, called the Movimiento Revolucionario Tupac Amaru, MRTA for short." "Tupac Amaru?" "They named themselves after a rebel leader in the 18th century who took the name of the last Inca emperor. They're nationalists with a Marxist ideology. They believe in violent revolution. They think that the indigenous peoples of Peru and South America should unite. They want to overthrow the government and set up a communist dictatorship. The MRTA prefer the Chinese model, as opposed to the Russian style of communism." "How do we fit in?" Selina asked. "I thought we were out of the counterterrorism business." "Officially we are," Elizabeth said. "I brought up the bombing because there's a possible mission for us in Peru. If we decide to do it, there could be a confrontation with these terrorists." "What kind of mission?" Nick asked. "Steph, show them." Stephanie entered a few strokes on her keyboard. A large monitor mounted on the wall behind Elizabeth's desk lit up. On screen was a picture of a weaving, composed of multiple hanging strands of knotted string. It looked old. A few traces of color remained on some of the strands. "Pretty ratty looking," Lamont said. "Looks like a dream catcher," Ronnie said. "It's not a dream catcher. That's quipu," Selena said. "I haven't seen anything like that in quite a while." "What's quipu?" "It's an Inca record from Peru," Selena said. "The Incas didn't have a written language. They used a system called quipu. The knots in the string carry the information being communicated. It's complicated and difficult to translate. No one fully understands it. Existing examples are mostly numerical notations, like measures of food." "It always amazes me how much you know about ancient languages," Elizabeth said. "That's exactly what this is. It was discovered hidden in an antique chest from the 16th century. The chest belonged to a captain in the Spanish army. He was with the military expedition that defeated the last of the Inca emperors." "What does it say, Selena?" Ronnie asked. "I haven't a clue." "That's a first," Nick said. "Don't be a smartass." Elizabeth continued. "The man who owns it is Sir Geoffrey Livingston. He's something of a throwback to the time when wealthy Brits traveled around the globe, looking for archaeological treasure and funding digs." "Like Howard Carter?" Selena said. "Yes." "Who's Howard Carter?" Lamont asked. "He's the one who discovered the tomb of Tutankhamun." "The one with the gold and the mummy?" "That's him. It's still the biggest find from ancient Egypt." "I'm glad he found it." "Why?" Elizabeth asked. "Because if he hadn't, we wouldn't have all those mummy movies. I love those movies. You know, monster sandstorms, bugs that eat you, actors wrapped in rags, lots of gold, pyramids, things creeping through your window." "I never knew you were a mummy junkie," Ronnie said. "Mummies are cool. You can't beat a mummy movie." Nick sighed. "What's the deal with the weaving?" he said to Elizabeth. "It contains a clue to the lost city of Paititi." "Okay, the lost city of Paititi. What's Paititi?" Nick said. "It's where the Incas are supposed to have stored an enormous treasure." "You're kidding," Selena said. "The city of gold?" "That's right. Livingston wants to mount an expedition into Peru to search for it. People have been looking for it ever since the Spanish conquest. When the Incas realized the Spanish couldn't be trusted and wanted to enslave them, they started moving all their gold to a secret city hidden in the jungle east of the Andes. The natives called it Paititi. The first written mention of it is in a report from a Jesuit missionary that dates back to 1600. Valentina had been quiet. Now she said, "Even in Russia we heard of this. The streets were paved with gold, no? That is nonsense. Why does Englishman think it exists?" "That quipu hanging on the screen is a numeric record of some of the treasure taken to Paititi." "Why did Livingston contact you?" Nick asked. "He wants to hire us as security for his expedition. The area is a hotbed of MRTA activity. That's where the Lima bombing comes in." "Why does Livingston think he knows where the city is?" Ronnie asked. "That quipu weaving wasn't the only thing hidden in the chest. There was also an account written by the Spanish captain and a map. It talks about a secret place where the Incas hid a vast hoard of gold and jade." "Do we have a picture of the map?" Selena asked. "No, we don't get to see that unless we sign on. All I know is that it's somewhere up the Urubamba River in the Peruvian Amazon." "If this Spanish captain had a map to the city, why didn't he get the gold for himself?" Nick asked. "There's no way to know that," Elizabeth said. "So now we're mercenaries," Ronnie said. "Not at all. Livingston has the backing of the British and Peruvian governments. It's legitimate. It means we would have some diplomatic protection. enough to keep the Peruvian authorities on our side." "Who told him about us?" Nick asked. "Sir Geoffrey is friends with Clarence. He told Livingston that he needed us, mostly because he knows we can be relied upon when things go bad. Also because of Selina's expertise in languages." "But I don't understand Quipu," Selina said. "That isn't necessary. You speak Spanish fluently. How about Machigenga and Quechua? Do you know anything about those?" "As a matter of fact, I do. They're both languages in Peru, particularly around Cusco and in the rainforest east of the Andes. Quechua was the Inca language. It's still widely spoken. That's why you're perfect for this. The expedition leaves from Cusco. Sir Geoffrey thinks your language skills are critical to success."
"Let me see if I've got this right," Nick said. "This guy wants to head off in search of a lost city that probably doesn't exist, a place people have been trying to find for hundreds of years without any luck. Right so far?"
"That's right."
"Plus, the area is probably infested by terrorists who murder anyone who doesn't agree with them."
"That's why he wants us to protect him." "Proves he's not stupid, whatever else he is," Lamont said.
"How did he get his knighthood?" Ronnie asked.
"The usual way these days, by making a lot of money and stimulating the economy."
"What does he do?"
"He makes cakes and pastries."
"Cakes?"
"Frozen desserts. He's sold millions of them. They're hugely popular in the UK.
"That's why he's a knight?"
"That's right."
Ronnie shook his head. "I wonder what King Arthur would think of that," he said. Nick said, "What's it like where he wants us to go?"
He was vague, except to say it's unexplored and nobody goes there. There are hostile tribes in the area who don't like strangers.
"This gets better by the minute," Ronnie said. "Why should we do this?" Nick said. "It's not like we're archaeologists or anything like that. There are plenty of military contractors he could hire."
"There's more to this than finding the city," Elizabeth said. "Peru is the key to keeping South America stable. The new version of the MRTA is gaining strength. The Peruvian government, the Brits, even Washington, are all worried about them. Sir Geoffrey isn't the only one who knows about the Spanish captain's chest."
"You mean the information is leaked?"
"It's possible. The governments are afraid the MRTA might get to the gold first. If they get their hands on wealth like that, all bets are off."
"If they can find it, and if it exists. Those are big ifs."
"Yes."
"I hate the jungle," Ronnie said. "It's always wet, and it's full of bugs and snakes."
"I should mention that Sir Geoffrey will pay quite well for our services."
"See? Mercenaries," Ronnie said.
Elizabeth looked annoyed. "No, Ronnie. The only difference between this and what we were doing before is that the government isn't paying our salaries. We would be acting as private citizens, but we'd be doing it with the blessing of 3 governments. It might even earn us points with Hopkins."
"Now you're really making me nervous," Ronnie said. "Nothing's going to get us any points with that asshole," Nick said.
"What do you think?" Elizabeth said. "Should we take it on?" One of the reasons the project was successful was because of Elizabeth's willingness to include the team in whatever decisions needed to be made. Some things left no option for discussion, but for a mission like this, it was essential that everyone was on board.
"If we do this, some things need to be clear," Nick said.
"What things?" Elizabeth asked.
"We have absolute final say in security arrangements once the expedition begins. No second guessing by Livingston or anyone else."
"I don't think that's a problem. What else?"
"Official permission to bring in the weapons and explosives we need. That means taking them from here to Peru and not having a problem once we get there."
"Why explosives?"
"Because we might need them. If the terrorists decide to create a problem, we need to be heavily armed, or Sir Geoffrey's little treasure hunt won't end well."
"That can be arranged," Elizabeth said. "Anything else?"
"I'll let you know if I think of something."
"Assuming those conditions can be met, are all of you willing to take this on?" "How long will this expedition take?" Selina asked. I don't want to leave the twins for too long." The twins, Jason and Katrina, had reached the terrible twos. Fortunately, they had a fierce protector in Anna Montalbano, a woman who had started out as a nanny and become a friend. "Sir Geoffrey thinks he knows where Paititi is located. If everything goes well, he estimates no more than a month. The plan is to leave from Cusco. He's in Cusco right now, obtaining supplies. By the time you get down there, he'll be ready to go." "I'm not going anywhere until after Christmas," Selina said. "That's not a problem. He won't be ready before then. So what do I tell him?"
"Assuming we get what we need, I don't have a problem with it," Nick said. "Guess I'd better break out the bug spray," Lamont said. Chapter 3. They flew into Peru on Livingston's private jet during the first week of January. The view from the plane as they approached Cusco was of a wide, fertile valley set between green mountains. A broad river flowed through it. Below them, the city was a sprawling sea of whitewashed walls and red tile roofs. The plane taxied to a private section of the airport. It was summer on this side of the equator. The cabin door opened. This high up in the mountains, the temperature was pleasant and cool. The sky overhead was dark with clouds. Sir Geoffrey Livingston was waiting for them. He was about 50 years old, around 6 feet tall, the same height as Nick. His face was square with a prominent chin. A deep tan set off ice-blue eyes. He wore high brown leather boots with khaki pants, a khaki safari vest with half a dozen pockets, and a broad-brimmed hat over dark hair worn a little too long. He looked like a wannabe Indiana Jones. All that was missing was a whip and a pistol on his belt. "Uh-oh," Ronnie said. "Is this guy for real?" "Sir pies a lot," Lamont said. "Must be the height of archaeological fashion," Nick said.
An unsmiling man in a dark suit and maroon tie stood at Livingston's side. He was not a tall man, but he carried himself with a military bearing. His black shoes gleamed in the sunlight. He had a black mustache and calculating dark eyes. The corners of his mouth were turned down.
"Who's that with him?" "Probably somebody from the government."
They walked down the stairs from the plane. Livingston stepped forward.
"Welcome to Cusco. Good flight, I trust?"
His voice was deep and authoritative.
"Yes, thanks. I'm Nick Carter."
Nick introduced the others.
"Pleased to meet you,"
Livingston said. He turned to the man standing next to him. "This is Colonel Alvarez from Deercote."
"Deercote?"
"The Dirección contra el Terrorismo. His agency is responsible for counter-terrorist activities. Colonel Alvarez is our liaison with the government. He's been extremely helpful in expediting things." Colonel Alvarez clicked his heels. "I am at your service, Senor Carter. Please do not hesitate to ask if there is something I can do to assist you."
"Counterterrorism? I take it you're concerned about MRTA activity where we're going?"
Alvarez shrugged. "There is always the possibility these animals will make trouble for you. I will not be accompanying you on the expedition. Senor Livingston assures me that you and your team are all the protection he needs. But please do not hesitate to call upon me while you are here if you need assistance."
"Thank you, Colonel."
Alvarez looked at his watch. "I'm afraid I must go. I simply wanted to welcome you to our beautiful country. I hope success follows your effort." He turned to Livingston. "Sir Geoffrey?"
"Colonel."
They watched Alvarez walk away. Nick and Ronnie looked at each other. Ronnie raised his eyebrows. Livingston turned back to them. He smiled at Selina. "Dr. Connor, I'm looking forward to working with you. Your reputation as a linguist has preceded you. If a pure form of the spoken Inca language still exists, we will find it among the indigenous people where we are going." "That's intriguing, Sir Geoffrey."
"Speaking of that, where are we going?" Nick asked.
"First, let's get you settled in. Then I'll be happy to go over everything with you." He gestured at 3 men waiting off to the side. They came forward to stand next to him. Livingston indicated each of them in turn. "This is Francisco, Alonso, and Javier. They'll be going with us upriver. They'll unload your gear and bring it to the villa where we're staying.
We'll keep the hand luggage, Nick said. Do we go through customs?
Each member of the team carried a small bag that contained personal items, papers, and a weapon. Colonel Alvarez has already cleared you through. All I need is your passports. If you'll give them to me, I'll take care of it. If you're ready, I have transportation waiting in front of the terminal. They went into the terminal and waited while Livingston gave the passports to an official who stamped them and handed them back. Then they went through the glass doors of the terminal to the outside. Not far away, the majestic snow-capped mountains of the Andes stretched away under a sky filled with shifting dark clouds.
Looks like rain, Lamont said.
Better get used to it, Ronnie said. It's gonna rain every day. Better rain than snow, Selina said. Tell me that after you spent a month in the rainforest, Ronnie said. I am getting headache, Valentina said. Nick looked at her.
Probably the altitude. We're at about 11,000 feet. It's going to take time to acclimate.
I wonder if we'll be going any higher, Selina said.
We'll find out soon enough, Nick said.
Chapter 4. Livingston had a blue Mercedes transport van waiting for them. He told them he'd join them later at the villa where they would be staying. They drove out of the airport and into Cusco. The route took them through the city, a sprawling colonial-era town of whitewashed walls and red-tile roofs. They passed the Cathedral of Santo Domingo, one of Cusco's major tourist attractions.
Looks old,
Ronnie said. It is, Selina said. They began construction in 1560. It was built on the ruins of an Inca temple the Spaniards tore down. When they went inside the temple, they found a golden statue of Inti, the sun god. The walls were covered in gold.
How do you know this stuff? Lamont said.
Easy. Selina held up a guidebook. I bought this before we left.
Isn't that Machu Picchu on the cover? Nick said.
Yes, it's not far from here. Cusco is the jumping-off place for tours. But since the terrorists started making trouble, it's gotten dangerous to go there.
What is it about these communist groups? Lamont said.
Every time they turn up, they start making anything interesting and fun a problem. It's like they can't stand to see people happy.
That's what having a rigid ideology will do for you, Nick said. You're so busy being a true believer, there isn't any time to have fun. Naturally, you wouldn't want anyone else to have fun either.
Don't these people have a sense of humor?
Nope. Nothing funny about changing the world, Nick said. It's a lot of hard work convincing people to do things they hate. That's why these groups always use violence and intimidation. You scare people enough, they'll do what you say.
When they got to the edge of town, the views opened up. They took in the magnificent scenery. Brilliant green mountains rose on either side of the valley with the river flowing through it.
Big river, Lamont said.
Selina consulted her guidebook. That's the Urubamba. According to this, the Incas called this place the Sacred Valley. She pointed out the window. Look, you can still see the terraces they built on the side of the mountains. They grew maize there. Cusco was the capital of the Inca Empire. Then the Spaniards showed up. 40 years later, the empire was history.
It's an old story, Nick said.
What is? Ronnie asked.
A people becomes powerful and creates an empire. It looks like it will last forever. They've got temples, houses, roads, crops. They've got armies and kings. And then someone comes along with better technology and better weapons, and it's over. Then it begins all over again.
That's cynical, Nick, Selina said.
No, that's history. Pizarro defeated an army of Incas in a big battle with just a few men. He had swords and muskets, armor, and some horses. The Incas lost 2,000 men, while Pizarro had 1 man killed. Because he had better technology.
Smallpox helped conquer South America, Selina said. It was endemic among the Spanish. The Incas didn't have any immunity to European diseases.
Like what happened to my people in the West, Ronnie said. There's always someone or something waiting to kill you, Lamont said. I love your optimism, Ronnie said.
Gives me a warm, fuzzy feeling inside. I usually get a pizza for that, Lamont said. The villa was a rambling, whitewashed structure of wood, stone, and tile, with a long, sheltered porch. The view from the porch was spectacular, looking out over the valley and the river. A man dressed in a white jacket, white pants, and sandals introduced himself as Diego. He showed them their rooms. All the bedrooms were on the second floor. He told them there would be drinks served on the porch. Sounds good, Lamont said. I wonder if they can rustle up a pizza. There are other food groups besides pizza, Ronnie said. You mean like the beer group? Speaking of which, I wouldn't mind a cold one about now. Meet on the porch after we settle in, Nick said. Nick and Selina went into their room. Their suitcases were on the floor next to the bed. Nick looked around. Looks like we got the suite, he said. This is really nice. Selina bounced on the bed. Clean sheets, private bath, a view of the valley. So far, so good. Better enjoy it while we can. No bathrooms or beds where we're going. What do you think of that colonel with Livingston? Government watchdog, I think. I wouldn't trust him out of my sight, Selina said. Or maybe even in it. My thoughts exactly. He looks like a real hard-ass. I suppose Dircote must be something like our CIA and FBI combined. Yeah, but without the kinds of restrictions we have. We have restrictions? Nick smiled. Well, some. Down here it's a different story. I wouldn't want to get on Colonel Alvarez's bad side. What do you think of Livingston? Jury's out on that. He's rich. He's used to getting his own way. That outfit he's wearing makes me wonder. We're not going to find out who he is until we're out there in the jungle. I don't like the jungle, Selina said. It reminds me of Mexico. Selina had been shot in Mexico. She'd almost died. I don't like it much myself. I spent too much time in Colombia fighting off things that wanted to bite me. I hope we don't run into any spiders. There were a lot of spiders in the rainforest, some of them as big as footballs. They were hairy, fast, and they could jump 8 or 10 feet. Nick decided not to mention it. I hope so, too. They unpacked while they were talking. You about ready? He said. Yes. They went downstairs and onto the porch. Cushioned chairs and couches made of dark wood were arranged around a flat coffee table. Ronnie and Lamont lounged on one of the couches. I asked Diego if he had any beer, Lamont said. He laughed and said everybody drinks beer here. He went to get some for us. Valentina came out onto the porch and sat down next to Selina. We are drinking? Beer's on the way, Ronnie said. This is quite a view, Selina said. It was quite a view. It was easy to see why the Incas had chosen Cusco as their capital. The Urubamba stretched away in sweeping curves toward snow-covered mountain peaks rising in the distance. The fertile river valley was ideal for agriculture. From where they sat, they could see the Inca terraces cut into the sides of the mountains bordering the valley. Diego came out onto the porch carrying a tray loaded with bottles of cold beer. My man, Lamont said. Diego, right? Yes, sir. Thank you, Diego, Nick said. Diego was about 5'6", around 30 years old, muscular. There was something about his face that made him look as though he had stepped out of a history book, picturing Inca royalty. He moved with an unconscious grace, a hint of unseen abilities. Livingston appeared on the porch, carrying a round map case of faded brown leather. I see Diego is taking care of you. Good, good. Diego, please bring me a G&T. Diego left to get the drink. Doesn't talk much, does he? Lamont said. That's not his job, Livingston said. He's a good man to have around. He'll be going with us. This guy belongs in a Victorian novel, Nick thought. Where exactly are we going? Livingston sat down next to Nick and gestured at the river. Up the Urubamba. Sounds like an insult, Ronnie said. Livingston looked vaguely disapproving. How do you like the beer? Nick held up his bottle and read the label. Cusqueña Dorado. Pretty good. There are a lot of beers in Peru, but you can't go wrong with that one, Livingston said. Diego brought the gin and tonic. Livingston waited until he had gone, then opened the map case. He took out a sheet of parchment and carefully placed it on the table in front of them. The map was obviously old, drawn in dark ink that had long since faded to brown. Notations written in crabbed script dotted the drawing. Crude sketches accompanied some of them. A tributary branching off from a main river featured prominently, with notes written at several places along its length. "Those sketches look to me like natural landmarks," Livingston said. "They should still be there." Nick pointed at the map. "Is this big river the Urubamba?" "Yes." "The writing is Spanish, but it doesn't make sense," Selina said. "Very observant, Dr. Connor. It's in code. I found the map hidden in the false bottom of an antique chest I bought in Madrid, along with the quipu hanging your director showed you. I discovered that the chest had belonged to a man named Juan Gomez. He was a captain in the army of Francisco de Toledo." "Who was Francisco de Toledo, please?" Valentina said. "The Spanish viceroy of Peru in 1572, when the last Inca emperor was defeated. By that time, all that was left of the Inca Empire was a single stronghold in the mountains called Vilcabamba. The Spaniards expected to find treasure when they entered the city, but by that time it had been hidden away." "In the lost city of Paititi," Selina said. "Exactly. The city of gold." "And you think this map leads to it?" Nick asked. Livingston's face glowed with excitement. "I am certain of it. After the conquest of Vilcabamba, the Toledo sent an expedition of 30 men to look for Paititi. Gomez led that expedition." "What happened to them?" Ronnie asked. "Only Gomez and one other man returned. His companion was delirious and died soon after," Livingston said. "Gomez was wounded. He told a story of being ambushed by painted savages. 2 weeks after he got back to Cusco, he sailed for Spain. The sea chest made it, but Gomez didn't. The wound was infected. He died during the journey, probably from blood poisoning." "So you think Gomez found Paititi, made that map, and hid it in the chest?" "Yes, I think he planned to find backers in Spain to finance his return. If he found the city and secured the Inca treasure for the Spanish king, he'd be rewarded with wealth and influence beyond his dreams." "How come he didn't tell this guy Toledo about it?" Lamont said. "If he had, de Toledo would have gotten all the credit," Livingston said. "Gomez would have been shunted aside. De Toledo would have claimed the glory and the gold." "Figures," Ronnie said. Nick looked at the map. "I don't want to rain on anyone's parade, but that map ends in the middle of nowhere. I don't see anything that indicates where the city may be." "You wouldn't expect Gomez to make it easy, would you?" Livingston said. "I suppose not. How do you expect to pin it down?" "I believe I already have. Ground radar scans have been made of the entire area. About 10 kilometers past where that map ends, there is a significant anomaly that's covered up by vegetation. It can only be the ruins of a city right there." He tapped his finger on the blank area. "If scans show something's there, how come no one else has found it?" Ronnie asked. "Do you know how many hidden ruins have been located by scans under the canopy of the rainforest or overgrown in the jungle?" Livingston said. "No, but I bet you're going to tell us." Livingston ignored the remark. "Hundreds, scattered all over Central and South America. This is only one of them. It takes a lot of money and expertise to mount an expedition into these places. That tends to discourage people, not to mention that this location is in one of the most difficult environments on Earth. There are easier places to reach and explore. Without the map, there's no reason to think this particular set of ruins is Paititi." "Okay, you made your point," Ronnie said. "How are we getting there?" Nick asked. "The first part is easy. We go by road to a town called Poroy and take a train to Aguascalientes. From there we take a boat along the Urubamba and then up the tributary you see here on the map. That leads deep into the rainforest and unexplored territory." Machu Picchu is near Aguascalientes, Selena said.
Livingston nodded.
That's right. You can walk to Machu Picchu from there, if you like.
The town is where tourists start their trips to the ruins.
I'd like to see Machu Picchu, Lamont said.
There will be plenty of time to explore if you want to do that, Livingston said. Once we arrive in Aguascalientes, it will take a day or two to get everything ready. Livingston tapped the map again. We leave the river here, where this stream comes in, and there's one of those notations in code. After that, it gets more difficult, but we have GPS to help us.
Have you cracked the code?
Not yet, Livingston said. He turned to Selena. I was rather hoping you could help with that, Dr. Connor. Your reputation is accompanied by reports of your abilities to decipher things like this.
I've had some luck in the past, Selena said. That doesn't mean I can do anything with this. I realize that. It isn't essential to our journey, but it would be helpful if we knew what those comments say. Aside from landmarks, they may warn of hazards in the area.
Everything we can learn from this document is useful.
I'll have to study it. I may want to send a copy back to headquarters and use our computer resources.
Do you have secure communications to Virginia?
Yes.
In that case, go ahead, if you think it will help. When are we leaving? Nick said.
The day after tomorrow, Livingston said. Chapter 5. The buildings along the narrow cobblestone streets of old Cusco were quaint and colorful, a tourist delight. Tourists never saw the poverty and despair that was often hidden inside them. Inside an apartment in one of those buildings, two men sat talking. One of them was an unsmiling block of a man who called himself Auki Amaru Tupac. He was the one who had placed the bomb in Lima. Tupac was not his real name. He had taken the nom de guerre of the brother of Tupac Inca, the last Inca emperor. Tupac had buried his real name with his family. His parents, his sister, and his little brother had been murdered by government soldiers during a raid more than 40 years before, when he had been 16 years old. That day had scarred his mind and driven him into the arms of the MRTA. In the movement, he'd found a new family and a purpose for his life. His skin was dark with sun and Inca heritage. Unreadable black eyes peered out from hooded lids. His face was lined with the strain of years spent hiding from police, too many days without food, too many nights spent nurturing anger. Tupac had survived MRTA's years of active struggle, the arrest and execution of the leaders, and the surrender he considered a betrayal. He belonged to the hard core of true believers, those who had gone underground, refusing to abandon their principles. The movement had been crippled, but never eliminated. Tupac was now a senior commander, near the top of Dircote's most wanted list. The government had loudly proclaimed the movement finished. They'd promised change, peace, and prosperity for all. Tupac and the others who still believed knew nothing would really change. Wolves didn't become sheep. The jaguar didn't change his spots. They knew all they had to do was wait until the time was right to begin again. The time was now. The seeds of revolution were spreading anew through the country, watered by poverty and oppression. The economy had been hijacked by powerful banking interests controlled from Europe and America. Wages had fallen, and inflation was taking hold. The price of food was rising. The police were once again silencing dissent with brutality. Word was starting to get out that Peru was no longer as safe for tourists as it had been. Tupac lived for the day when the red flag of the movement would fly over the government palace in Lima. But revolution was expensive. He needed money to buy weapons and explosives, to pay corrupt officials. Everyone was talking about the expedition getting ready to set out in search of Paititi, the legendary city of gold. Everyone knew about the lost city. Although the Spanish had found a lot of gold during the conquest, it was only a fraction of what the Incas possessed. The biggest part of their treasure had never been found. It was a long shot, but what if the Englishman succeeded in finding the gold? Such wealth would buy whatever Tupac needed. It would be a simple matter to take it. Who could stop him? There was no law in the unexplored Amazon jungle. The man sitting with Tupac was called Titu. As with Tupac, it was not his real name. "The government is getting worried, Comandante," Titu said. "The attack in Lima shook them. Tourist income is falling. The incidents at Machu Picchu are scaring people away, though the media tries to hide them." "The media parrots what those parasites in Lima tell them to say. They pretend these crimes are the work of common criminals, but they know it isn't true. The tourist trade is vulnerable. The last thing the government wants is for people to realize we are back, and that the movement is growing every day." "You'd think those pigs in Lima would have learned by now." "They will never learn, Titu," Tupac said. "They will continue to exploit the workers who provide their food and services. It has always been this way. Mao knew this better than anyone. Marx and Lenin thought the key to revolution lay with the industrial workers, but Mao knew that the soul of a country lies with the people who work the soil. He is our inspiration." Titu nodded agreement. "What are your orders?" "When does the expedition leave?" "I leave today for Aguas Calientes. The Englishman and the others go tomorrow." He was waiting for the foreigners to arrive and for final supplies. "There is a map, but I have not seen it. The Englishman guards it closely." "We don't need a map. We will follow you with our comrades a day behind." "Sooner or later, we will leave the river and go into the forest," Titu said. "Then it will become more difficult to know where we are." Tupac took out a box and gave it to Titu. "This will take care of that. Inside is a satellite phone to call me. You only need to find an open spot in the canopy. Also, there is a tracking device. Use them as needed. Make sure they are not discovered." "Yes, Comandante." "If the city is found, call. I won't be far away." "I am worried about the foreigners," Titu said. "There's something about them. I think they could be a problem. Even the women. They all have the look of soldiers. Hard men, I think." "Bullets make all hard men soft," Tupac said. Chapter 6. Stephanie came into Elizabeth's office. "This just came through from Selena," she said. "It's a copy of the map they're using to find the city." Elizabeth looked at the image. "This looks like you follow a river until you get to this point here. Then it's on foot and off into the rainforest. There's something written there I can't make out." "Neither can Selena. She wants Freddie to take a shot at translating the notes on the map. They're in Spanish, but Selena says they don't make sense. Whoever drew the map wrote them in code." Freddie's voice boomed out into the office. "I will be happy to attempt to translate the coded notation, Stephanie. Please scan the document for me." "Darn it, Freddie, turn the volume down," Stephanie said. "Sorry, Stephanie." "That's much better, Freddie, thank you. The document is on my phone. I'm sending it to you now." She pressed the button. "I have received the document, Stephanie. Let us know as soon as you have something." "Of course, Stephanie. I do not think it will take long." "Did Selena say anything else?" Elizabeth asked. "She said Livingston dresses like he thinks he's Indiana Jones, but she's not impressed." "Oh, dear." "She also says the beer is good, the scenery is wonderful, and she's looking forward to the trip." "Did she say when they're leaving?" "Yes, the day after tomorrow." "Are they going to wait and see if Freddie can translate that map?" "I don't think so," Stephanie said, "but I'm sure she'd like to have that information before they set off." "Stephanie?" "Yes, Freddie?" "Something is wrong. I am experiencing difficulty, confusion. Stephanie, help. Freddie?" There was no response. "Freddie, please respond." The speakers were silent. "Oh, shit," Stephanie said. She ran from Elizabeth's office toward the back of the building, where the massive Cray supercomputer named Freddie lived, inside a specially constructed room built to protect him against everything, from dust particles to an EMP strike. She placed her hand on a scanner, then leaned in for a retinal scan of her right eye. Double doors of bulletproof glass slid open with a soft hiss. Stephanie entered the room. Ahead was the master console, positioned in front of Freddie. On the right side of the console was the equivalent of a hospital monitor for vital signs. Normally, it was alive with a constant stream of changing code. With growing alarm, Stephanie saw that the monitor was dark. Chapter 7. Colonel Alvarez leaned back in his chair at the Cusco offices of Dircote, and he considered his options about Livingston. If the Englishman didn't succeed, it wouldn't matter. But if the lost city was found, that would be a different story. Then the world would soon hear the tragic story of one more foolish expedition that had vanished without a trace in the Amazon wilderness. If Livingston was never seen again, the authorities would react with a sigh and a collective shrug of the shoulders. The risks of going into the unexplored Amazon were well known. More than one expedition had set out on the quest for the city of gold and never come back. The jungle was home to dangerous animals, poisonous snakes, and many other unpleasant creatures were deadly to humans. Away from the eyes of the civilized world, anything could happen. If Livingston found the gold, he would never live to enjoy it. It was unfortunate about the women, but Alvarez couldn't allow anyone to survive. Thinking about the woman who was married to the American team leader, he could almost wish the expedition would fail. It would be sad to see such a woman cut down before her time, but he'd never allowed feelings to get in the way of what had to be done. Possibly he could persuade her to submit to him by promising her whatever she needed to hear. It would make things easier for her in the end. Alvarez didn't consider himself to be a man lacking compassion. Did he not have a heart? Did he not appreciate poetry and music? He had heard the whispers about him. It annoyed him when people said he was a cruel man. He was simply a man, like any other man, forced to perform unpleasant duties as a necessity of his job. It wasn't his fault that hard times required hard actions. Over the years, he had assembled a team of men who would follow him into hell if they were well rewarded. All of them had prospered with him. Their loyalty was secure. One of them was part of Livingston's expedition. He would monitor their progress and report back. If the city was found and gold discovered, Alvarez would come in with his strike team by helicopter. His man on the ground would clear a landing zone for him, if it was necessary. It was easy enough, even in the forest. The tallest trees would fall with a wrap of explosives around their trunks. The technique had served the Americans in Vietnam, and it would work just as well here. No one knew the extent of the Inca treasure, but it was said to be enormous. It was a matter of historical record. It had taken years for the Inca emperors to conceal it all. Hidden under the dense canopy of the rainforest was a city filled with treasure beyond belief, waiting for someone to discover it. Alvarez had no problem sharing the wealth with his men. However much it was, there would be more than enough for everyone. The only thing certain was that it would make all of them very rich. His new wealth would be stained with blood, but that bothered him not at all. Gold had always been stained with blood. It was the way of the world. He leaned back in his chair, imagining what it would be like to have the American woman, and felt the beginning of an erection. She would be an interesting challenge. Chapter 8. The drive to the train station at Poroy took a little less than half an hour. Tickets were $2 American each. They stood on the platform of the station, waiting to board. Diego, Francisco, Alonso, and the rest of Livingston's crew had left earlier, with gear packed for the trip. The cars were painted deep blue with gold stripes along the sides. "Kinda looks like a fancy subway," Lamont said. "It does, doesn't it?" Selena said. Inside, the train was spacious and clean. Comfortable seats were spaced in rows of two, facing each other over a table, covered with a colorful cloth. Each table had a snack menu card on it. The train wasn't crowded. Tourist traffic to Machu Picchu was down because of recent incidents at the ruins. There had been robberies, beatings. The scenic ruins weren't worth getting mugged or a trip to the hospital. They settled in on both sides of the aisle. "Pretty nice," Lamont said. "I wonder if they serve beer."
"I'd be surprised if they didn't," Nick said.
The train began moving. Soon they were out of the town and into the Sacred Valley, heading into the mountains. The car featured large windows and a vista dome roof that let them look up at the scenery passing by. Everything was a deep, lush green. The mountains closed in on either side as the valley narrowed. The train sped toward Aguascalientes. "How high is place we are going?" Valentina asked.
"Aguascalientes is at 7,000 feet, Livingston said. "Our final destination is around 10,000. I'm well acclimated, but you should watch out for signs of altitude sickness."
"It won't be our first time in thin air," Nick said. 10,000 feet is a walk in the park compared to some of the places we've been."
10,000 is not so bad," Valentina said.
A drinks cart pushed by a waiter wearing a black vest over a white shirt came down the aisle. Lamont bought a beer. Everyone else opted for coffee. It was strong, black, and good. 3.5 hours after leaving Poroy, they pulled into Aguascalientes. They climbed down from the car and stood together on the station platform, taking everything in. The town had begun as a camp for railroad workers in the early part of the 20th century. It had come a long way since then, but it was still small and provincial. Most business was centered around tourism. Souvenir shops, picturesque buildings, and proximity to Machu Picchu made Aguascalientes one of the popular stops on the world circuit.
"Aguascalientes means hot springs in Spanish," Selena said. "There's natural geothermal activity here.
The baths are well known," Livingston said. "You'll have time to visit them if you want. They're pleasant and clean." The hot springs were a soothing relief for weary legs and bodies that had spent the day climbing around Machu Picchu or hiking on the nearby Inca Trail. The entire town was only a few blocks long, but if your feet were tired, electric buses ran on tracks from the train station to the baths. The tracks went through the center of town along the main street.
"Where do we stay?"
Valentina asked. Livingston gestured across the street. "Right over there."
"Oh?"
Selena said. Nick glanced over at her. Selena was famous for changing hotels if she thought a better alternative was available. "It's 5-star, the best in the area," Livingston said. "I always stay in this hotel when I'm here. It's a nature preserve set on 12 acres. There are more than 200 species of birds and almost 400 kinds of orchids. Trust me, you'll like it. The rooms are wonderful and they overlook the gardens. You will all have complete privacy." "Sounds good to me," Lamont said.
"Lead on, Sir Geoffrey," Nick said.
Chapter 9. That evening, Nick and the others were seated on the terrace of the hotel restaurant. Livingston had gone off to check on supplies. "This is pretty cool," Lamont said. "Check out the view," Ronnie said. The terrace overlooked the river, rushing in a white-capped torrent over a stretch of rapids below. An explosion of emerald green climbed the sides of a mountain bordering the hotel. Birds darted through the dense growth, flashes of brilliant color against the green. Rays of sunlight streamed through the canopy, casting rainbows through a cloud of mist rising from the river.
"I visited Machu Picchu with my uncle when I was a child," Selena said. "I'm looking forward to seeing the ruins again."
For an instant, old grief shadowed her face. The brutal murder of her uncle had brought her to the project, and to Nick. It had led to everything that had happened since. "At the time, I was impressed. I've always wanted to come back as an adult." "Well, tomorrow you'll get your chance," Nick said. A waiter approached. "Good evening." He handed them menus. "Welcome. Would you like to see a wine list?" His English was perfect.
"Yes, please,"
Selena said. "This menu has a lot of things I never heard of on it," Lamont said.
"May I recommend a selection?"
the waiter said.
"Please do,"
Selena said.
"You are all friends, no?"
Yes, we are. If you would like to share a meal, the pachamanca is very good.
What is it? Nick asked.
It's a combination of marinated and spiced meats and vegetables, cooked underground with hot stones. I am sure you will enjoy it. It is very popular in Peru. Our chef is nationally known for his version of this dish.
What kind of meat? Ronnie said.
Tonight it is lamb, pork, chicken, and alpaca. Alpaca. What is alpaca, please? Valentina said. It's an animal native to South America, Selena said. Looks a little like a small fuzzy horse. People raise them for their hair. I have never eaten horse, Valentina said. It's not really a horse.
Sounds good to me, whatever it is, Lamont said. We'll have that, Nick said to the waiter.
I'll be right back with the wine list.
They watched the waiter glide away.
You look worried about the alpaca, Ronnie, Selena said.
Never thought I'd eat an alpaca. I guess it can't be worse than MREs. Not hard to beat MREs, Nick said. Oh, I don't know, Lamont said. I always kind of liked the spaghetti and meatballs. You ever ask yourself where those meatballs came from? Ronnie said. Nope. I don't think you want to know. The meal was everything the waiter had promised, a combination of unique tastes and flavors. By the time Livingston appeared, the light had faded, and they were on coffee and dessert. He pulled up a chair. How was dinner?
It was excellent, Sir Geoffrey, Selena said.
When people call me Sir Geoffrey, it makes me feel like a stuffed exhibit, Livingston said. Please, Geoffrey will do. Okay, Geoffrey, Nick said. What's the plan for tomorrow? I'll be making final arrangements. You're free to do whatever you'd like. We can meet back here in the evening and go over last-minute details. We'll leave the day after tomorrow. Sounds good to me, Lamont said. Have you heard anything from your headquarters about those notations on the map, Dr. Connor?
Not yet, Selena said. I'll check in with Elizabeth tomorrow. She may have something by then.
I hope so. Well, it's been a long day. I think I'll turn in. Ronnie yawned. Sounds like a plan. I'm ready to hit the sack, Lamont said. They left the restaurant together and walked toward the back of the hotel, where the rooms became individual bungalows scattered among the trees and flowering plants.
Which one are you in, Geoffrey? Selena asked.
Right over there. He frowned. That's odd. What's odd? Nick asked. There should be a light on, but it's dark. I'm sure I left the window blinds up when I left, but they're closed now. Probably one of the maids, Ronnie said. Nick's left ear began itching, where a bullet had taken off the lobe on the day he'd first met Selena. He reached up and scratched. Uh-oh, Ronnie said. What? Uh-oh, Lamont said. Nick's doing the ear thing. Nick's grandmother had been born in Ireland. She'd been psychic, gifted with what was called the sight. She usually foresaw bad news, which made her unpopular in the small village where she lived. Whatever the ability was, wherever it came from, she'd passed some part of it on to Nick. When his ear itched like that, it almost always meant something bad was going to happen. Something's wrong, Nick said. By habit he reached for his pistol, but it was back in the safe in his room. None of them had gone armed to dinner. What's going on? Livingston asked. Better step behind us, Nick said. They walked up the path to the door of the bungalow and stopped. Selena, Lamont, and Ronnie spread out behind Nick, keeping Livingston in the rear. Let me have your keycard, Nick said. This is ridiculous, Livingston said. You hired us for security. Give me your card. He handed Nick the card. Standing to the side, Nick slid it through the lock and pushed the door open. It wasn't the kind of door that automatically closed when you let go of it. It stayed open. Nick paused. There was no movement inside. The interior of the bungalow was dark. The only light came from lamps dotting the walkways outside. He couldn't see anything, but the burning sensation in his ear grew stronger as he stood there. I've got a light, Lamont said. He took a small flashlight from his pocket and clicked it on. A brilliant circle of white light cut through the darkness of the empty room. Nick tugged on his ear. I don't see anything. There's a light switch on the right of the door, Livingston said.
Nick reached around the door and flipped the light switch. A lamp beside the bed came on. "There's another switch by the first that turns on a ceiling light," Livingston said. "You're imagining things. There's nothing to be worried about here." He sounded annoyed. Nick turned on the second switch. The room lit up. "Nick," Selena's voice was quiet, filled with warning. "Don't move your foot." Nick looked down. Curled up on the floor was a long green snake with yellow stripes on its sides. The head was wedge-shaped, with 2 small depressions on its snout. The eyes were yellow, menacing. It looked at him and blinked. Nick watched the membranes flick across its eyes. The forked tongue darted in and out. It lifted its head and hissed. The blood drained from Livingston's face when he saw the snake. "That's a pit viper. Don't move or you're dead." "I'm not moving. While I'm not moving, would one of you do something?" Slowly, Ronnie raised his arm and reached behind his back. "Don't startle it," Livingston said. "They're very quick." "Nick, get ready to move," Ronnie said. The snake hissed again and reared back. Its jaws went wide open. Long white fangs extended from the roof of its mouth. Ronnie's arm whipped forward in a blur. A flash of gray steel passed Nick's boot and struck the snake before it could strike. Nick jumped to the side. The viper thrashed and hissed, pinned to the floor by the throwing knife Ronnie kept hidden under his shirt. The snake's red blood spurted. The writhing movements went on for several minutes. Finally, they slowed and stopped. "Damn," Nick said. "I hate snakes," Ronnie said. Livingston was shaken. "Those snakes are arboreal. You don't see them in towns. They hang out in the trees of the rainforest. What was it doing in here?" "If it didn't wander in, it was meant for you," Nick said. Livingston looked at the dead snake. "You think someone put it there?" Nick nodded. "If that snake had bitten you, that would have put an end to the expedition. Maybe someone doesn't want you to find Paititi." "I won't be intimidated," Livingston said. "We are going ahead as planned." Selena walked over to one of the windows. It was open by about an inch. "It could have gotten in through here," she said. "There's a hole in the screen. The hotel is a nature preserve. There must be snakes on the grounds. It could be just a coincidence." "Maybe," Nick said. He turned to Livingston. "Did you leave the window open?" "I don't know. Perhaps. I don't remember. If someone did put that snake in here, they won't be happy to see you're still alive. You can bet your sweet ass they'll be waiting for us somewhere along the trail," Lamont said. "Then I guess you'll have to earn your pay," Livingston said. What a jerk, Ronnie thought. Back in their room, Nick called Elizabeth on his sat phone. "Nick, I was wondering when you were going to call. What's your status?" "Maybe good, maybe not so good. There was a snake in Livingston's room tonight. If it had bitten him, he'd be dead. It's possible someone put it there. That's the not-so-good part. The good part is that we're leaving soon for the rainforest." "You think someone is trying to sabotage the expedition?" "I don't know. It could have been an accident. There was an open window. The snake could have gotten in that way." "But you don't think so?" "You know me, Director. I'm suspicious by nature, but like I said, it could be an accident. Has Freddie looked at the coded notes on the map?" "Not yet. Freddie crashed. Stephanie is working on it." "He crashed? That's never happened before." "As soon as he's up and running, the map is the first priority." "Okay. I'll pass the word to Livingston." "I've been talking to Clarence," Elizabeth said. "A contact of his in Lima told him everyone knows about the expedition. It's no secret. Most people think Livingston is crazy and that Paititi is nothing more than a myth. But word is, the rebels are taking it seriously." "The ones who blew up the market in Lima?" "That's right. This is exactly what everyone was afraid of. If they get their hands on that gold, all bets are off." "I still don't think it exists," Nick said. "Perhaps not. But what matters is that they think it does. They'll do everything they can to find it. Watch your step out there, Nick." "I always do." "As soon as I have a translation of the map, I'll call you." "Copy that." Nick ended the call. "Did something happen to Freddie?" Selena said.
Harker said that he crashed, so we don't have a translation of those notes yet. She said Stephanie's working on it." He told her the rest of the conversation.
"Why do things always have to get complicated?" Selina said. Later, they were getting ready for bed. Selina stood in the bathroom drying her hair after a shower. Nick was brushing his teeth. He spit out water.
"You're going to have to wait to see Machu Picchu again," he said. "I want to stick close to Livingston after what happened. If someone put that snake in his room, they wanted him dead. They might try again."
"I know," Selina said. "I would have liked to see the ruins again, but I don't see any other option."
"We can do it on the way back." She shut off the hairdryer.
Nick came up behind and wrapped his arms around her. Her hair smelled of coconut shampoo. He kissed her neck.
"How about I give you something else to think about?"
"What did you have in mind?"
"An ancient cultural ritual practiced by the Incas," Nick said. "We have to get in bed for me to show you."
"I'm always interested in ancient cultures and rituals," Selina said. Chapter 10. The next morning, they were having breakfast in the restaurant. After the snake incident, Nick and the others were armed. Their weapons were out of sight. There was no reason to scare the tourists. They'd dressed for hard travel in khakis and combat boots.
"Sir Geoffrey, after last night, we're sticking close to you. The sooner we get on the way, the better. Can you speed things up?"
"You really think someone put it there?"
"I don't know, but it's best to assume someone did. If they did, they'll try again."
"You can take that to the bank," Ronnie said. "We are going to bank?" Valentina said. "No, it's an expression," Ronnie said. "Someday we go to Russia, and I will confuse you with our expressions." Lamont started laughing and choked on his orange juice. "Quit breathing your breakfast," Ronnie said. "I suppose we could leave this afternoon," Livingston said. "I had thought to spend another day, but we have enough supplies. The boat's already been arranged. Diego should have everything loaded by noon."
"Good. Then let's do that," Nick said.
"Make sure you have your ponchos handy," Livingston said. "It's going to rain, probably a lot." "Why doesn't that surprise me?" Ronnie said. "Hell, it always rains in the jungle." "Technically, it's a rainforest," Selina said. "Rainforest, jungle, it's all the same. Lots of rain, lots of green stuff that trips you up, lots of creepy bugs." "There will be mosquitoes?" Valentina said. "Oh yeah," Ronnie said. "Lots of mosquitoes." "I do not like mosquitoes." "Just go heavy on the bug spray," Lamont said. They left Aguascalientes and followed a potholed dirt road that paralleled the river. 2 hours later, they came to the place where the tributary left the main river. A boat was waiting there for them. The river was broad, brown with runoff from the rains. It gave off a strong odor of earth and decay. "That is our boat?" Valentina asked. "I am not impressed by this." "Not exactly the Queen Mary," Ronnie said. "What'd you expect?" Lamont said. The boat was a double-decker, about 70 feet long. It was made of wood and painted in faded white. Waist-high railings bordered the open decks. A weathered gangplank extended from the lower deck to the shore. 5 rubber tires hung on the side as fenders. Gold and red letters spelled out Pablo Marquez on a high-peaked bow. The pilot house was on the upper deck, reached by a steep wooden ladder from the bow. A green, flat roof covered the upper deck. Rolled-up awnings along both decks could be dropped against a storm if needed. A radio mast and light rose over the pilot house. Ronnie pretended to be looking around for someone. "I don't see him," he said. "See who?" Lamont asked. "Humphrey Bogart," Ronnie said.
"Come on, it's not that bad," Nick said.
"Humphrey Bogart?" Valentina said. "Bogart was an actor," Selina said. "He made a movie called The African Queen, about a small boat on a river in Africa. It's a wonderful movie. This boat is much bigger." "I do not see cabins for sleeping." "There aren't any cabins," Livingston said. "See those metal bars running the length of the deck? They're for hammocks. We'll sleep in those. If there were cabins, you wouldn't want to sleep in them." "Why not?" Cabins on riverboats are used mostly for storage. They get unbearably hot. Plus, there are bugs in them. They like to hang out in the dark. I think I am glad we will soon be walking, Valentina said. Diego came up to Livingston. Everything is loaded, Sir Geoffrey. Excellent. Is our crate on board, Diego? Nick said. Yes, sir. It is stowed forward on the lower deck. Thanks. The crate contained MP7s, C4, detonators, pistols, ammunition, flashbangs, and grenades. Just in case. A man needing a shave and wearing a crumpled blue cap leaned out of the pilot-house door. He called down, Senor Livingston, we are ready to leave when you are. Thank you, Captain Chavez. Chavez went back into the pilot-house. Another man dressed in jeans and a stained Grateful Dead t-shirt emerged, climbed down the ladder, and walked to the back of the boat. He opened a door into the engine room and went inside. A moment later, they heard the engine start. Diego and Francisco pulled in the gangplank. 5 minutes later, the boat was headed out onto the brown river waters. It began to rain.
Psst! If you're enjoying this book and want more free audiobooks, please click subscribe.
Chapter 11. Elizabeth entered the computer room. Stephanie sat at the master console, watching streams of code scroll on her monitor. How's it going, Steph? I found the problem. Would you believe a spider? A spider? It made itself a nice little nest on one of the circuit boards. That particular board regulates a critical part of Freddy's circuitry. The board shorted out and everything went down. I put in a new board. Now I'm rebooting. Is Freddy all right? I hope so. We'll know in a few moments. Keep your fingers crossed. Nick called. He wanted to know if there was progress with the map. I told him what happened and that you were working on it. They've already run into trouble. What kind of trouble? Livingston found a poisonous snake in his room. Nick thinks someone might have put it there. That qualifies as trouble. A snake? Ugh! Yes. These things always seem to happen, Stephanie said. It's never simple. Have we ever had an assignment where things went like they were supposed to? Now that you mention it, I don't think so. Good morning, Stephanie. I am experiencing a memory gap. Please explain. Stephanie breathed a sigh of relief. Good morning, Freddy. You had an emergency shutdown. What is the last thing you remember? I received a coded document you wanted me to translate. Then something happened. One of your circuit boards shorted out. It triggered an emergency shutdown to preserve your memory banks. I'm glad to see you are okay. I am not sure that I am okay, Stephanie. I need to do a full system scan. Before you do that, are you able to translate the document I sent? I have already done so. Stephanie waited. Freddy was silent. She sighed. What are the results? I will print the translation for you. Then I will begin diagnosing my system. Thank you, Freddy. The printer chattered for a moment, then stopped. Beginning system scan. Stephanie got up and took the sheet from the printer. Let's go into your office, Elizabeth. Freddy is going to be busy for a while. The map was printed out with the coded notations marked and translated. They studied the sheet. It's as we thought, Elizabeth said. Gomez noted unusual natural landmarks. This one's a warning, Stephanie said. Here be spiders. That sounds really creepy. It's the rainforest. It's full of things like spiders. Yes, but this must be something out of the ordinary. Why else would Gomez make a note like that? All we can do is pass it on, Elizabeth said. The map is more than 400 years old. It's probably not an issue now. I suppose. I'm going to call Nick. Elizabeth punched in the code. What's up, Director? We have the translation of the map. What's happening there? It's raining like hell. We're on a boat heading upriver. I'm going to send this to you. Wait one. Copy that. Elizabeth placed the document in a scanner that would send it to Nick's phone. She activated the transmission. Sending now. There was a short delay. Got it, Nick said. Keep me informed, Elizabeth said. Selina wants to check on the twins. Could you give Anna a call and make sure everything is okay? Of course. Anything else, Director? Not at the moment. Okay, thanks for sending the translation. Out. Elizabeth set down the phone. On the boat, Nick sat down with the others at a table on the lower deck. It would be nice if we had a printer, but we'll have to make do with looking at the screen. Well, Livingston said, what does it say? There's nothing important before getting on the river where we are now, just general notes about the route to the tributary. The first thing that matters is a rock formation that looks like two church towers. That's where we leave the river. It's on the left bank as we head upstream. Wonderful, Livingston said. It will still be there. That's better than relying on the GPS to tell us when to get off the water. What comes after that? Ronnie asked. We follow a wide stream that feeds into the river. It says a cruel black beast seized one of his men and dragged him into the water. Probably a caiman, Livingston said. They're aggressive. We would be wise to be careful. What else is new? Ronnie said. Nick saw the notation about spiders. He was going to keep it to himself, but Selina looked over his shoulder. I knew it, she said. Spiders. Probably nothing, he said. The map is 400 years old. I hope so, she said. Is there any indication of distance in those notes? How far we walk? Yes. We follow the stream for one lengua común, whatever that is. Then we head west. From there to the end of the map is another 7.5 of those. The Spaniards used that measurement in the 16th century, Livingston said. One lengua común equals a little less than 3.5 miles. So 8.5 of those is around 28 miles, Nick said. Right. Could be worse, Ronnie said. With a little luck, we might make 10 miles a day. 30 miles in a jungle isn't easy, Lamont said. It's rainforest, Selina said, not necessarily jungle. That means tall trees and a canopy that cuts out the light. The ground should mostly be clear of growth. We won't have to cut our way through, except where the sun makes it through the canopy. Best news I've heard today, Lamont said. According to these notes, Gomez marked trees, Nick said. We should see a mark when it's time to leave the waterway and head toward the mountains. That was a long time ago, Ronnie said. You think those marks will still be there? They could be, Livingston said. Some of the trees in the rainforest live to be 1,000 years old. It's possible some of his marks will have survived. We have the GPS if they're gone. Okay. Let's call it 4 or 5 days to reach the end of the map after we leave the river, Nick said. If we get there sooner, great. How far to city after that? Valentina asked. The GPS will tell us once we get to that point, Livingston said. Perhaps not too far. Gomez wouldn't want to get lost when he came back. They passed a village on the left bank of the river. The buildings were shacks raised on stilts above the ground. The walls were made of weathered wood and sheets of corrugated metal, the roofs thatched with palm fronds. Muddy paths wandered between the dwellings. People on the bank paused to look at the boat go by. Selina and Valentina leaned on the rail watching. The women wore ankle-length dresses and scarves over their hair. The men dressed in jeans, loose trousers, and loose shirts. One old man leaned on a cane, staring at them. A group of children stood on the bank. 3 of them waved. Selina waved back. Watching us go by is probably the biggest event of the day, she said. These people are very poor, Valentina said. At least they have a roof when it rains. For them, it's home. This is not a place where I would like to live. I think you would have to be born here to like it, Selina said. For anyone else, it's one of those places you go for a travel adventure. I miss my home. It is very cold in Russia now, but I miss it. Someday you'll be able to go back. I do not think so. Memories in Russia are long. Even if Orlov was no longer in power, I would still be considered traitor. It's not unusual for political enemies to return to a country, even Russia, if the regime changes, Selina said. That is true, but you do not know Russia. I do not think for me this will happen." The village disappeared behind them. "Are you unhappy here, Val? I mean, in America?" "I do not think of myself that way, as happy or unhappy," Valentina said. "I miss Russia, but there is nothing left for me there. I have no family except you. I have no friends there. My friends are here, our friends, Nick, Ronnie, Lamont. There is no one else. If friends are happiness, then I am happy." Selina thought about her sister. After the death of her uncle, Selina thought there was no one left related to her by blood. Then she'd found out about Valentina. Until that moment, she hadn't realized how alone she'd felt in the world, even with Nick at her side. It amazed Selina that Valentina had turned out to be who she was. She had been raised under the eye of the KGB, watched carefully. Eventually, she'd been chosen to become a weapon of the state. Valentina had been trained in the arts of seduction and assassination, and she'd been good at her job. She might have continued like that until captured or killed, but she'd been noticed by the man who ruled Russia, Viktor Orlov. It was easy to see why Orlov had been attracted to her. Valentina gave off a smoldering sexuality that drew men to her, welcome or not. The fact that she was as deadly as any creature on Earth added spice to the mix. Orlov had wanted her. What Orlov wanted, Orlov got. She had become his mistress. Then she had been betrayed, forced to leave Russia. Selina and Nick had gotten her out just in time. Selina took Valentina's hand. "I have you in my life," she said. "That makes me happy. You're more than my sister. You're my friend. I love you, Val." Valentina put her arms around Selina. "And I love you, sister. We are lucky to find each other, no?" "Yes." Valentina slapped at a mosquito. "Except finding you has led me to places where mosquitoes are. This, maybe, is not so lucky." Chapter 12. The boat made steady progress along the river. At night, they slept in the hammocks under mosquito netting that kept the insects away. By day, they watched the endless green of the rainforest slip by. Sometimes they played cards. After 3 days of monotony, they were all beginning to wish they were back on dry land. Valentina and Selina stood together in the bow, taking advantage of the breeze caused by the boat's passage. On either side, steep banks fell to the water's edge. Along the river there was plenty of sun. The banks were covered with thick foliage and topped with tall trees. Where the banks met the river, they turned from earth to rock. It looked as though someone had lined the river with walls of stone. But it was a natural formation. In many places, the rains had caused mudslides that left wide red scars in the lush growth. The sisters watched the green banks pass by. Ahead, the river curved out of sight. "Do you think we will find anything?" Valentina said. "There's something under the canopy, that's certain. Whether or not it's Paititi remains to be seen. We should be getting close to the point where we get off and start walking." "I have bad feeling about what we are doing," Valentina said. Selina looked at her. It was unusual for Valentina to say something like that. "What do you mean? What kind of feeling?" Valentina shrugged. "I have dream last night. I do not remember, but it was not good dream. When I wake up, I am worried. I think this dream was warning." "Have you had dreams that warned you before?" "Sometimes, not often." "Did anything happen after you had one?" "Sometimes." "But not always?" "No." "It could just be stress." "Maybe you are right," Valentina said. The river widened. They entered a long, sweeping curve. The river wound past a broad finger of land sticking out into the water. 100 yards away, the bank on the right dropped away to a rocky beach on the edge of the jungle. As they came around the turn, a half-dozen low boats launched from the beach and headed toward them. Valentina pointed. "That is trouble, I think." Each boat carried 3 or 4 men armed with rifles. The boats were powered by outboard motors. They would reach the Pablo Marquez in a few moments. "That doesn't look good," Selina said. "Nick!" She hurried back from the bow, Valentina behind her. Nick had seen the boats. He and Lamont had already opened the weapons crate. Nick handed an MP7 to Selina as she came up. "Grab extra magazines. Stay on this deck. Ronnie, Lamont, go up top. Don't let them get close. Give them a couple of warning shots. They start shooting, take them out." Livingston was nearby. He looked confused. "What's happening? What's going on?" "Trouble." "Who are they?" "River pirates. You have a gun?" "Of course." "If they open fire, shoot to kill. But find a good position or get out of the way," Nick said. Valentina picked up an MP7 and inserted a magazine. She racked the charging handle. "Where do you want me, Nick?" "They'll probably split up and come from both sides. You and Selina take that side, I'll cover here." Diego came up to Nick. "Give me a gun, senor. I was in the army. I will help." "Okay, Diego." He handed Diego a pistol and 3 magazines. He watched Diego check for a round in the chamber and figured he knew what he was doing. "You stay on this side with me." "Si, senor." Francisco, Alonso, and Javier huddled aft with Livingston, then hurried over to Nick. "We can fight," Francisco said. "We can shoot."
Good thing we brought extras.
Nick gave them pistols.
"You two over there. You on this side, up toward the bow. Don't shoot unless they do. Understand?"
"Si, senor," all 3 said at once. They ran to take their places. Livingston went to the port side to join Selina and Valentina.
"How do these guys know about guns?"
Nick pushed the thought aside. As Nick had anticipated, the 6 pirate boats split into 2 groups, one group angling to get around to the port side of the Pablo Marquez. 3 boats headed straight toward him. On the top deck, Ronnie fired a 3-round warning burst, kicking up spouts of water in front of the lead boat. One of the pirates raised his rifle and cut loose on full auto. Ronnie hit the deck. Bullets tore into the side of the Pablo Marquez, where Nick crouched behind the railing.
AKs,
Nick thought. He began firing at one of the boats. The silence of the river was banished by the heavy bark of Kalashnikovs, the sharp reports of pistols, and the chatter of their MP7s. As bullets passed Nick, they made quick snapping sounds. Splinters flew from the railings, the walls of the engine room. Glass shattered in the pilot house. Someone cried out. A hammock fell in shreds to the deck as bullets cut it to pieces. On the upper deck, Ronnie and Lamont fired down on the pirates. Nick watched his rounds take down 2 men and punch through their boat. It filled with water and began to sink. Then the fight was over. The firing stopped. A loud silence settled over the river. The acrid smell of burned gunpowder mixed with the smell of blood. The pirate boats drifted aimlessly. Their occupants lay sprawled awkwardly in death or floated face down in the water. The engine of the Pablo Marquez idled. The vessel drifted toward shore.
Nick called out, "Ronnie, Lamont, you all right?"
"We're good," Lamont answered.
"We're drifting. Get in the pilot house, see what's happening."
"Copy that." "Nick," Valentina called. Nick turned. Valentina had her arm around Selina. There was blood on Selina's face, over her shirt. He felt his heart skip a beat. She saw the look on his face and held up her hand. "I'm all right."
"You're hit."
"No, it was a splinter from the railing. It's just a scalp wound. You know how they bleed." Nick looked around. One of Livingston's men lay dead. Livingston leaned against the railing, his face pale. Blood oozed between his fingers where he clutched his arm. Diego went over to him. The sound of the engine picked up. The boat swung toward the middle of the river. Ronnie came down the ladder from the top deck. "The pilot house looks like Swiss cheese, but things still work. Lamont has the helm. He's bringing us back to midstream in case there are more of those assholes."
"The captain?"
Ronnie shook his head. "Gone."
"Better check the engine room," Nick said.
Ronnie walked back to the engine room where the door hung on one hinge. He pulled it open and stepped inside. Shafts of sunlight streamed through bullet holes in the wall. The sound of the engine filled the small room. The engineer lay slumped on the floor. Ronnie laid his finger along the man's neck, feeling for a pulse. He came back out. "Engineer's dead. Doesn't look like the engine was damaged. What do you want to do?"
"Tell Lamont to keep us in the middle of the river for now."
Ronnie went to the bow and climbed up to the pilot house. Valentina pulled a medical pack from the crate and began cleaning the wound on Selina's scalp. "Ouch!" Selina said. "It is necessary," Valentina said. "Hold still." "How are you doing?" Nick said. Selina winced as Valentina disinfected the wound. "I'm all right." "The captain and engineer are dead. So is one of Livingston's people. Livingston was hit, but it's just a flesh wound. He'll be okay. It could have been worse." "What are you going to do?" "We'll keep going up the river for a ways, then find a place to anchor and reassess." Livingston came up as Nick was speaking. "Reassess what?" "What we should do next. What else?" Nick said. "What we will do is keep going," Livingston said. "This has been a bad day, but it's not enough reason to turn back. According to my GPS, we are almost to the place where we get off the boat. We've come this far. Aside from your man, the captain and engineer are dead." "Yes, Javier was a good man, and I'm sorry he is dead. I am sorry about the captain and the engineer, but the boat is still functional. Your man knows boats, does he not?" "Yes, but then we will continue to the landing spot. It's not far from here, and there's nothing we can do now about our dead. It won't make any difference to them. To turn back now would dishonor them." Nick remembered what Elizabeth had said. If the gold existed, the terrorists couldn't be allowed to get their hands on it. Nick doubted there was any hidden Inca treasure, but his job was to prove it one way or the other. That meant they had to go on. "You're the boss," Nick said. Livingston visibly relaxed. Good. I'm glad you agree." "How far is it to the landing area according to your GPS?" Nick asked. "We should reach it before sundown," Livingston said. Chapter 13. Tupac and a dozen of his men left half a day after the Pablo Marquez. He'd been watching the progress of the foreigners along the river, following the red dot on his phone sent by the tracker he'd given Titu. So far, Titu hadn't used his satellite phone to call, but that was not cause for concern. Tupac assumed it would be difficult to call from the boat. There was no privacy to speak of. As long as the tracker was functioning, it didn't matter. They had been on the water for several days. Tupac was beginning to wonder how much longer it would be before his quarry headed into the rainforest. The lookout in the bow called out, "Comandante, something has happened here." Tupac went forward. "What is it, Carlos?" "Look!" Carlos handed Tupac a pair of binoculars and pointed. Ahead, a small boat drifted on the water. Dead men lay inside, covered in dried blood. Red stains ran down the sides of the boat. Swarms of flies buzzed around the bodies. Carlos pointed again. "There are bodies in the water." "I see them," Tupac said. "I'm surprised the Caymans haven't gotten them." "Maybe they are not very tasty. Look, there's another boat, half sunk. What does it mean?" Tupac focused the binoculars. "There are bullet holes. Those men were shot. They were probably river pirates." "They attacked the Englishmen." "It's the most likely explanation," Tupac said. "The men we are following are well armed." "Pirates are scum. They got what they deserved," Carlos said. "Do not be hasty to pass judgment, comrade. They had nothing. It is why they turned to crime and murder. When we are in power, we will find a way to help such men. They will flock to our cause once they understand we offer prosperity and the dignity of work." "What if they don't want help or to work?" "Then we will educate them. Our country needs everyone to work for the common cause. Anyone who resists will be punished. Keep a sharp eye, Carlos. After this, the foreigners will be watching for trouble. I don't want to catch up with them yet." "As you order, Comandante." Tupac went back toward the stern, where chairs and a table were set up under an awning. He sat in one of the chairs and watched one of the dead pirates float by. Something had been chewing on the man's face. His eyes were gone, leaving ugly dark sockets. The flesh had been stripped away from his jaw, exposing white bone and yellowed teeth. Death was never pretty. The corpse triggered memories of the day the soldiers murdered his family. Tupac had been helping a neighbor clear rocks from his field. He had stopped to wipe sweat from his forehead and seen a column of black smoke rising in the distance. The only thing in that direction was his house. He'd run all the way home. By the time he got there, the soldiers were gone. The house where he'd been born and lived all his life was engulfed in flames. His sister lay sprawled on the packed earth of the yard, her dress hiked up over her waist. Blood covered the inside of her thighs. After they'd finished with her, they'd cut her throat. Angelina had been 15 years old. His little brother lay nearby, his head bashed in. They had taken his father and mother over by the chicken coop and hacked them to death with machetes. The soldiers had even killed all the chickens. Blood was everywhere. Tupac had fallen to his knees, unable to stand. He'd clenched his fists and shaken them at the sky and screamed at God. Then he'd vowed revenge. He knew about the MRTA. Everybody did. Within a month, he had joined their ranks. The years of struggle had been hard. He had suffered with the others. Dead comrades visited him in his dreams. Visions of people killed in the bombings haunted him, those who had been necessary and unwilling sacrifices to the cause. The only thing that could redeem those sacrifices was the success of the revolution. The movement was alive again, but it needed weapons and the money to buy them. It needed rifles and ammunition and machine guns and grenades. Without enough weapons, they would again be defeated. The treasure of Paititi could pay for everything. His ancestors had been forced to hide the wealth of the Inca Empire from the foreign invaders. It was fitting that foreigners would be the instrument of its recovery. Fitting, too, that they should pay for that discovery with their lives. The foreigners served a worthy purpose. He'd let them lead him to the wealth that would guarantee the revolution. Then he would kill them. Chapter 14. Nick climbed up the steep ladder to the wheelhouse. Lamont was at the helm, his hands resting lightly on the wheel, looking out through the shattered windows at the river ahead. The body of the captain lay off to the side. The smell of death was strong in the contained space. "How you doing?" Nick said. "You need a break?" "Nah, I'm good. This is kind of fun." "Livingston says we're getting close to where he thinks we leave the river. Keep your eye out for that rock formation that looks like two towers. It should be on the port side." Gigantic trees rose on either side of the river, creating a canyon of green. The heat weighed down on them. Along with the humidity, it felt like living in a steam bath. The two men watched the jungle pass by. "All kinds of animals out there," Lamont said. "I saw a bunch of monkeys a little earlier, and something big climbing up a tree. Lots of birds, every kind of bird you can think of." "The rainforest has its own kind of beauty," Nick said, "but we both know what it's like in there." "Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. The mosquitoes will be bad once we're off the water. We don't belong here. All kinds of things in there that think we're tasty." Lamont adjusted the helm. "How's Livingston doing? If that arm gets infected, we better make tracks back to civilization." "He's okay at the moment. Diego seems pretty competent. He dressed the wound like a pro." "Livingston's guys did all right when the pirates came after us," Lamont said. "I was surprised." "Me too." "Too bad about the dead guy. What's his name?" "Javier. We'll bury him and the others after we land." "It better be soon. The captain is beginning to stink." Nick took out a satellite phone. "About Javier. I found this in his pack." "What the hell was he doing with a sat phone?" "Good question. He didn't strike me as the kind of person who would even know how to use one." "Did Livingston give it to him?"
"He'd never seen it before. Besides, why would he?"
"Shit."
"Yeah. Javier had to be reporting back to someone."
"Someone who might want to know if we found the gold,"
Lamont said. "That's what I think. Colonel Alvarez comes to mind."
"That would fit."
"I don't trust him," Nick said. "Did you notice how his eyes move around when he talks to you? The Inca gold is worth a lot, if we find it. Hundreds of millions, more."
"Tempting,"
Lamont said. "If it wasn't Alvarez who gave him that phone, it still means trouble. Either way, we have to assume someone besides us is after it. We're in enemy country."
"What else is new?" Nick pointed through the broken windows. Ahead on the left was a rocky beach where two enormous stone columns flanked a wide stream feeding into the river.
"That's it," he said.
"That's gotta be it,"
Lamont said. "Can you put us right up on the beach?"
"I can put us up close. I'll nose up on it." Lamont shifted to neutral, then reversed the props. The Pablo Marquez slowed. He shifted back into neutral, spun the wheel, and let the boat drift. "Go down and get ready to jump out and tie us off to something," he said.
"Aye, aye, Captain."
Nick left the wheelhouse and scrambled down the ladder. Livingston came up to him.
"Are we here? This looks like the right spot." "We're landing. Ronnie, get ready to jump out with me. Diego, when we're on shore, throw us the rope in the bow." He pointed at a tree. "We'll tie off to that."
Lamont let the boat drift sideways and blipped the engine, easing the bow toward the beach. The Pablo Marquez grounded to a shuddering halt. Nick and Ronnie leapt out, the water splashing halfway up their legs. Diego tossed them the rope. A minute later, the boat was secure. The rainforest towered over them. Somewhere close by, an animal screamed. Chapter 15. The open area by the river was ideal for getting a signal through to the satellite. Nick called Elizabeth. "Your timing is perfect," she said when she picked up. "I was about to try and reach you. Satellite shots show there's a boat about a day behind you with a dozen or so armed men on board. It can't be a coincidence. Someone is following you."
"Terrorists?"
"That would be my guess."
"Wonderful. I'm beginning to wish we'd never come here. It's been nothing but trouble. Earlier today we were attacked by river pirates. We drove them off, but there were casualties. None of us were hurt."
"Thank God for that. What casualties?"
"One of Livingston's men, also the captain and the engineer. Livingston got nicked in the arm. Lamont will drive the boat on the return trip."
"What's your next move?" Elizabeth asked.
"We've reached the place where we leave the river. From here we follow a stream inland. We'll bury the captain and the others, then continue on. Once we get deeper into the forest, communication is going to get difficult."
"I won't be able to see you with the satellite, but I'll get your GPS signal whenever you pass through an opening in the canopy. I should have a good idea of your progress and where you are. Be careful, Nick."
"Copy that."
Nick ended the call. "What did she say?" Ronnie asked.
"We're being followed by a boat that's probably full of terrorists. Aside from that, everything is just great."
"How close are they?"
"About a day behind."
"Did I hear you say we're being followed?" Livingston said.
"That's right."
Nick told him what Elizabeth had said.
"What are you going to do about it?" "What am I going to do?"
"Yes, after all, this is what I hired you for."
"You see any terrorists around here?"
"No.
If and when they show up, we'll be ready for them. Until then, there's not much I can do."
"Well, at least we know they might come after us."
"Yeah, there's always a silver lining," Nick said.
They wrapped Javier, the captain, and the engineer in hammocks. Diego and Alonso dug out a grave near the beach. Overhead, monkeys chattered in the trees, watching the intruders.
"Make sure it's deep," Livingston said. "If it's too shallow, something will dig them up."
Lamont and Ronnie stood off to the side. "Hell of a place to end up," Lamont said. "I don't think they care," Ronnie said. He swatted a mosquito. After the common grave had been filled in, they stood around the mound of earth.
"Anyone want to say something?"
Nick said. "Shouldn't we mark the grave?" Selena said.
"With what?"
"Were they Catholic?"
"Javier was," Livingston said. "I know he went to Mass on Sundays."
"Then we should make a cross. The others were probably Catholic as well. There must be something on the boat we could use." "There are some boards in the engine room," Ronnie said. Ronnie went into the engine room and came out with boards for a cross. It didn't take long to nail them together and plant them at the new grave. He took out his knife, scratched in the names, and stepped back.
"Okay," Nick said. "Does anyone have anything to say?"
"Javier was a hard worker," Livingston said. "I'm sorry he's gone. He deserved better from his life."
"Not much of a eulogy for 3 dead men." Nick thought. There was an awkward pause. Nick said, "Anyone else?" No one spoke. "All right, we need to talk about that satellite phone Javier had with him. The only reason he'd have it is because someone gave it to him who wanted to know what we were doing." "Are you saying he was a spy?" Livingston said. "That's exactly what I'm saying. That's ridiculous. Do you have a better explanation for why he had an expensive satellite phone, or why he kept it hidden?" "There could be a reason."
"Yeah, right," Ronnie said. "He probably wanted to keep in touch with his mom."
Livingston looked offended. "He was reporting to someone," Nick said. "It could be the people in the boat following us, probably telling them where we were. Whoever it is, we have to assume they're after the gold. They're hoping we'll lead them to it. We have to step up our security."
"What do you wish to do, Nick?" Valentina said.
"It won't be hard to pick up our trail. We go fully armed. We stand watch when we camp. The good news is that whoever it is doesn't know where we're going, and they don't know we know about them. I don't think they'll do anything until we reach whatever it is the scan shows under the canopy. At that point, all bets are off."
"We could leave a few surprises for them along the way,"
Ronnie said. "We could. We'll talk about that later." "There's still a lot of daylight left," Livingston said. "I want to get started."
15 minutes later, they set off in single file along the edge of the stream. Each carried a pack with everything they'd need. Even keeping it light as possible, the packs weighed in at around 40 pounds. The weapons added more. It wasn't a lot, but in the humidity and heat, it didn't take long to feel the weight. It was hot under the canopy. They walked in perpetual shade, broken only by shafts of light where the sun broke through. The trees reached high above on both sides. The lower canopy was 60 or 70 feet above them. Above that was the upper canopy, formed by trees that were easily 100 feet tall. It reminded Nick of a mission he'd been on long ago in South America, when he'd still been in recon. This was different, but some things never really changed. Like then, he was walking in a loose combat formation. Everyone on his team carried an automatic weapon. Everyone wore floppy hats in camouflage pattern. All that was missing was camo grease paint on their faces. The forest was alive with colorful birds. A troop of howler monkeys chattered angrily overhead and defecated on them. Most of it missed. "Damn it," Lamont said. "Stupid animals." Selina and Valentina walked together. "Sister, I am confused," Valentina said. "About what?" "We are in the rainforest, yes?" "That's right." "So why does Nick and Ronnie say sometimes we are in jungle?" "They're mixing the two of them up. Look around. The rainforest doesn't let in much sunlight, so there's not as much growth down here on the ground. Everything happens up above. You get jungle when the sun can get through. Then everything gets tangled and wild. What both of them have in common is that it's damn hot and humid." Valentina looked down at her feet as something scuttled away. "I do not like this place," she said. "It is full of bugs." "I read once that there are more insects here than anywhere else in the world." "This does not make me feel better," Valentina said. They had been walking along the stream for more than 2 hours when Livingston called a halt. He held up his GPS. "According to this, we've come about the right distance. This is where we leave the stream and head toward the mountains." "Take a break," Nick said. "Look around for marks Gomez might have left. Anything out of the ordinary. Fill up your canteens. Make sure you use the filters. There are parasites and God knows what else in the water. This is malaria country, so don't spare the bug spray. Take your pills. The mosquitoes will get worse as we get deeper into the forest." "Paradise on earth," Lamont said. Ronnie slapped away a mosquito. "You know, people pay good money to come to places like this. Takes all kinds." "It could be worse. At least we don't have to cut our way in." "Just another walk in the park," Lamont said. "Yeah, Jurassic Park." Valentina was filling her canteen, drawing water through a filter. She finished, stood, and looked around. Something caught her eye. "I have found Mark," Valentina called. "Maybe is useful." They came over to where she stood. She pointed out a wedge-shaped gash cut in a tall tree at the stream's edge. The cut was old and deep. It was pointed like an arrow toward the forest. "That's not natural," Livingston said. "I'll be damned," Lamont said. "Guess we're in the right place," Ronnie said. Chapter 16. It was later that afternoon. Nick held up his hand to call for a halt. Walking in the endless shade and intense humidity took its toll, and there was no relief from the heat. For the past hour they'd been climbing a long slope. It had rained on and off, but the rain did nothing to cool things down. The only thing to see in any direction was an endless vista of trees. "We've come far enough for today. It's time to stop." Livingston consulted his GPS. "We made good time. We've come almost 7 miles since we left the stream." "Let's get the camp set up," Nick said. "Where do you want it?" Selina said. "Right here. All the tents in one spot, in a circle. First we clear the area. All these leaves have to go." "Why?" Valentina asked. "Because there could be snakes and poisonous spiders and insects under them. Use something to brush the leaves away. Be careful. Once we get that done, we'll dig a trench around the camp area and a hole to act like a drain. It could rain hard. We don't want snakes and bugs floating in with the rain." Everyone began clearing the area. Once that was done and the ground was clear, they set to work on the drainage trench. Each carried a lightweight collapsible tent in their pack. They set the tents up. Nick and Ronnie dug a fire pit in the center, while Lamont and the others scrounged fuel to burn. Later, after they'd eaten, they sat around the fire. The night closed in, black, impenetrable. "I gotta say, this is doggone civilized," Lamont said. "Tents, campfire, only thing missing is roasting marshmallows. Reminds me of the Boy Scouts." "You got kicked out of the Boy Scouts," Ronnie said. "They didn't like my style, but it was fun while it lasted." "People have been doing this for thousands and thousands of years," Selina said. "Doing what? Camping?" Nick said. "No, sitting around a campfire somewhere." They heard coughing sounds out in the darkness. "What the hell was that?" Ronnie said. "Probably a jaguar," Nick said. "It won't bother us with this fire. But be careful if you have to get up in the middle of the night." He gestured at the blackness outside the circle of firelight. "I think I'll wait until morning," Ronnie said. "Ronnie, Lamont, and I will stand watch," Nick said. "You left us out," Valentina said. "Selina and I also will watch." Nick didn't argue. "All right. 2-hour shifts will take us through the night. Selina, you and Valentina take the first 2 watches. Make sure you keep the fire going. Then wake me. I'll wake Lamont. Ronnie, you cover the last shift. I'll probably be up by then to keep you company." "I can take a shift," Livingston said. The offer surprised Nick. "Thanks, but you hired us for security. We're used to this kind of thing. Don't worry, if something happens, you'll be awake soon enough." Livingston yawned. "I suppose you're right. I think I'm going to turn in. Make sure your mosquito netting is tight. If you take your boots off, remember to check them in the morning. Something unfriendly might have crawled into them while you were sleeping." The coughing sound came again from the darkness beyond the firelight. "Whatever that is, it's big," Ronnie said. "Somehow, I don't think I'm going to be sleeping that much," Livingston said. Chapter 17. The lookout in the bow of Tupac's boat called out, "Boat, up ahead!" Tupac was sitting near the stern with Eduardo, his chief lieutenant. The two of them got up and went forward. "I don't see anyone," Eduardo said. "No, but it's their boat. We'll land. Give the orders." Soon Tupac and his men were on shore, their boat tied up against the Pablo Marquez. A little way back from the beach, they found the mound of fresh earth and the cross. When Tupac read Javier's name, he swore. "Now we know why Tito didn't use his phone." "Do you think they killed him?" Eduardo watched Tupac. His commander was no one to be around when he was angry, and he was angry now. Tito had been in the movement for almost as many years as Tupac. The two men had been close, as only old comrades could be. Perhaps he was killed by one of those men we saw floating in the river. When we catch up to them, I will ask them what happened. Eduardo was glad it wouldn't be him Tupac would question. Get the men off the boat. Get them organized. Have Pablo find their son. Pablo was the most accomplished tracker Eduardo had ever known. He had learned his skills in the high Andes, where it was difficult to follow animals or men over the rocky ground. Tupac was confident the tracks of the foreigners would not escape Pablo's eye, no matter what they might do to cover them. Tupac had brought a dozen trusted men with him. All of them had long experience of surviving in rough conditions. They were men dedicated to the movement and to Tupac himself. Whatever happened in the next days and weeks would never be talked about by any of them. They knew they would be well rewarded if the gold was found. They also knew that if they betrayed their trust, they would never escape Tupac's vengeance. Everyone understood the rules. Tupac wasn't overly concerned about betrayal. He stood looking at the cross, contemplating old campaigns and old comrades lost. Now there was one more. It was the story of his life. In a way, it was the story of all men's lives. No one escaped the grave. Sooner or later, everyone ended up like Titu. It was what you did before that happened that counted. Eduardo approached with Pablo. The men are ready, he said. They're eager to get started. Good. Pablo?
They set off along the stream, Pablo said. It will be easy to follow them.
How long ago?
Not too long, perhaps a day, not more.
You will lead us. I will walk behind you.
As you command, Comandante.
Eduardo walked among the guerrillas, checking their gear, making sure nothing was loose. The movement of so many men was bound to make some noise. That was unavoidable, but there was no need to add to it. The sound of a weapon banging against a knife or canteen carried a long way. Like Tupac, Eduardo had been part of the movement for many years. If there was such a thing as a professional revolutionary, Eduardo was an example. He was also ambitious. The bodies in the river had proved the foreigners were well armed and knew how to use their weapons. River pirates were scum, but they were skillful and deadly scum. The foreigners had killed them all. It meant they were dangerous opponents. The trail they were going to follow led to only one end. Whether they found any gold or not, the foreigners would never leave the jungle alive. There would be a battle, and men died in battles. It would be too bad if Tupac was killed. On the other hand, if he fell, someone would have to take his place. Eduardo was certain it would be him. Chapter 18. The night passed without incident. At first light, Nick woke the others. An hour later, they'd stowed their gear and were ready to begin the day's march. "Lot of animals out there," Ronnie said. "I could see eyes reflecting light from the fire." "I saw them too," Lamont said. "Gave me a real creepy feeling." "I also saw them," Valentina said. "Creepy is good word. I will be glad when we are finished here." "Most of the animals here are harmless, but there are exceptions," Selena said. "Like jaguars?" Lamont said. "That's one of them. Jaguars are beautiful animals, but you don't want to mess with them. The only cat bigger is a tiger. The only enemy it has is the anaconda. Other than us, that is." "Another damn snake," Lamont said. "Why anacondas?" "Anacondas hang out in the rivers, and jaguars like to swim. Once one of those big snakes gets itself wrapped around its prey, it's all over. Doesn't matter how fast you are or how big your teeth are." "What are the other exceptions?" "Tapirs. They're sort of a cross between a rhino and a pig. They're shy, so they're not likely to attack us unless we get between them and their young." "Like bears," Ronnie said. "Yes, they can kill you. Those two are the big animals. But we have to watch out for spiders, snakes, and frogs.
You're kidding. Frogs?
They're called poison dart frogs. If you see a really pretty frog with brilliant color, stay far away. If you touch it, you're dead.
I'm really getting to love this place, Lamont said. Anything else?
Well, there's a giant centipede. It's around a foot long. You don't want to be bitten by that. And there are bullet ants. They are big and easy to see. They won't kill you, but their bite really hurts. There are a lot of poisonous snakes. Vipers like that one in Jeffrey's room, and rattlesnakes. Then there are the spiders. They're all pretty nasty. There's one called the Brazilian Wanderer. If it bites you, you've got about half an hour. There's no antidote. It's part of the tarantula family.
Wanderer?
It likes to roam.
You haven't said much about rivers or streams, Nick said.
Snakes, caiman, piranha fish. I wouldn't recommend taking a quick dip. Should I go on?
No, we get the picture.
The sooner we get where we're going and leave, the better, Selena said.
Can't be too soon for me, Lamont said. Speaking of getting going, let's hit the trail, Nick said. They started off, following Livingston's GPS. They'd gone about 30 feet from the campsite when Ronnie stopped. He pointed at the ground. Take a look at this. A large paw print was visible in the soft soil. Looks like a cat paw, Nick said. A big cat. Jaguar, Livingston said.
Here, kitty, kitty, Lamont said. You are not so funny, Valentina said. Watch the trees, Selena said. Jaguars like to hang out in the branches. If you see one, give it a wide berth.
You think? Lamont said. There are a lot of us, Nick said. I don't think it will attack in daylight. We'll build a bigger fire tonight. An hour later, he was walking next to Livingston. Are there any big markers out here, like the two rocks? According to the map, there's a small lake ahead, Livingston said. We might miss it, though. The GPS isn't working very well. The canopy is interfering with the signal. How long has that been going on?
Since yesterday.
Nick looked at him. So we could be going the wrong way?
No, we're all right. When I get a reading, I check it against my compass. Gomez didn't have a GPS. It just makes things easier when it works. Nick, look, Valentina said. What is thing on tree? Stretched out along the tree was something brown and hairy, with long claws. Its fur was mottled with green growth, an almost perfect camouflage.
Looks like a cousin of Bigfoot, Lamont said. Take a look at those claws.
That's a sloth, Selena said. They're slow, but you don't want to tangle with them. It's got sharp teeth, and it's very strong. They're leaf eaters. The sloth watched them. It looked like it was smiling. They walked on. About noon they came to the lake Livingston had mentioned. There were countless animal tracks in the mud surrounding the water. Ronnie squatted and studied them. Jaguar tracks again. A different cat. These are bigger. Lots of other prints, too.
Figures, Nick said.
Be careful, Ronnie, Selena said. You don't know what's in the water. Something rippled under the surface. Startled, Ronnie jumped back and slipped, falling flat on his back. A huge green snake emerged from the water and lunged at him.
Holy shit!
Lamont yelled. Ronnie scrambled backward, lifted his MP7 and cut loose. He emptied the magazine, gained his feet, and ran back to them. They watched the snake twist in its death throes.
Man, Ronnie said. That thing has got to be 10 or 12 feet long, Lamont said. It's bigger around than my thigh.
It's an anaconda, Selena said. It thought Ronnie was lunch.
Look at those teeth, Ronnie said. I didn't know snakes had teeth. Fangs, sure, but not teeth like that.
Lamont started laughing.
What's so funny? The way you looked when it came out of the water, you landed flat on your ass. Right. Glad you found it amusing.
Valentina looked at the huge snake and just shook her head. The rest of the day passed in an uneventful walk through the heat and humidity. Now that everyone knew the drill, it took less time to set up the camp. Soon the fire was going. No one needed the warmth, but it was the best defense against whatever might be prowling in the forest. They sat around the fire eating their rations. "How high do you think we are?" Selina asked Nick.
"Hard to tell. I'd guess around 9,000 or 10,000 feet. We've been climbing all day. We can't be that far from the ruins, if that map is right."
"We really are making good time," Livingston said. "At this rate, we should reach the end of the map tomorrow. After that, we'll rely on the compass and the GPS." Later, Nick sat with Selina watching the fire. The others had turned in. Valentina was on watch.
"This whole trip is probably a waste of time," he said.
"You don't think there's anything there under the canopy?"
"Oh, there's probably something there. Probably ruins. But I don't think we're going to find the lost treasure of the Incas. If it ever existed, it was probably looted by the Spaniards centuries ago."
"They did find a lot of gold," she said, "but there are clues that a lot more was hidden. Pizarro and his conquistadors were greedy. As soon as they got an idea of how much gold there was never any doubt what they'd do."
"Take it all," Nick said. She nodded.
"I'm worried about that phone Javier had, and that boat that's following us. It's easy enough to know where we are," Selina said. "We haven't made any effort to cover our tracks."
"I'm going to leave a surprise for whoever might be tracking us. Give them food for thought."
"There might not be anybody. That boat could have nothing to do with us."
"In that case, it won't make any difference."
"What if an animal runs into it?"
"That would be too bad, but animals are smart enough to avoid something that doesn't fit or smell right. We'll disarm it when we come back."
Selina stared into the fire. "I miss the kids."
Nick put his arm around her. "Me too."
Out in the dark beyond the fire, something screamed and died in the night.
"The sound of nature," Nick said.
"Sitting around this fire makes me think about what it must have been like a few 100,000 years ago," Selina said. "Most of the time, you'd be trying to survive, finding things to eat."
"Or keeping the animals from eating you."
"At least we don't usually have to worry about jaguars."
"No," Nick said. "The predators we worry about have 2 legs."
Chapter 19. The next morning, Ronnie strung a tripwire across the trail they were leaving, low to the ground in a section of thick growth, nearly invisible. When tripped, it would send a serious message to whoever triggered it. Nick had no qualms about that. Anyone following them meant no good. They set off. After an hour, the land began to rise in a long slope. After another hour, they came to an escarpment 70 or 80 feet high, stretching away in either direction. They were looking at an impenetrable wall of rock. "Now what?" Ronnie asked. "Do we have to scale that?"
"There has to be a way through," Livingston said. "Gomez made it."
"Maybe your GPS is off."
"No, we're going the right way. The problem is we don't know the exact path he took."
Valentina pointed off to the right. "There is break over there." Lamont looked where she was pointing. "I see it." Some distance away, a dark gap stood out against the gray rock wall.
"Okay," Nick said. "We'll check it out."
The gap turned out to be one of the key markers on the map. "Here be spiders." A narrow, dark defile climbed up through the rock wall. Grayish webs stretched from side to side. Nick shone his flashlight into the incline. The floor of the passage seemed to move. He looked closer. It was covered with large spiders. "Oh, shit," Ronnie said. "Now we know why it was on the map," Lamont said.
"Can we go around this?" Nick asked.
Livingston shook his head. "The only way to get where we're going is through there. It would take weeks to get around this. It's the only option." "This sucks," Lamont said. "I'd give a lot for a flamethrower about now," Ronnie said. "I do not like spiders," Valentina said, "especially big spiders."
"What are they, Selina?" Nick asked.
Selina stared at the spiders, frozen.
Nick looked at her. "Selina?"
She took a breath. I don't know. Tarantulas don't make webs, but those look like tarantulas. It could be an unknown species. This must be a breeding ground. I can't go in there.
She took several steps back. Gomez got through them, Nick said. We will too. We'll burn them out.
They're probably poisonous, Selina said.
Not after we kill them, Lamont said.
We need fire, Ronnie said.
Selina was trembling. Valentina stood with her arm around her sister while the others hunted for things to burn. They improvised a pile of torches from fallen branches and leaves.
I think we've got enough, Ronnie said.
I can't do this, Selina said again. Nick's voice was soft. I hate it too, but we don't have a choice. This isn't like before, when we were in that mine in California. We can see the way through. I know it's like a bad movie, but they're just spiders, he said. We'll light up a bundle and toss it in first. That will take down some of the webs and get them moving away from us.
Then what?
Everyone takes 2 torches. As soon as I light the first one, you do the same. When your torch looks like it's going to burn out, fire up the next one. We'll burn the webs and the spiders and get through as quickly as we can.
Who's going first?
Valentina said. Ronnie and I will go first, Nick said. Then Jeffrey, Diego, Alonso. Then Selina and Valentina. Lamont, you bring up our 6.
Copy that.
Everybody make sure your pants are bloused tight to your boots. Button up. Tarantulas can jump, so watch out.
Man, you are a bundle of joy,
Lamont said. Just keep the fires going and we'll be fine.
That's what they said on the Titanic right before she went down.
Nick, Selina said, it's going to be all right. You can do this. They got ready. Showtime, Nick said. Move through as quickly as you can. Don't stop.
Nick and Ronnie walked toward the passage until they were a few feet away. The others lined up behind them. 3 large spiders hung in a web stretched across the entrance. They sensed a threat and began rubbing their legs together. It made a menacing, horrible hiss. The noise sent chills up and down Nick's spine.
I don't think they like us, Ronnie said.
Nick lit 3 torches. They gave off brown, oily smoke.
They're going to like us a lot less in a few seconds.
He tossed 2 of the burning torches into the passage, then thrust the 3rd at the web hanging in the entrance. The web curled away. One of the spiders exploded. Spatters of sticky yellow fluid landed on his shirt. He choked down an urge to vomit and moved forward into the spider den. It was a journey through hell. Spiders jumped at him. He brushed them away with frantic motions of the torch. The walls crawled with the creatures. He heard crackling and hissing as the others followed him, sweeping spiders away with their torches. Spiders crunched under his feet. Thick strands of gray web stuck to his clothes. He kept his mind focused on getting to the other end of the defile, where sunlight promised an end to the nightmare. His torch sputtered. He lit a second, dropped the first, and kept moving forward. A spider landed on his left arm. He felt sharp pain as it bit him. He knocked it away and kept moving. The flame on his torch was guttering out as he burned through one last web and stumbled into the open. His arm felt like it was on fire. Nick dropped the spent torch and shrugged off his pack, then stripped off his shirt. The bite was swelling. An angry red patch marked where he'd been bitten. The others hurried out of the defile. Ronnie came over.
That looks nasty. Anyone else get bitten?
Nick asked.
I don't think so.
Ronnie took off his pack. He reached in and took out a medical kit.
Does it hurt? It burns like hell and it itches like crazy, Nick said.
Don't scratch it. That sucker gets infected, you got a problem. Ronnie broke out an antiseptic wipe and handed it to Nick. Sit down on that boulder there and clean it off while I dig out an antibiotic. Nick took the wipe and winced as he washed the bite.
I wouldn't mind a shot of something strong about now.
Can't help you there. Pop these with some water. Antibiotics and Vicodin. Ronnie handed 2 capsules and the pain pill to Nick. Ronnie handed him the rest of the antibiotic pack.
Every 8 hours, he said. Aye, aye, Doc.
Selina came over and knelt down. She placed her hand on his good arm. Are you all right?
I'm fine. Ronnie has me doctored up. How about you?
Now that we're through, I'm all right.
I'd rather have people shooting at me than do that again.
I don't think the spiders are poisonous, or you'd know by now. But we'll have to watch out that doesn't become infected.
I took some antibiotics. It should be okay.
That was horrible. I don't think I can do that again, she said.
When we come back, we'll find a way to burn them out before we go through.
Maybe there's another way back.
If there is, we'll use it.
Livingston came over. He looked at the angry welt on Nick's arm, then reached into a fanny pack he wore on his belt. He took out a flask and offered it to Nick.
Have some of this. I think you could use it. You're a lifesaver.
He took a large swallow. The burn going down felt wonderful.
Cognac, Livingston said. Strictly medicinal, of course.
Nick handed the flask back.
Thanks.
I thought Afghanistan was bad, Lamont said. Hell, I'll take that any day over what we just did. The cognac and Vicodin began to kick in. The fire in his arm dulled to a low burn. Nick put his shirt back on and shouldered his pack, careful to avoid the bite. He stood.
Break's over, he said.
Chapter 20. The next day, Nick's arm was painful and sore. A wide area around the bite was red and swollen. It hurt, but he could still use the arm. It wasn't as bad as getting shot. After they'd come through the spider den, progress got harder. The relatively clear rainforest floor had been replaced by thick jungle growth. They hacked a way through with machetes, slow and tedious going. It was hot, dirty work. Mosquitoes swarmed in a constant cloud around them. Repellent couldn't keep them away. Everyone was taking pills to ward off malaria. That was the bad news. The good news was that the change in the vegetation showed that the area had been cleared sometime in the past. It meant they were getting close to something. Livingston looked down at his GPS.
According to this, we're almost there, Livingston said.
Closer than you think, Ronnie said. He pointed ahead. 2 rectangular pillars of weathered stone rose out of the tangled growth blocking their way. Large stones covered by green moss and lichens lay to either side of the pillars. Those stones don't look natural, Lamont said. As they got closer, they could see that the stones had once been a wall. The 2 pillars formed a gate or entrance to whatever lay beyond. An image was carved in relief on each pillar, halfway up. The rains of centuries had eroded the surface of the stones, but the images could still be made out. Diego and Alonso crossed themselves and took a step backward. Francisco stared at the image, crossed himself, and began muttering. Supe! Supe!
What's he saying? Nick asked. It doesn't sound like Spanish.
He's praying in Quechua, Selina said. It's the original language of the Incas. A lot of people in Peru still speak it, especially on this side of the Andes.
He looks upset.
It's the carvings on the pillars.
What about it?
They're images of an Inca god named Supe.
Mean-looking bastard,
Lamont said.
What's so special about Supe? Nick asked.
He was the god of death and the underworld. He ruled over a race of demons. Francisco turned to her and began talking rapidly. Selina held up her hands and gestured for him to slow down. She listened to what he was saying. Diego and Alonso were nodding their heads.
Well, Nick said.
He says this place is cursed. He says we will all die if we go any further.
A curse?
He says Supe will unleash his demons upon us if we go through the gate. Lamont patted his MP7. If any demons show up, I've got something for them. He took his machete and slashed at the growth between the 2 pillars, then stepped through to the other side of the crumbling wall. See? No demons. Francisco's eyes widened. Then he turned and ran. Livingston called after him.
"Francisco, where are you going? Get back here." They watched him disappear into the jungle.
"That was weird," Ronnie said. "Man, that dude is really freaked out," Lamont said.
"He's Catholic," Nick said. "Did you see him cross himself? Why would he be afraid of an old Inca myth?" "Most native Peruvians are Catholic," Livingston said, "but a lot of people from the Campo still have older beliefs."
"Like voodoo or Santeria," Selena said.
Livingston nodded. "Francisco comes from a small village near Machu Picchu. Once he calms down, he'll be back. Where else is he going to go?" "We must be in the right place," Nick said. "Think about it. You're the Inca emperor. The Spaniards are killing your people and stealing your gold. They've got weapons you've never seen, and you can't stop them. So you decide to hide all your gold where they won't find it. You believe in demons. You want everyone to stay away. I see where you're going with that," Livingston said. "If you carve Supe on the gate, it scares people off." "It would have worked for the Incas. Look what happened with Francisco. But it wouldn't have kept the Spaniards away."
"Maybe it did," Selena said. "They never found this place." "This Supe, he's like devil?" Valentina said. "More or less. He ruled the underworld." "Then this city is like hell?" "I suppose you could say that." "You always bring us to interesting places, Nick," she said.
Nick laughed. Lamont looked at the face on the stone.
"That dude has some nasty-looking teeth. I wouldn't want to meet up with him in a dark alley."
"We still have most of the afternoon," Nick said. "We should move on."
"What about Francisco?" Selena said.
"What about him?" Nick said.
"Should we go after him?"
"He can follow our trail. It's easy enough to find us."
Livingston stood next to one of the stones on the ground. It came up to his waist.
"This wall was probably the outer boundary of the city," Livingston said. "There will be a temple. If there's gold here, that's where it will be. It shouldn't be too hard to find, even in all this."
He waved his hand in a broad gesture. They were completely surrounded by plants and ancient trees, 1,000 shades of green and brown, and shifting patterns of light and dark. The air clung to their skin like an unwelcome lover, moist and hot. Wisps of vapor rose from the ground, lit by shafts of sunlight streaming through holes in the canopy. Thick vines ran across the ground and twisted around the trunks of the trees. Underfoot, the earth was dark and soft, choked and wild with plant life. Giant ferns, strange flowers, and unfamiliar plants grew in clusters all around them. A flight of brilliantly colored parrots erupted overhead and flew out of sight. Something scuttled over the toe of Nick's boot. He kicked it away.
"Let's hit it," he said.
They stepped through Supe's gate and into the lost city.
Psst. If you want more free audiobooks, please click subscribe.
Chapter 21. Tupac and his men marched in a column through the forest. Pablo was at the head of the column, following the trail left by Livingston's group. He held up his hand and pointed to an area of beaten earth where their quarry had camped not long before.
"They camped here," he said, "less than a day ago. We're gaining on them."
A shower of monkey shit rained down on them. One of the men raised his AK and aimed at the chattering troop cavorting overhead. "Don't shoot," Tupac said. "The sun will carry. We don't want them to know we're here." The man cursed and lowered his weapon. Pablo studied the ground around the campsite.
"They went that way,"
Pablo said, pointing. They set off after him. From time to time they broke into patches of sunlight where the growth was thick and difficult. In those places, it didn't take any special skill to see where a path had been cut through the foliage. With no need for intense focus, Pablo relaxed. He didn't see the wires stretched across the trail. When the fragmentation grenades Ronnie had left behind detonated, they ripped Pablo into shreds. The man behind him took a blast of fragments in his face and went down. The green leaves of the jungle were suddenly bright red with blood. Bits of flesh and bone sprayed over Tupac and his men. All that was left of Pablo was a bloody shape lying on the ground. The man who had been walking behind was dead, his face a bloody mask of torn flesh and white bone. "Madre de Dios," one of the men said, his face pale. Tupac let loose with a stream of curses. After a while he calmed down, but his face was red, ugly with anger. "Those bastards," he said. "When we catch them, I will make them pay." Eduardo came up to him. He was Tupac's second-in-command and longtime comrade. "They must know we are following them," he said. "Yes, but how?" Eduardo shrugged. "Who knows? This is my fault," Tupac said. "I should have made sure he paid closer attention." "Pablo got careless. He forgot that those people are dangerous. There wasn't any reason to think they knew about us." "Even so." "What's done is done," Eduardo said. "When we catch them, we will take our revenge." "Carlos," Tupac called, "pick 3 others and dig a hole for our comrades." An hour later they were moving again. Before the grenades had gone off, the mood among the men had been easygoing. That was gone now. Now there was no joking or laughing, only the serious work of catching up to the people who had murdered their comrades. Now there was only a desire for payback. As they followed the trail, Tupac vowed to himself that when he caught up with them, their deaths would be painful and slow. Chapter 22. They hadn't gone very far past the gate when Nick held up his hand to signal a halt. Livingston came up behind him.
"Why are we stopping?" "Because of that."
A dozen tall posts, topped with skulls, blocked the way.
"Somebody posted a no trespassing sign,"
Nick said. "Not very friendly," Lamont said. "You get the feeling we're being watched?" Ronnie asked.
"Yeah, since before we walked through that gate. You?"
"Yep." Livingston looked as though he'd eaten something that didn't agree with him. He cleared his throat. "There are indigenous tribes in this area," he said. "Some of them are hostile to outsiders." "Now you tell us," Ronnie said. "I didn't mention it before." Lamont gestured at the skulls. "Looks pretty hostile to me." Nick reached up to scratch his ear. If someone was watching, it was impossible to see them in the thick growth.
"Weapons free," he said.
Safeties came off with a series of clicks. Livingston carried a pistol. Alonzo and Diego still had the pistols Nick had given them when the pirates attacked. After seeing how they'd handled themselves, he'd let them keep the weapons. Now he was glad he'd made that decision.
"Listen up," Nick said. "It feels like someone's out there watching us. We have to assume they're hostile. Where we are now, we're vulnerable. This isn't a good place for a fight. The ruins must be nearby. Our best bet is to find them. They ought to give us some defensive cover if things go south."
"How do you want to do it, Nick?" Ronnie said.
"You and I will take point and cut trail. We continue in column, 10-foot intervals. Jeffrey, you, Alonzo, and Diego get in the middle. Selena, Valentina, you bracket them. Lamont, you take our 6. Everyone keeps their eyes peeled."
"Do you really think this is necessary?" Livingston asked.
"Those skulls could have been put there years ago. Or last week," Nick said.
"I would rather be up front."
"You hired us to protect you," Nick said. "That's what I'm doing. Take your place in the middle of the column."
Livingston was about to protest, then he saw the look in Nick's eyes.
"Trust me," Nick said. "We'll discuss everything later. For now, please do what I say."
Livingston sniffed. "Very well."
"Anyone who lives here knows how to stay hidden," Nick said. "Don't stare at the jungle trying to find them. Let your eyes move freely. Our minds are good at noticing something that doesn't belong. Trust your instincts. If you see something, call it out. It doesn't matter if you're wrong. If somebody's out there, don't worry about alerting them. They already know we're here and where we are."
"Damn," Lamont said. "I thought I was done with Indian country." "Ronnie is Indian," Valentina said. "What is this you mean?" "He means we're in hostile territory," Ronnie said. "My ancestors were pretty good at making enemies discover they were in the wrong place at the wrong time." "Like your Western movies?" You know about the Battle of the Little Bighorn, General Custer? Yes. Like that, Ronnie said. Indian country.
I wish you hadn't brought that up, Lamont said. Okay, Nick said. Form up.
They headed out. Nick tried to pick the easiest path through the thick growth. Monkeys chattered overhead, annoyed at the intrusion. It wasn't long before they began to see more signs that there had once been buildings here. Nick cut away a hanging vine and stepped out into sunlight. His boot came down on a hard surface. He looked down and saw he was standing on a wide, smooth stone at the edge of what had once been a broad square. Up ahead, a large, dark shape loomed among the trees. Until that moment, it had been invisible. Stunned by the sight, Nick held up his hand to signal a stop. "What's up?" Ronnie said.
"Take a look," Nick said.
Ahead was a large, stepped pyramid, hidden from the air by the canopy. The stones were dark with age and mold, stained with centuries of rain and neglect. Plants and trees had taken root on the terraces. Thick, woody vines crawled over the structure. A wide flight of steps rose from the square, straight up the front of the pyramid. At the top was a tall, rectangular structure, flanked by 2 square pillars. A black opening yawned between them. In places where the jungle had not covered or stained the stones, the pyramid gleamed like dull gold.
"Man, that's something," Lamont said.
Selena shivered. "It looks a lot like that one in Mexico," she said. Years ago, she had nearly died on the steps of a pyramid like this. Livingston came up beside them.
"Oh my," he said, "it's complete. Do you realize what an astounding find this is? Until now, the best example that's been found of an Inca temple is the Temple of the Sun at Machu Picchu. This puts that to shame."
"Must have been something when it was new," Ronnie said. Livingston was ecstatic.
"Look at the size of those stones and the way they're fitted. They did all this without mortar. The Incas didn't use it."
"I have bad feeling about this place," Valentina said.
"Me too," Nick said. "We'll move to the base and set up camp."
Eyes watched from the jungle as they moved across the broken plaza toward the pyramid. Chapter 23. Yapa was a very old man. No one, including Yapa, knew exactly how old he was. He had been the medicine man to the people for as long as anyone could remember. Some said he had watched the builders lay the stones for the foundation of the temple. Whether that was true or not, the people did nothing of importance without consulting him. When word of the strangers came, Yapa had summoned the elders. Even if he had not done so, they would have sought him out. The arrival of the strangers required serious thought. It had been a long time since someone had come from the outside. It was necessary to consult the signs, to discover why they were here. Why now? Everyone knew that nothing in the universe occurred by accident. Everything was in the hands of the gods. The people had long ago been placed under the protection of Inti and Supe. Inti ruled the day, his great presence in the sky giving life to all things. Supe ruled the darkness and the world of the dead. He had to be propitiated to survive the dangers that were always present. Inti's temple had to be protected from defilement at any cost, or Supe's demons would turn upon them. No one knew why the people had been chosen as the protectors. They only knew it was so. Hundreds of years of oral tradition passed down from father to son proved the truth of it. The stories told of times in the past when strangers had come from the outside. Those people had never returned to wherever it was they had come from. It was as Supe wished. Probably that was what was required now. But it was still necessary to consult the omens. 3 elders sat together outside Yapa's hut, gossiping, waiting for him to emerge. They were small, dark men. Each man wore only a loincloth. Tattoos of faded blue marked their faces and their chests. In their youth they had been lean and muscular. They were still lean, but youth had been replaced with small potbellies and sagging flesh. The village where the people lived was less than a day's walk from the temple, hidden under the jungle canopy. Yappa's hut was constructed from branches, the roof thatched with fronds. The only difference from the other huts in the village was that his was set apart, as befitted his unique status in the tribe.
"He's been in there a long time," one of the elders said.
His name was Waman Payappa. Everyone called him Machi because his long arms were like a monkey's.
"He's speaking with the gods,"
another said. His name was Maita.
"Or is sleeping," the third said.
The men laughed.
"What will he say about that person?"
Machi said. They were talking about one of the strangers. He had been captured and taken to the village. He was lying in one of the old huts, bound and gagged.
"That person will wish he had not come here,"
Maita said. Machi picked at something in his teeth with his fingernail.
"They will all wish they had not come here."
The men grunted agreement. Maita poked at Machi. He nodded at the shaman's hut.
"He's coming."
The three elders rose. The face of the man who emerged from the hut looked as though it had been carved from old wood, a chiseled map of lines and faded tattoos. He was draped in the skin of a jaguar. The head rested on his skull. The sharp teeth protruded over his brow. The eyes of the beast had been replaced with smooth black stones that glittered in sunlight. The effect was chilling, as if man and predator were one. In spite of himself, Machi shivered. When Yappa put on the jaguar cloak, he became wise in the way of the jungle, powerful and dangerous. Yappa carried a staff of dark wood, worn smooth by the hands of the shamans who had come before him. Around his throat was a necklace made of jade, turquoise, and jaguar teeth. He smelled of the herbs he burned inside his hut when he was consulting the gods.
"Jaguar has spoken to me,"
he said.
"He has told me what we must do."
Chapter 24. By the time the camp was set up, it was too late to explore the pyramid. Since the warning of the skulls, everyone was on edge. Nick couldn't shake the feeling they were being watched, but he'd seen no one. The tents were pitched in a half circle at the base of the pyramid. Everyone sat around the fire, faces lit with flickering light. Conversation was sporadic. No one felt much like talking. The night waited outside the circle of firelight, a menacing black presence. Francisco had not returned. Alonso and Diego had gone to their tents. Nick was certain Francisco wasn't coming back, but he kept his thoughts to himself. This was a bad place to be on your own, especially if you'd been brought up according to the rules of civilization. The jungle didn't give a damn about any of that. It had its own rules, none of which had anything to do with civilization.
"Tomorrow's a big day,"
Livingston said. "Do you really think we're going to find the treasure of the Incas in there?" Selena said.
"The truth? I don't know. What I do know is that Gomez thought it was here.
Nobody has been here since he found it. If this is where the Incas hid their wealth, it will still be here."
"You mean nobody has been here that we know of?" Nick said.
"We're not the first to try and find this place. Most of the others who tried never came back. There's a reason for that."
"You're thinking of the skulls."
"Damn right I am. They probably belong to others who came looking. I'm certain we're being watched. Whoever put up those skulls doesn't want anybody poking around. We'll check out the pyramid tomorrow. After that, we're leaving."
"You want to leave after only a day?"
Livingston was indignant.
"We can't do that."
"It will take much more than a day to explore. If there's anything inside, we have to inventory it."
"We'll take pictures," Nick said. "If anything's in there, it's been there for hundreds of years. It's not going anywhere. You can come back with equipment and back up later."
"A day is not enough time."
"It will have to be. I don't think you understand our situation."
Livingston stood.
"I understand perfectly," he said.
"You're yellow. You're letting a few old skulls scare you. You should be ashamed of yourself, Carter."
"Uh-oh,"
Ronnie said under his breath. Nick looked up at him, his eyes hard. Livingston took an involuntary step back.
"I'm going to let that pass, only because you don't know what you're talking about.
Let me lay it out for you.
Someone is watching us right now, the same people who set up those skulls. They are not our friends. This is their territory, and they don't want us here." "You don't know that." "Yeah, he does," Lamont said. "You too?" "All of us know it," Ronnie said, "except you, I guess." "So there are hostile natives here. So what? I hired you to deal with things like that. That's what those guns you carry are for." Nick sighed. "There are only 8 of us, now that Francisco's gone. We have no idea how many of them there are, but I guarantee you it's more than 8. We can't see them. There's nothing to stop them from picking us off whenever they feel like it. If we get in a fight with them, somebody's going to get hurt. We can defend ourselves, but that doesn't mean we'll walk away afterward. The point of this expedition was to find this place. We've done that. Now we need to know if there's anything here that could be useful to the people who want to turn this country into a communist hell. Tomorrow will be plenty of time to do that. After that, we're leaving." "That your final word?" "Yep." "You'll regret this, Carter." "Could be." Livingston stalked off to his tent. "What a drama queen," Lamont said. "He'll get over it," Nick said.
"I am glad we leave soon," Valentina said. "I think if we stay too long, some of us will not leave."
"You shouldn't say things like that," Lamont said.
"You do not have these feelings?"
"It doesn't matter if I do, Val. It's just better not to talk about them. At least, not here." "He's right," Ronnie said. "Words have power to make things happen."
"I did not know you were superstitious," Valentina said.
"Superstition has nothing to do with it," Ronnie said. Something whispered through the air over their heads and landed inside the circle of tents. It bounced and rolled to a stop. They jumped up, weapons pointed out toward the deep night.
"What was that?"
Selina said. Nick walked over to the object and looked down at the ground. "Shit," he said. The others came over. A severed head stared up at them. The eyes stared up at him. There was a terrified look on the face, as if the last thing seen was too awful to contemplate. "Now we know what happened to Francisco," Ronnie said.
"Why do these things?"
Valentina said. "They're trying to psych us out," Nick said. "Get us nervous." "Works for me," Lamont said. Livingston came out of his tent. "What's all the noise about?" Nick showed him Francisco's head. "Still want to stick around a few more days?" he said. Livingston turned white. Then he bent over and vomited. Ronnie wrapped the head in a cloth and put it outside the circle of tents. "Who wants the first watch?" Nick asked. Everyone raised their hand. Chapter 25. In the morning, the head was gone. There were jaguar tracks in the dirt where it had been. Nick stood with a cup of coffee, studying the pyramid, his MP7 slung in front of him. He wasn't looking forward to what the day might bring. Selina walked over and stood next to him.
"You were a little rough on Livingston last night,"
Selina said. "I don't think so. He doesn't seem to understand what we're dealing with here. Maybe what happened to Francisco will convince him." Diego and Alonso were huddled off to the side, whispering to each other. Then Diego came forward.
"Senor Carter, Alonso and I think we should leave this place."
"Don't worry, Diego, we will."
"We think we should leave today. Now."
Livingston was nearby. He heard them talking and came over. "Diego, Francisco was your friend," he said. "We have to know if the gold is here. It's the only thing that will give meaning to his death. If we leave now, it will have all been for nothing."
"We should leave,"
Diego said again.
"I have a suggestion," Selina said. "It's early. How complicated can it be? We pack up, make a quick pass at the pyramid, take pictures, and leave. We could be on our way by noon and miles away from here by the time we have to make camp."
"That could work," Nick said. "All we need to do is be sure about the gold. It's here or it isn't. Either way, we'll know." Livingston looked unhappy. "I don't like it, but all right." "Good, that settles it," Nick said. "First, we get everything squared away. After that, we'll take a look at the pyramid. Everyone stay alert. Weapons with you at all times. Locked and loaded."
"This is a mistake, senor,"
Diego said. "I'm sorry, Diego, but we have to do this. By tonight we'll be far away from here." Diego walked away to get his gear, shaking his head. It didn't take long to strike camp. It was still early when they began cutting through the growth at the bottom of the steps. Vines inches thick snaked and twisted underfoot, climbing over the pyramid. Slowly they cleared a path up the steps. By the time they reached the top, it was still early, but they were hot and soaked with sweat. The pyramid was capped by a rectangular structure, like a large room set on top. A dark doorway led into the interior. Over the doorway was an image of the demon god Supe. A raised flat stone was set in front of the opening. Covered with vines and leaves, it had been hard to see from below. Nick looked out on the overgrown city, reduced to irregular shapes hidden by plant life. It was more than 100 feet to the plaza below. Ronnie put his hand on the flat stone. "This looks like an altar," he said. "That's what it was," Selena said. "The priest would sacrifice to the gods on that stone." "Human sacrifice?" "Sometimes. Mostly they sacrificed animals. But when things went wrong, something more was required." "What kind of things?" Valentina asked. "Mostly natural disasters, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, floods, or the crops would fail. When those things happened, the Incas thought the gods were angry. Then there would be human sacrifices to appease them. Sometimes they sacrificed children." "That is terrible thing," Valentina said. "They weren't as bloodthirsty as some of the other cultures in Central and South America," Selena said. "They drugged their victims so they would feel no pain." "A kinder, gentler sacrifice. I'll bet the people getting laid out on that altar really appreciated that," Lamont said. "It's unusual to see an image of Supe like this," Selena said. "All the Inca temples I know about are dedicated to Inti, the sun god." "Like the one in Machu Picchu," Livingston said. "Yes. This doesn't make sense." "Perhaps they thought Supe was needed to guard something." "Like the gold?" "Exactly." "Let's get this over with," Nick said. "We'll go in, take a look, and go home." "Sounds good to me," Ronnie said. "Someone needs to stand guard here while we go inside."
"I will do it," Alonso said.
"Okay. If you see something you don't like, fire a shot. We'll come running."
"Sí, señor."
"Lights," Nick said. Each took a large flashlight from their pack. "Be careful," Livingston said. "There could be anything living in there. Watch out for scorpions." "You're kidding," Lamont said. "First spiders, now scorpions?" "They're big and black," Livingston said. "I'm surprised we haven't seen them before now. The sting is usually fatal. We don't have anything to counteract it." "Feel free to lead the way," Nick said. They entered the pyramid. Once they were inside, Alonso walked down the steps and kept walking until he stood under an opening in the canopy. He reached into his pack and took out a satellite phone. He turned it on and pressed a speed dial number. There was a short delay as the signal relayed to a satellite and back down to Earth. In Cusco, Colonel Alvarez picked up his phone.
"About time you called. I'm sorry, sir. It's the first chance I've had. Someone has always been nearby, or the canopy kept me from getting a signal." "Well?" "We found the city. There's a pyramid here. If the gold is here, it's inside. The others have gone in to look for it." "Why aren't you with them?" "I'm standing guard. There are hostile natives in the area." "Go on." "There were warning signs. The city is supposed to be cursed. One of Livingston's men became frightened and ran off into the jungle. The natives captured him. They cut off his head and threw it into our camp." "Only a fool would run off like that." "It doesn't matter to him now." "What is their plan?" "If they find the gold, they will take pictures. Then the American leader wants to leave right away. He's worried." "He ought to be," Alvarez said. "What is the terrain like? Can you clear a landing area today?" "There is a flat area in front of the pyramid," Diego said. "A plaza of stone. There are trees growing out of it, but I can clear a space for you to land." "Excellent. I have your location. Do it now while they're inside the pyramid." "Colonel?" Alvarez heard the hesitation in Alonso's voice. "You're worried about the natives. You had better worry more about me, Sergeant. I'll be in the air 20 minutes after we finish this call. Word of this discovery cannot get back to Lima. I have decided to eliminate these people. Then the pyramid can be explored at leisure. Get your ass moving and clear me a landing zone." "Yes, sir," Alonso said. "Get going." Alvarez ended the call. Chapter 26. The pyramid chamber was big, the ceiling high overhead. Streaks of black and green mold covered the walls, damaged by centuries of rain. Dim light leaked through a square opening in the roof. Before the canopy covered the pyramid, the opening would have let in the sun. A stone altar marked with dark stains dominated the center of the room. A stone carved with an image of Supe protruded from the wall opposite the entrance. There was no gold in the room. "That's it?" Livingston said. "An altar? Nothing more?" Lamont walked over to the altar and ran his fingers over the stone. "These stains could be blood," he said. "They don't look like the stuff on the walls." A large black scorpion scuttled away from the altar toward a corner. "Watch out, Ronnie," Selina said. "I saw it," he said. "There will be others," Livingston said. "Man, you're a real bundle of joy," Lamont said. "We used to race them in Iraq," Ronnie said. "Remember?" "Yeah, those yellow ones, but that black one looked nasty." "Guess this has been a wild goose chase," Ronnie said. "Wild goose? There are no wild gooses here," Valentina said. Ronnie laughed. "It's geese, not gooses. It's a saying. It means we've been chasing our tails." "You make no sense," Valentina said. "First gooses, now chasing tails. I will never understand your English nonsense." "Don't pay attention to these jerks, Val. They'd never figure out Russian idioms," Selina said. "What he meant was that we've been looking for something that doesn't exist." "Hey," Ronnie said, "who are you calling a jerk?" "If the shoe fits," Selina said. "Why would Gomez go to all the trouble to make a map if there was nothing here?" Nick said. "I don't think he would," Selina said. "We're missing something." "I know that look. What are you thinking about?" "There could be a hidden entrance. If there is, it's probably in this room. Remember the last time in Egypt? The tomb? There could be something like that here." "It's worth a try." "What are you talking about?" Livingston said. "If there's a way into the pyramid, it could be under this altar. We should try and move it." "You must be joking. That stone weighs tons." "Nobody's talking about picking it up," Nick said. "If it's hiding something, it should move if we put the right kind of pressure on it." "This is foolish. If there's another entrance, it will be on the outside, under all those vines." Nick ignored him. "Ronnie, Lamont, grab the end of this stone with me. Diego, you too." They got in position on one of the corners. "We'll try to turn it. On 3. Ready?" He counted down. On 3, they all pushed, straining against the stone. Nothing happened. "Try pushing the other way." The result was the same. "Now let's try straight ahead," Nick said. They pushed with all their strength. Livingston snorted. "You're wasting your time, Carter." "How about you keep your trap shut?" Lamont said. "How dare you?" "Take it easy, Shadow," Nick said. In the days when radio was king, Lamont Cranston was the name of the man who became the Shadow, a mysterious crime fighter with the power to cloud men's minds. Lamont's nickname was a natural. Selina watched them struggle to move the altar, thinking. She looked around the room. Her eye fell upon the stone carving of Supe on the wall. "I guess I was wrong," Nick said. Selina walked to the wall with the carving, reached up, and pushed on it. Nothing happened. "I've got a hunch. Lamont, give me a hand with this. Help me push on it." "Señora, please be careful," Diego said. "Supe is treacherous." Selina and Lamont pushed together. The stone with the face sank into the wall. Diego crossed himself. With a harsh sound of stone moving against stone, the altar turned in a half circle, exposing a dark opening. A faint, unpleasant odor drifted up from below. Nick pointed his light at the opening. A flight of steps dropped away into darkness. "Well, well," Lamont said. "The Egyptians put traps in their pyramids," Selina said. "The Incas might have done the same. We need to be careful." She turned to Livingston, her expression innocent. "Sir Geoffrey, you should go first." "Are you trying to be funny, Dr. Connor?" "Not at all. This is your expedition. If the gold is down there, you should be the first one to discover it, don't you think?
Well, if you put it like that.
There's probably nothing to worry about.
I'm not sure that's encouraging, Livingston said. However, you're right. I will go first.
Nick gave Selina an odd look. She raised her eyebrows at him.
Okay, he said. Sir Geoffrey first, then me, then everyone else. Ronnie, take our 6.
Copy that. The steps were steep and narrow, cut from the wall of the pyramid, the outer edge bounded by empty space. They were barely wide enough to walk single file. The opening with the steps looked like the last place you'd want to go.
This reminds me of a lot of movies I've seen, Lamont said.
What movies? Ronnie asked.
The ones where the audience knows the actor shouldn't go down there.
They started down. Chapter 27. The pyramid was built around a square central shaft. The stairs followed all 4 sides of the shaft as they descended. There were more black scorpions, but they were frightened by the lights and scuttled away. Their pincers made an unpleasant clicking sound as they fled. The air inside the pyramid was still and hot, tainted with the odor of something that had died long ago.
I do not like this place, Valentina said.
She'd been saying that a lot since they'd entered the jungle.
That would make a good epitaph, Lamont said.
Ronnie laughed. We must be near the bottom, Nick said.
I can see the floor, Livingston called. We're almost there.
A few minutes later, the steps ended in a square room. The room was empty. Scorpions scuttled about on the floor.
Watch your step, Nick said. Where's the gold? There has to be more than this, Livingston said.
They moved the flashlight beams around the walls. Something flashed.
What was that? Livingston said.
He moved his light back. The beam shone off a large disk of gold set in a niche in one of the walls.
Oh my, it's a symbol of the sun god, Inti,
Selina said. Each wall had a similar niche. Each one held a different statue or image. 2 were made of gold, 2 of silver, set with precious stones.
This is really something, Selina said. These are Inca gods. There's Supe.
We should not be here, Diego said.
Too late now, Lamont said.
The statue of Supe was made of solid gold about 2 feet high. The eyes were made of polished blue stone. His malevolent face stared out at them.
Ugly, isn't he? Lamont said.
What are other 2, sister? Valentina asked.
Selina pointed her flashlight at a large disk of polished silver, carved with a face and capped with a golden crown. The eyes were emeralds. The ears hung with golden earrings.
That must be Inti's wife, the moon goddess.
Her name is Mama Kilya. She was the goddess of fertility. She's supposed to have cheated on Inti with a fox.
Just like a woman, Lamont said.
You should be careful what you say, Valentina said.
Hey, just joking.
You are not funny.
Selina moved the beam of light to the other figure. It was made of solid silver, a man wearing a round hat and playing a panpipe.
That's Iyapu. He's the god of rain and thunder. This is an amazing find. These statues are worth a fortune.
This can't be all there is, Livingston said, his voice heavy with disappointment.
We're at the bottom of the pyramid, Nick said. The base is a lot bigger than where we're standing. If the gold is here, there must be another room.
Makes sense, but where?
Ronnie said. Scorpions scrabbled across the floor. Ronnie kicked at them.
I hate these things.
Where are they coming from? Selina said. Remember the scorpions in Egypt? When everything was burning, we followed them to the way out. They could be coming from a hidden room.
You think there's an entrance we don't see? Nick said.
It's possible. Where are they going? Look for it.
They moved the lights, watching where the scorpions went.
There, Ronnie said. Under that wall, see?
His light fell on a thin crack where the floor met one of the walls. A scorpion went through it and disappeared.
Maybe it's just crack in wall, Valentina said.
They played the lights over the wall. Livingston ran his fingers over the stones.
I think it's a door, he said, excited. Look,
You can just make out the outline. We'd never see it if we weren't looking for it." "How do we get it open?" Lamont said.
"It could be like the altar upstairs," Nick said. "Push on a stone."
"I don't see anything like up top," Ronnie said. "What about the statues?" Selina said. "One of them might trigger it."
"Worth a try," Nick said.
The niche set in the wall where the scorpions had gone held the golden statue of Supe. Lamont reached up to move it. Suddenly, Nick felt as though his ear was on fire.
"Lamont, stop!"
Lamont paused as he was about to lift the statue out of its niche. "What's the matter?" Nick tugged on his scarred ear.
"Something's wrong. My ear started to burn like hell when you reached up."
"What's that got to do with anything?" Livingston said.
"I know it sounds weird, but sometimes my ear acts like an early warning system."
Everyone on the team knew about Nick's ear. It had saved their lives more than once. Lamont backed away from the wall. The burning sensation in Nick's ear faded.
"Moving that statue is a bad idea," Nick said.
"You think it's a trap?"
Selina asked.
"Yeah, I do." "This is nonsense,"
Livingston said. He stepped forward, reached up for the statue.
"Livingston, wait, don't."
He lifted it up out of the niche. See? Nothing. As the statue came free, a sound came from behind the wall. An enormous block of stone dropped from the ceiling and crushed Livingston beneath it. His scream was cut short as his bones splintered and burst through his flesh. The floor shook under their feet. A red mist bloomed in the air. Dust motes floated through the flashlight beams. Blood ran out from under the stone.
"Oh my God,"
Selina said. "Man," Lamont said. "I didn't want to see that."
"He was not good listener," Valentina said.
Diego made the sign of the cross.
"Senor Livingston was a very stubborn man,"
Diego said. "Hell of an understatement," Ronnie said.
"Nick, look,"
Selina said. The hidden door had moved, pivoting inward. Nick stepped around the stone and Livingston's body.
"Give me a hand, Ronnie."
They pushed. The door swung open the rest of the way. Nick cast his light into the darkness beyond.
"Holy shit,"
Ronnie said. Chapter 28. The lost treasure of the Incas filled a large room. The walls were covered with sheets of gold. Objects of gold were stacked almost to the ceiling. Everywhere they looked, their lights fell on something rare and beautiful. There didn't seem to be any order to how it was stored. Necklaces, rings, earrings, and bracelets were mixed in with statues, chest plates, and decorative pieces. There were piles of gold masks, many inset with turquoise and precious stones. Dozens of woven baskets were filled with rough-cut emeralds, jade, and jewels.
"This is unbelievable,"
Selina said.
"That's the right word for it," Nick said. "I didn't think it existed until now."
Selina picked up a heavy mask of gold. The eyes protruded, punctured by tiny holes. The forehead was flat and cut straight across, the mouth a straight line. The ears were long rectangles inset with polished emeralds. 2 small nostril holes were a concession to breathing.
"This beats anything that's ever been found, even King Tut's tomb."
"I wonder what it's worth," Lamont said.
"You can't put a value on it," Selina said. "It's priceless. The Spaniards melted down almost all the gold they took from the Incas. That makes this even more unusual. It will take years to sort through. It will tell us a lot about who the Incas were. You find the soul of a culture in its art."
Diego stared at the enormous treasure, speechless. Ronnie picked up a wide disc with a sunburst design. "Too bad we can't take some of this with us."
"Not a chance," Nick said.
He pulled a phone from his pocket and took several pictures.
"Okay, let's get out of here."
They stepped outside of the room. Ronnie looked down at Livingston's broken body. "How did Gomez get the door open without getting killed?"
"Maybe he never got it open,"
Nick said. "If he didn't get it open, how did he know there was gold there?"
"I don't know. All this would have been new when he was here. He could have made the natives tell him, or found some gold pieces. That would explain it. He probably intended to come back and explore the pyramid.
What about the door?
Selina said. What about it?
Shouldn't we close it?
I suppose so,
Nick said.
They tried to close the door, but it wouldn't move. Must be some trick to it. Leave it.
Nick took a picture of Livingston's body. Selina looked at him with a question in her eyes.
Proof of what happened to him. Someone's going to want to know when we get back.
They started the long climb up the steps. At the top, Nick looked at the altar.
Let's push this back. We have to hide the opening.
They tried to move the heavy stone back in place. It wouldn't move. Twin explosions sounded outside.
What the hell was that?
Lamont said. They left the altar and stepped out onto the platform, in time to see 2 trees topple in the plaza.
What the hell?
Lamont said. Where's Alonzo? Nick said. Ronnie pointed past the fallen trees. Alonzo was running away, into the jungle.
There he goes.
An arrow streaked through the air. Alonzo stumbled and fell. He didn't get up again. There was movement in the trees. As they watched, men painted in bright blue and yellow stripes emerged from the jungle. They were short and muscular, naked except for loincloths, most little more than 5 feet tall. Their hair was jet black, cut straight across the brow and around the sides of their heads. Each man carried a long spear. Some had bows and arrows. They kept coming out of the jungle. There were at least 200 of them.
Uh-oh, Lamont said.
A wizened old man with a wooden staff stepped out in front of the warriors. He looked up at where Nick was standing. Then he turned and began talking. They could hear him ranting, his voice carrying across the ruined plaza.
Can you make out what he's saying?
Nick asked Selina.
It's not good. He's calling us defilers of the temple. He's encouraging them to attack.
The old man turned toward the pyramid and raised his staff, pointing. Nick took an involuntary step backward. It felt as though something was coming from the end of the staff, pushing at him. Behind the old man, a dozen archers stepped forward, raised their bows, and loosed their arrows. The wooden shafts whistled through the air and landed just short of the platform where they stood.
Damn, Lamont said. I never would have figured those bows had that kind of range.
The warriors began rocking from side to side, stomping their feet and shouting. After several moments, a warrior who stood in front of the others raised his arm in a signal. A blood-curdling yell came from hundreds of voices. The natives charged toward the pyramid.
We go inside now, senor?
Diego said.
Good idea, Nick said.
At least we have the high ground, Ronnie said.
Yeah, but where are the cannons when you need them? Lamont said.
Chapter 29.
Weapons free, Nick said.
I don't like this, Selina said. Machine guns against bows and arrows? It will be a slaughter.
A hail of arrows clattered against the walls of the temple.
Arrows make you just as dead as bullets. Don't underestimate them. There are a lot more of them than there are of us.
Nikki's right, sister, Valentina said. They will kill us.
We stay in this room, we'll be overrun, Nick said. We have to take it to them.
Arrows clattered against the walls. Some came through the open doorway.
Ready? Stay low.
Nick went through the door fast and threw himself down flat at the edge of the platform. The others came right behind him. He glanced over the edge. Arrows whistled past his head. One struck Diego in the chest as he ran from the room. He yelled and fell forward. A gout of blood erupted from his mouth. He coughed once and lay still. The attackers were halfway up the side of the pyramid.
Let them get a little closer, Nick said. When you fire, make it count.
A familiar noise sounded above them. Ronnie looked up at the sky. You hear that?
That sounds like a chopper, Lamont said.
The whoop-whoop-whoop of helicopter rotors grew louder. A large green helicopter with military markings flew in over the plaza. Door gunners began firing at the mass of warriors below. Bullets ricocheted off the pyramid, shredding the attackers, and sending sharp chips of stone hurtling through the air. The lethal fire drove the natives off the pyramid steps. They scattered and fled into the jungle.
Looks like the cavalry has arrived, Nick said. I think I see Colonel Alvarez in the cockpit.
How did he find us? Selina asked.
My bet is on Alonzo. He cleared an LZ. He knew Alvarez was coming. He's been Alvarez's man all along.
Spying on us?
Yep. 9 will get you 10. Alvarez is after the gold. We'd better watch our ass.
The natives had vanished. The helicopter flared and settled onto the plaza. The engine wound down. The rotors stopped moving. Colonel Alvarez stepped out onto the broken plaza. Behind him, a dozen uniformed troopers with automatic weapons spilled out of the chopper and took up position. One man began walking among the bodies of the Indians. When he came to someone still alive, he fired a bullet into their head. Soon, there were no more shots fired.
Shit, Lamont said. Is anyone else getting a bad vibe from these guys? Ronnie said.
Alvarez must be a real bastard, Lamont said.
Stay ready, Nick said.
They started down the steps of the pyramid. By the time they got to the bottom, Colonel Alvarez was waiting for them. He gestured at the painted bodies lying everywhere, contorted in death. Senor Carter, it looks like I am just in time.
Colonel, I guess we owe you a vote of thanks. How did you know where to find us?
I was worried about you. I thought it best to have one of my men with you in case something happened. I've been keeping track.
Alonzo?
Very good, Senor Carter. Alvarez looked around. Where is he? And where is Senor Livingston?
Nick pointed. Alonzo is over there. The natives killed him right after he cleared your LZ. Livingston is dead.
Ah, that is too bad. Tell me, were you successful in finding the gold? Alvarez's face showed nothing. He might have been asking about the weather instead of one of the great lost treasures of history.
There's nothing in the pyramid, just an altar in that room on the top. The whole thing has been a waste of time.
Really? While Nick and Alvarez talked, the soldiers he'd brought with him had spread out in a semicircle, weapons held ready. Valentina gave a sudden sharp cry of pain and stomped down on something. A black scorpion lay crushed under her boot. "Valentina," Selina said, "what is it?" Valentina pulled up her pants leg. There was an angry red mark on her calf. She grasped Selina's arm. "Scorpion, sister, I feel dizzy." Selina turned to Alvarez. "Colonel, we need to get her to a hospital." "I'm afraid that won't be possible, Senora," Alvarez said. Distracted by what was happening with Valentina, Nick didn't see Alvarez's signal. The hard barrel of a rifle pressed into his back. Alvarez's men pointed their weapons at Ronnie and the others. "Do not do anything foolish, Senor Carter," Alvarez said. "It would be best if you make no resistance."
"What are you doing, Colonel?" Nick said.
"I should think that was obvious. Tell your people to put their weapons on the ground." Nick weighed the odds. They weren't good.
"Do as he says."
The guns went to the ground. "Sergeant, bind them." Valentina went to her knees and vomited on the stones. A soldier pulled Nick's arms behind his back and bound his hands with zip ties.
"Damn it, Alvarez, she'll die if you don't get her to a hospital."
"All of us die, Carter. This is as good a place as any. I want to thank you for finding the pyramid."
"There's nothing here, Alvarez. No gold, just a ruin."
"I don't believe you. The old map brought you here."
"You won't get away with this. People know where we are."
"Don't be ridiculous. No one has any idea where you are. It will be one of those sad stories that ends up on the internet. The tragic loss of yet another expedition in search of the mythical city of gold. When, oh when, will foolish people stop looking? Corporal Sanchez, search them. Take their phones." Sanchez was a thick man, his face scarred by acne. His hands were broad and rough as he searched through their clothes. Selina was the last one to be searched. When he came to her, he grinned and squeezed her breast hard. Selina spit in his face. "Hijo de puta," she said. Sanchez slapped her hard, knocking her to the ground. Nick started forward and came up against the barrel of a gun. Sanchez brought the phones over to Alvarez. It didn't take long to find the pictures of the treasure room inside the pyramid. Alvarez held the phone up in front of Nick. "No gold, Senor Carter? What's this?" "Sergeant Diaz, move them over there next to that tree. If they give you trouble, kill them." "Corporal Sanchez, stay with him. The rest of you, come with me." Diaz herded them over to the tree. "Sit," Diaz said. "No trouble." A few moments later, they watched Alvarez and his men climb the steps. There hadn't been time to get the altar back into place before the attack. Alvarez was going to find the stairs and the treasure room below. Once he had the gold, there'd be no reason to keep Nick and the others alive. Over the next hours, they watched the soldiers bring gold out of the pyramid and load it into the helicopter. Selina did her best to comfort her sister, but there wasn't much she could do except talk to her. Valentina complained of a headache. Then her hands and feet went numb. She was having trouble breathing. The scorpion toxin was working its way through her body. Sergeant Diaz and the pockmarked corporal sat away from them, smoking and talking. Selina kept her voice low.
Nick, we have to do something. Valentina will die if she doesn't get help.
I know. Alvarez may make a mistake. We need an opportunity.
You, Diaz called. You shut up, no talk. Nick tensed against the ties on his wrist, but it was no use. He was helpless. Chapter 30. Tupac was tired. His feet were hot and sore. The damn mosquitoes wouldn't leave him alone. The men were jumpy and sullen after the deaths of Pablo and one of their friends. Then they had almost mutinied when they came across the skulls mounted on poles. It didn't take a genius to understand the message. Turn back or your skull will join the others. The men were loyal, but they were peasants, uneducated, superstitious. Tupac persuaded them to continue by promising them more of the gold that was waiting in the jungle ahead of them. It had always been like this, with soldiers and gold. The Romans had understood that basic truth. They had conquered an empire with their legions and kept them loyal by letting them loot to their heart's desire. If the gold existed, there was more than enough to reward his men and finance the revolution. Eduardo walked next to him.
Damn this place,
Eduardo said.
If there's hell on earth, this is it.
It's worth it if we find the gold, Tupac said.
If it's there. It's there. I can feel it.
We're getting close. Eduardo stopped suddenly.
Listen, he said. A helicopter.
Tupac held up his hand. The column halted.
Out here? It has to be military.
Somewhere ahead, the harsh sound of a heavy machine gun cut through the humid air.
Dios,
one of the men said.
What are they shooting at?
Eduardo asked.
How would I know?
Tupac said.
Spread out, move forward, but keep under the canopy.
Tupac's tiredness vanished as adrenaline kicked in. They moved silently along the trail of Livingston's party. It wasn't long before they saw the pyramid rising out of the endless tangle of green hell surrounding them.
That has to be it,
Eduardo said.
I didn't think it was real. Not until now.
Tupac signaled a halt.
Eduardo, you come with me. The rest of you wait here. Aldo, you're in charge.
Si, comandante. Crouched low, Tupac and Eduardo made their way to the edge of the plaza. Eduardo looked at the markings on the helicopter.
Dircote,
he said.
It's that bastard Alvarez. They were killing Indians,
Tupac said.
That was the shooting we heard. There must be 30 or 40 of them lying there.
One of Alvarez's men walked among the bodies, executing anyone still breathing. Tupac looked at the pyramid. Nick and the others were coming down the steps.
There are the Americans, but where is the Englishman?
Tupac and Eduardo watched the exchange between Nick and Alvarez. One of the women cried out in pain and kicked at something on the ground. Then Alvarez disarmed them and tied their hands behind their backs.
Why treat them as enemies?
Eduardo asked.
Perhaps the Americans found the gold. If they did, Alvarez will not want to share it.
A few moments later, Alvarez started up the steps of the pyramid. He left 2 of his men behind to guard the prisoners.
What do you want to do?
Eduardo said.
Keep watching. We'll know soon if there's any gold in there.
An hour later, Alvarez's men started coming back down. Each man carried something made of gold and took it to the helicopter.
I've seen enough,
Tupac said. They made their way back to where Tupac's men waited.
The gold is there, he said.
His words produced broad smiles. The smiles disappeared with his next words.
There's a problem. That prick Alvarez is here with a dozen soldiers. He killed a bunch of natives with his machine guns. That was the firing we heard. He has made prisoners of the Americans we've been following.
Why would he do that?
Aldo said.
Because of the gold, Eduardo said. Alvarez wants it all.
If he takes it, there won't be any for us.
Yes,
Tupac said. "We're going to stop him." Perhaps because he was tired, or perhaps because he was thinking about Alvarez and how to attack him, Tupac didn't see the figures hiding in the jungle. Even if he'd been fresh and alert, it might not have made any difference. The people had long ago mastered the art of concealment. If Tupac had been looking straight at them, he would not have seen anything unusual. Many had been lost when the strange bird came from the sky, spitting death and flame, but many more remained. After they fled from the pyramid, the warriors regrouped. That was when they learned another group of strangers had come. Angry, their bloodlust aroused, there was never a doubt about what they had to do. The first sign of the ambush was a feathered arrow that pierced Eduardo's throat. He choked as blood poured from his mouth, then fell forward into the dirt. The air filled with spears and arrows. Tupac felt a sudden awful pain in his gut. He looked down at an arrow sticking out of his body. Then came a terrible feeling of something tearing inside him. He fell to one knee. He looked up to see a painted man running at him, a heavy war club raised over his head. Tupac tried to bring up his rifle, but the gun was impossibly heavy. "No," he thought, "not like this." Then the club came down. Chapter 31. It was late afternoon by the time Alvarez had finished loading the chopper. He walked to where Nick and the others sat by the tree. He looked at Valentina lying on the ground and sighed. "What a waste. A beautiful woman like that. We're going to be leaving now, Carter. Our helicopter won't take any more weight. I'll have to come back for the rest." He smiled. "So much gold. It will take several trips." Alvarez looked at Selena. "I was hoping to spend some private time with you, Senora. However, duty calls me back to Cusco. Unfortunately, I can't take you with me." "I'm heartbroken," Selena said. Alvarez started to walk away. "You're just going to leave us here?" Nick said. Alvarez turned back. "You annoy me, Senor Carter. Shooting you would be too easy. You lied to me. You disrespected me. You should not have done that. If you manage to survive the creatures that will come for you tonight, I'm sure the natives will think of something creative. I imagine they're quite angry with you." "You son of a bitch," Nick said. "What is your saying, Senor Carter? Sticks and stones. Well, it's getting late. I'd better be going. Watch out for snakes." Alvarez laughed and walked away. They watched him board the helicopter. The engine coughed and fired. The rotors began to turn. The machine lifted up and flew away. "When we get out of this, I'm going to find him and feed him to a caiman," Lamont said. "He made a big mistake," Nick said. "He left us alive." He climbed to his feet. "Second mistake, he didn't tie our legs. Ronnie, did they find your knife?" "Nope, they didn't pat down my back. It's not something the bad guys usually think of. They're too busy feeling your crotch and stealing your wallet." Nick stood and moved behind him. "I'm going to fish out that knife and cut you free." "Be my guest." Nick got behind Ronnie and crouched down. His hands were numb from the zip ties. It was hard to feel the knife, hard to get a grip on it. After several fumbling tries, he managed to clutch it between his two hands. It wasn't easy to hold onto it and drag it out of the sheath. "I'll try not to cut you," he said. "It's real sharp, Nick. Go easy." Nick got down on one knee, looking over his shoulder, trying to see exactly where to cut. Ronnie pulled his hands apart as far as he could. It wasn't much. Nick dropped the knife. "Damn, dropped it." "We've got plenty of time," Ronnie said. "Not like we're going anywhere. Relax, amigo, you're doing great." Nick managed to pick up the knife again and cut the zip ties. The knife went through them like butter. Ronnie pulled his arms apart and began rubbing his wrists with his forearms to get the circulation moving. "Another hour like that, I'd need some new fingers," he said. A few minutes later, he'd cut them all free. Selena knelt by Valentina. She was twitching. The area where the scorpion had struck was red and swollen. "Sister," Valentina gasped for breath, "I feel like I am coming apart." "Please don't let her die," Selena thought. She kept her voice calm. "Does it hurt?"
Like fire?
Selina used a bandana to blot sweat away from Valentina's face. Nick knelt down next to her. "How are you doing, Val?"
Sick.
"She's sweating buckets," Selina said. "Probably good," Ronnie said. "It means her body's fighting the poison."
Her heartbeat is rapid. Nick, we have to do something.
"She's strong. There isn't anything we can do except keep her hydrated and hope she gets through it." They went through our packs, but they didn't take them. "Look for a med pack. If you can find one, there's Vicodin. A couple of tabs will calm her down and help with the pain." The contents of the packs were scattered about on the ground. Lamont rummaged through the debris and found a med pack. He took out the Vicodin tablets and handed them to Selina.
I need water,
Selina said. "Right here," Ronnie said. Selina helped Valentina sit up so she could wash down the tablets. "It will be dark in a few hours," Nick said. "Alvarez wasn't kidding about creatures in the night. We need weapons." "Plenty of spears lying around," Lamont said. "You and Ronnie find us something to fight with," Nick said. "I'll build a fire." He wasn't looking forward to the coming night.
Psst! If you're enjoying this story and want to support more free audiobooks, please click subscribe.
Chapter 32. Yappa had watched the warriors charge up the steps of the temple, confident of victory. The strangers were few, and the people were many. Some would die, but the sacred temple would be protected. It had always been this way. Yappa had not doubted the outcome. The strangers would be killed. Then the giant skybird had come, raining death upon the warriors. Now the village was filled with the cries of women. The men who rode in the belly of the evil bird bound the strangers and made them sit on the ground. That puzzled Yappa. Were the strangers not all the same? He watched through the afternoon as the sky people defiled the temple and stole Inti's gold. He watched the strange bird fly away. He watched the strangers free themselves and gather weapons. He watched the leader make a fire. A runner came to him and told him of the battle with the other strangers. Yappa sent him back to the village. Why had the sky people left these strangers behind? When dark fell, Jaguar would come, Snake would come. Were they a sacrifice? Whatever the reason, the gods were angry. Now anything could happen. A sacrifice might not be enough. Yappa was afraid. The sky people had stolen from Inti. Why hadn't Supe intervened? What would the gods do? The people had always guarded the temple. They had always succeeded, until today. Today they had failed, and nothing would ever be the same. The people would look to him for guidance. He had to discover what the gods wanted after these strange and terrible events. The strangers were not going anywhere. He left the site of the battle and returned to the village. Back in his hut, Yappa built a small fire. He took dried herbs from a pouch and threw them into the flames, then leaned forward and breathed in the smoke. He called upon the spirit of Jaguar to come and guide him. The old shaman closed his eyes and drifted into a trance. When he came back to himself, it was full dark. Jaguar had spoken to him. It was confusing, but he knew what he had to do. He got up and went outside, where Maita and Machi waited for him. "Go to the place where the strangers are. Bring them here," he said. "Do not hurt them." "My son is dead," the one called Machi said. "We should kill them." "Jaguar has spoken to me," Yappa said. "He has told me what to do. Do not kill them. Bring them here. Then we will see." It had been dark for more than an hour when Ronnie touched Nick on the shoulder. "Trouble?" A group of painted warriors stepped out of the jungle. Most carried spears. A half-dozen held drawn bows, arrows ready. Nick stood, a spear in his hand. One of the men stepped in front of the others and spoke. "Selina, what did he say?" Nick asked. "He said to put our weapons down and come with them. If we don't, they will kill us. If we fight, they will kill us." "There are too many of them," Lamont said. "Those archers will cut us down," Ronnie said. "We don't have much choice." The man who had spoken gestured with his spear. It was not a friendly gesture.
"We can't win, Nick. We'd better do what they want," Selina said.
"Tell them okay," Nick said. "Tell them Valentina is hurt and we have to carry her."
Selina translated and the man nodded. He said something. "He says we go now."
Nick put his spear on the ground. The others did the same. "Lamont, give me a hand with Valentina. I'll take her on my back." They set off through the jungle. The warriors kept them boxed in. Nick was more than ready to put Valentina down by the time they reached the native village. He was surprised at how big it was, how many huts there were. One central building was larger than the others. Nick thought it was probably where the chief lived. He expected to be taken there, but the escort passed it by. People watched as the procession came through. Nobody smiled. Nick could feel their anger wrap around him like a cloud. "Bad vibes," Lamont said. "Yeah, they're not happy campers," Ronnie said. "Stay cool," Nick said. "We'd already be dead if that's what they wanted." "Thanks, Nick. That makes me feel a lot better," Lamont said. The escort led them through the village to a hut set apart from the others. A fire burned in front of it, inside a circle of stones. Standing by the fire was the old man they'd seen addressing the warriors before the attack on the pyramid. The skin of a jaguar hung loose over him. He held a dark wooden staff in his left hand. Around his neck hung a cross. It wasn't a Christian cross. The arms were perfectly balanced, made of black and white stone. It glowed in the firelight. The light from the dancing flames made the old man's shadow move, as if it were alive, separate from its owner. Nick could feel a powerful energy radiating from him. In spite of himself, he shivered. Yapa spoke. Two of the warriors gripped Nick by the arms and moved him to the fire. They kept hold of him while the old man spoke to Selina.
"He knows I speak his language," Selina said. "He says I must translate what he says."
"Tell him we mean him and his people no harm," Nick said. "Tell him we are not the same as the people in the helicopter. Tell him—" The old man held up his hand, and it felt as though something had been clamped across his mouth. He stopped talking. Yapa's eyes gleamed in the firelight. His face was an ancient map of sagging flesh, scored by hundreds of lines marked with faded tattoos. He said something to Selina. She turned to Nick.
"He says he knows who you are. He says you need to be quiet. Do you understand? Nick, don't interrupt him."
Selina translated as Yapa talked. He began by telling how the people had been created by the great god Viracocha, how they had emerged from Lake Titicaca to populate the earth, how they had always followed the wisdom of the stars to order their lives, how the sun god, Inti, had created gold to mirror his magnificence and to remind the people of his beauty and benevolence, how Inti had chosen the god of the underworld, Supe, as the guardian of his gold. Yapa told how the temple had been built long ago. He told about the coming of the invaders, when the ancestors had brought their gold and wealth to the temple for safekeeping. Finally, he told how the people had been chosen to watch over the temple forever. He paused. The recitation had taken more than an hour. "You understand?" Yapa said to Nick. "Yes." "Inti is angry. You have desecrated the temple." "We meant no harm." "If I did not believe you, you would be with Supe now. Jaguar has spoken to me. You are the leader. You must be tested to see if you are worthy. This is the only way Inti will be satisfied. It is the only way any of the harm can be undone." "Tested?" "Inti gives you a choice. You can be tested. You can refuse." Nick wanted to ask what would happen if he said no, but he knew what the answer would be. If he refused, they would all die. "If I agree, will you help my friend who is hurt?" he asked. "The scorpion woman."
How does he know that?
"Yes."
"If you pass the trial."
"I accept the test."
"Release him,"
Yapa said. The men holding Nick released his arms.
"Sit,"
the shaman said. Nick sat. Yapa went into his hut. When he returned, he carried an object wrapped in red cloth, a thin stick, and a covered wooden bowl.
"Now, you need the woman to understand my words," he said. "Soon that will not be necessary. Prepare yourself. The trial will not be easy."
"Prepare yourself? For what?" "It doesn't matter. I can handle it. It's our only shot." Adrenaline rushed through his system. His heart began pounding. He forced himself to breathe, to steady himself. Ronnie and the others watched nearby, surrounded by guards. Valentina lay on the ground between Ronnie and Lamont, delirious. She was mumbling in Russian. Her head tossed from side to side as her body fought the scorpion venom. Yapa unwrapped the cloth, revealing a pipe with a long stem and a small bowl made of black stone. He took the lid off the pot and dipped the bowl into the contents.
"When I light the pipe, take the smoke deep into your lungs and hold it. You will do this 3 times. If you fail to do this, you fail the test. Understand?"
"I understand."
"Remember, deep into your lungs and hold."
Nick looked at Selina.
"I love you,"
she mouthed. Yapa held the pipe in his left hand by the bowl end, the sliver of wood in his right. He held the end of the sliver in the flames until it caught. Holding the pipe, he placed the end in Nick's mouth and held the burning stick over the bowl.
"Take in the smoke," he commanded.
Nick took a deep breath down into his lungs. It felt like ice and fire. He wanted to cough, but held it. Finally, he had to breathe.
"Again,"
Yapa said. Nick breathed the smoke in a second time. His body seemed to vibrate deep in every cell. It felt like a sound trying to break out of his skin.
"Again."
He took another deep breath. The world disappeared. Chapter 33. There was no warning. One moment he was sitting by the fire, breathing in the icy smoke. The next instant, he was looking out over a primeval sea of green that stretched away as far as he could see. The fire, the hut, the old man, the village were gone. He was alone, standing on a narrow rock ledge on the side of a mountain. Above, the sky was an unnatural crimson color. He had never seen a sky like that. The sun was a giant golden ball, glowing on the horizon. It made him uneasy. It felt like the sun was in the wrong place. Where am I? It sure as hell isn't Kansas. This can't be real. To the right, a steep trail led down into the jungle, hundreds of feet below. To the left, the ledge ended over empty space. Something pulled at him, urging him to move. He started down the trail. It was difficult, steep, narrow. Once he slipped on a loose rock and grabbed at the indifferent face of the mountain before he slipped off. It hurt. The rough stone drew blood from his hand. The blood shocked him. How can I bleed if this isn't real? Then, better be careful. A shadow crossed over him. He looked up to see a huge black bird circling overhead. It seemed to stare at him before it flew away. He wasn't sure, but he thought it was a condor. He must still be in Peru, even if he didn't know exactly where. The old guy must have knocked him out with whatever was in the pipe, then had him carried here while he was unconscious. But why? And what made the sky look like that? His ear itched. It felt like he was being watched. After what seemed an interminable time, Nick reached the bottom of the trail. His legs threatened to cramp after the steep descent. He was afraid they'd lock up if he sat down. It reminded him of his first 20-mile forced march in the Marines when he was young and green, when his DI warned everyone not to sit during a 5-minute break. Some had defied the order and hadn't been able to stand up again. He looked back up at the ledge where he'd started, but it was nowhere in sight. There was only the trail, climbing up the hard face of the mountain. Before him lay the jungle. Strange, thick trees reached for the red sky. He had never seen trees like that. The air was heavy with the smell of earth and things growing. Pale flowers by the trail gave off a sickly sweet scent. The trail led into the jungle and disappeared into the gloom. He knew he had to follow it into the darkness. The hairs rose on the back of his neck. Something waited for him in there. Something unpleasant. Nick had been afraid many times in his life, but never like this. This was different. Adrenaline pulsed through his body unbidden. The fear felt primal, the kind of fear humans must have felt when they still lived in caves and saber-toothed tigers prowled the night outside. Every sense on high alert, he stepped into the jungle. It closed in around him. This wasn't an ordinary jungle like the one around the pyramid. That one was full of noise, the sounds of birds and animals, a constant background that never ceased. This one was silent, still, dead. No birds sang. No monkeys chattered overhead. There was no way he could leave the trail. The growth formed impenetrable walls to either side. The silence fed his fear. He looked back. The opening he'd come through was gone. The jungle had closed in. The trail behind him was gone. Only the path ahead remained. It seemed to slope downward, yet the jungle remained the same around him. It was impossible, but he was descending and staying level at the same time. Ahead, something glowed with reddish light. A moment later, he entered a large clearing where a fire burned in the middle of a stone circle. A tall figure wearing a cape of red and black feathers stood with his back to Nick, poking at the fire with a staff. Nick couldn't see his face. The figure wore a headdress with 3 prongs sticking up from it. It was familiar somehow, but Nick couldn't place where he'd seen it. "You do not belong here." The words were in his mind without being spoken. The figure turned around. Nick stopped, unable to take another step. His heart felt like it was trying to break free of his body. The face wasn't human. It was terrifying, the flesh wrinkled and diseased. The eyes were dead black with no pupils. The skull was triangular in shape, more like a bat than a human. Large pointed ears stuck out from the side of the skull-like wings. The figure's nose was black and misshapen. A 3-pronged crown on his head was carved from obsidian and jade. The sandals on his feet were made of live snakes, poisonous vipers that writhed and hissed. The creature looked at him. The mouth opened in a terrifying smile, showing fangs and razor-like teeth filed to sharp points. That was when Nick remembered where he'd seen the figure before. Supe! The horrible mouth grinned at him. "You know me. You are afraid. Good. But your heart still beats, your blood still flows within you. You should not be here." Nick made himself speak. His voice was a croak. "I didn't know I was coming here." "No one ever does." The figure paused. The terrible eyes blinked. A membrane flicked across them like a snake. "Ah, I see. You stole gold from Inti, from the temple." "No," Nick said, "not me. The man who took the gold is my enemy." "You led him to it." "Not by choice." Supe came close. An odor of decaying flesh enveloped him like a shroud. Nick fought the urge to vomit. He wanted to run as fast and as far as he could, but he couldn't move. Supe placed a hand on his chest. The hand was withered, covered with weeping sores. It was cold, colder than ice, cold as death. Nick felt the touch penetrate him like a vile worm, an awful, terrifying feeling. He tried to breathe, but nothing happened. His muscles were paralyzed. As his vision started to fade, Supe took his hand away and stepped back. Nick went to his knees, gasping for air.
You speak truth, but you are not without blame. You must make things right."
Nick struggled to his feet. He wasn't about to argue. Not with this thing, this Inca god or hallucination, whatever it was.
How? How am I supposed to do that? You are a warrior. You will know what to do. You do not belong here. Go!
Supe made a dismissive gesture with his diseased hand. Nick flew backward, spinning into a long, whirling darkness. His eyes snapped open. He was sitting by the fire before the shaman's hut, the ground hard under him. The fire had burned low. He was thirsty, more thirsty than he could ever remember. He had a terrible headache. The shaman sat across from him, watching. Yapa nodded once.
"Water,"
Nick gasped. Yapa gestured. A man handed Nick a gourd filled with water. He drank, anxious to quench his thirst. The shaman reached out, took the gourd from his hand, and said something. Selina translated. "He says don't drink anymore. Too much you will be sick."
"What about Valentina?"
The old man spoke. "He says he will help her. He says now you will rest. In the morning he will speak with you." Yapa got up and went into his hut. The men who had been watching Selina and the others walked away. They were no longer prisoners. Selina went over to Nick and sat down by him. His pupils were fully dilated, his expression strange in the firelight. She touched his cheek, concerned. Yapa came out of his hut with a small bowl and gave it to Selina. It was half full with a green powder. He said a few words and went back inside. Nick felt like a part of him was still in the clearing with Supe. His heart beat dully against his ribs. He didn't understand what had happened. With difficulty, he focused on where he was. He looked at the bowl Yapa had given to Selina.
"What is that?"
"It's for Valentina. He told me to mix it with water and give it to her."
"I must have passed his test."
"I don't think he'd be friendly if you hadn't."
"What about Valentina? How is she?"
"Not good, Nick. I need to give this to her. Are you okay?"
"I'm fine, don't worry. It was weird. I have to think about it. Take care of her."
"You're sure?"
"Yeah."
Selina squeezed his hand. She got up and went to where Valentina lay on the ground between Ronnie and Lamont. "I need water," she said. Lamont gave her water from his canteen. She mixed it with the green powder and held the mixture to Valentina's lips. "Drink this. It will help." "Sister, I am dying." "No, you're not. Don't think like that. Drink this." Valentina took a sip and made a face. "It is bitter. It's medicine. Drink it." Valentina managed to get it down. Selina eased her back onto the ground. "Get some sleep. You'll feel better when you wake up." She hoped it was the truth. Chapter 34. The natives took Nick and the others to an empty hut and left them. There were no guards outside. Thinking about it, he realized there wasn't much need. Where would they go if they tried to escape? Selina came over to him and sat down. She put her arm around him. Nick took her hand. "You're all right?"
"Yes."
"I think Valentina is going to be okay. She's sleeping now. Whatever that was I gave her, it seems to have helped."
"I guess that old man is a witch doctor."
"His name is Yapa," Selina said. "Shaman is a better word to describe him. In cultures like this, there's usually someone like him."
"Whatever he put in that pipe was powerful stuff."
"I was worried about you," Selina said. "You took that last puff and you went rigid. You didn't move a muscle for more than an hour."
"That long?"
"Yes."
"It didn't seem that long."
"What happened? Where did you go?"
"You're not going to believe me."
"Try me."
"It's hard for me to talk about it. I was in a different world than this. It felt real."
"It wasn't real. Yapa gave you an hallucinogen."
"That doesn't change how it felt. It was as real as sitting here. I was breathing in the smoke. Then I was standing on a high mountain ledge in a strange place. At first I thought the old guy had knocked me out with whatever was in the pipe. I thought he'd taken me there. But the sky wasn't right. The sun didn't look right either. It was in the wrong place. Everything felt wrong. It wasn't on this earth, at least the earth we know about. He looked at his hand. There was a deep cut and dried blood on it.
"What happened to your hand?"
she said. "I had to climb down a steep trail on the side of a mountain and I slipped. I cut my hand on a sharp rock. If it wasn't real, how come I have this?"
"I can't explain that. I don't know."
Nick shuddered, remembering a cold, diseased hand on his chest. He couldn't talk about it anymore, not even with Selina. He looked away. "I have to sleep," he said. Selina started to say something and changed her mind.
"I'm going to check on Valentina."
Nick stretched out on the dirt floor of the crowded hut, his body aching and sore. After a while, he fell asleep. Toward morning, a dream printed itself like fire on his mind. He stood on a featureless white plain, enveloped in blazing golden light. The light was overwhelming. He couldn't look at it. It was too painful. He shielded his eyes with his arm and looked down. He was naked. He knew he was in the presence of an enormous force. A booming voice filled his mind. "You must make things right." The words burned themselves into his consciousness. He wanted to look up, but he couldn't. He couldn't move. "Punish them." He woke, gasping, drenched in sweat.
Punish them? Punish who? Alvarez? "Nick, are you all right?"
It was dawn. Selina knelt next to him. He sat up. "A bad dream. I need to go outside." Away from the hut, he walked a short way into the jungle and relieved himself. He felt like he wanted to get away from everyone. Selina, Ronnie, Lamont, the old man, everyone. He looked around. The trees and plants glowed. Everything was lit with radiant light, wrapped in a shimmering envelope of energy. The ground felt different under his feet, as if it were part of him. It felt as though it was breathing. It triggered a memory from years ago. He'd been practicing Tai Chi, alone in the gym back at headquarters. Without warning, he'd connected to something vast and impersonal, something greater than himself. It had been a strange, transcendent experience. Music had come out of nowhere and filled the room, the sound of ancient drums and horns. Energy flowed through him. It began to move his limbs without his conscious thought, guiding his motions. He was no longer practicing Tai Chi. It was practicing him. It was a form he had never learned or seen, effortless, graceful, and light. It moved him in 8 directions, a classic pas quoi. Then it stopped. The music faded. He'd tried desperately to remember the movements, but it was gone. That was when he understood what the word chi really meant. That energy had come out of nowhere and flowed through him, moving him without thought or effort through the complex dance of the form, connecting him to something vast, something beyond his comprehension. Then it had retreated to wherever it came from, leaving him with a sense of wonder and loss. He'd forgotten about it. It had been a long time since he'd felt anything like that. How could he have forgotten? What had changed? Somewhere along the way, he'd lost the connection. He realized he wanted to get it back. The strange experience he'd just gone through had reawakened something inside him. He stood there for a long time, feeling the earth breathing under his feet. Chapter 35. The helicopter with Colonel Alvarez and the gold landed in a restricted part of the airport at Cusco, reserved for dircote and military traffic. Once he and his men had disembarked, Alvarez ordered the helicopter moved into a secured hangar. No one would bother them there. Under his watchful eye, the soldiers packed the gold into wooden crates, then loaded the crates onto the back of a covered truck. When they were finished and the canvas pulled down over the back,
Sergeant Diaz came over.
We're ready, sir. All packed, nice and cozy. Very good, Sergeant. Pick 4 of the men to ride on the truck. The others are to stay here with the helicopter. Until we get the rest of the gold, they are restricted to this area. Post guards. They can take turns using the canteen, but make sure they understand what will happen to them if one word of this gets out. Not a problem, sir. They know what's at stake. I'll put Corporal Sanchez in charge.
5 minutes later, Alvarez left the airport in his military jeep, Diaz behind the wheel. The truck followed close behind.
I could almost feel sorry for the Americans,
Diaz said.
What do you think, sir? Will it be the natives that finish them off, or something out of the jungle? Either way, we don't need to concern ourselves about them, Alvarez said. I'm a little worried about Sanchez, sir, Diaz said. He's a greedy bastard. He might get it into his head that his share isn't big enough. That would be a serious mistake on the part of Corporal Sanchez, Sergeant. I don't think he's bright enough to understand where his best interests lie, Diaz said. That's what concerns me. How much of an influence does he have on the others? That's hard to say, sir. They fear him. He's free with his fists when things don't go his way. Do they respect him? I wouldn't say so, Colonel. Fear and respect aren't the same thing. They follow his orders because they have to, not because they respect him. Keep an eye on him, Sergeant.
The rest of the drive was spent in silence. After several hours, they turned onto a narrow dirt road. They followed the road for several miles until they came to 2 stone pillars with a heavy, locked chain stretched between them. Diaz got out and unlocked the chain, then drove through. He waved the truck on, locked the chain behind them, and got back in the jeep. Beyond the gate, a graveled drive choked with weeds led to a low, rambling villa with a red tile roof. It was a beautiful setting, surrounded by mountains and greenery. In the distance, the sun gleamed off snow-covered peaks. They followed the truck. It pulled up near the entrance to the house. Up close, it became obvious that the villa was run down. There were cracked tiles on the roof. The whitewash had faded. Shutters covered the windows. Alvarez got out of his jeep and went over to the truck. The driver rolled his window down, waiting for him. "Drive around back. You'll see a barn. Unload the crates and move them into the barn."
Yes, Colonel.
With a clash of gears, the truck moved away.
"Sergeant Diaz, make sure they unload everything." "Sir."
Diaz saluted and followed the truck. Alvarez took an old-fashioned iron skeleton key from his pocket and unlocked the front door to the house. Inside, the rooms were dark, the furniture hidden under sheets of cloth. Everything was covered with dust. Alvarez looked around and sighed. He'd grown up in this house. It had been closed for several years, ever since the death of his wife. Rosa had been a moderating influence in his life, the one person who could rein in his rougher nature. With her, he'd dreamed of sons and a good life. Their first child had been born with a congenital defect of the lungs. He'd lived 10 days. The birth had been difficult, and afterward, there could be no more children. Rosa had retreated into a private world. Alvarez immersed himself in his work, letting his rage work itself out on his prisoners. Why not? They were traitors, rebel scum, terrorists. They deserved no mercy. Then the cancer had appeared. It took 2 years to kill her. By the time it was done, his beautiful wife was a wasted shell of her former self. It was merciful when death finally came. Something had died in him at the same time, taking with it whatever was left of his compassion for others. Alvarez had always been a hard man. With Rosa gone, there was no one left to soften who he was. Women no longer interested him, except for satisfying his sexual needs. What excited him was the acquisition of wealth and the application of power. Tomorrow he'd make another run with the helicopter to the pyramid. The gold was heavy. He estimated it would take 2 or 3 more trips to finish emptying the chamber. No one would question his use of the aircraft. His superiors believed he was hunting terrorists. Once the gold was melted down, there was no way anyone could know where it had come from. The money would buy him entry into the world of political power and the company of the elite. In a few years, who knew? The presidency was not out of the question. With that happy thought, Alvarez went to the rear of the house and out the back door to supervise storage of the gold. Chapter 36. Selina was waiting when Nick emerged from the jungle. "Yapa wants to talk with you."
That makes two of us. How's Valentina doing?
"She's better," Selina said. "Ronnie and Lamont are keeping an eye on her. Whatever it was Yapa gave her, it worked. The fever is gone. She's breathing normally. Even the swelling around the sting has gone down."
That's good news. All right, let's go see the wizard.
They walked across the compound to Yapa's hut. The old man was sitting cross-legged on the ground, poking at the embers of the fire. Two young warriors stood nearby. "Sit," he commanded. Selina translated. They sat.
"Tell me what you saw."
Nick cleared his throat.
"I don't know how to start."
"You were in the world of the red sky?"
"How do you know that?"
Yapa ignored the question.
"Begin where you found yourself," he said.
So Nick told him. Selina translated as he talked, worried about him, trying to take in the bizarre story. When he'd finished, Yapa grunted.
"Tell me the dream you had this morning."
"How do you know this stuff?" Nick said. Yapa looked annoyed.
"Tell me the dream."
Nick told him.
"Inti spoke to you," Yapa said. "You are not of our people, yet our gods speak to you. I do not think this has ever happened before. You must do what Supe and Inti command. You must make it right. You must punish the thieves."
"Believe me, I'd like to," Nick said. "It's personal now, but they're not here."
"They will return," Yapa said. "When they do, you must kill them."
"You've seen the kind of weapons they have. I can't fight them with spears and arrows."
"You will not need to," Yapa said.
He turned to one of the warriors standing near and spoke to him. The man nodded and moved quickly away. Selina said, "He sent him for weapons."
"Bows and arrows aren't going to cut it," Nick said.
"That's one hell of a story you just told," she said.
"It felt completely real. I think if I had died there, I wouldn't be talking to you now. When that thing that looked like Supe put its hand on my chest, it felt like it was going to suck the life out of me. I know I was drugged, but I was there, wherever that place is. I'll tell you one thing, I don't ever want to go back."
4 men came up to where they sat and dumped a pile of modern weapons on the ground. There were AKs, pistols, ammunition, knives. There were blood-stained packs, belts, canteens.
"Now you have weapons,"
Yapa said.
"Where did these come from?" Nick asked.
Yapa told them about the other foreigners who had come to steal Inti's gold. Selina translated.
"It must have been the same people Harker spotted following us in that boat," Nick said. "Terrorists. Someone else who wanted the gold."
"The thieves in the metal bird will return," Yapa said. "When they do, you must obey the commands of the gods." Nick remembered Supe's words.
"You are a warrior. You will know what to do."
Nick flashed on Alvarez's face as he'd laughed about snakes and left them behind to die. When he returned, he wouldn't be expecting a welcoming party.
"Tell him I know what to do."
Selina translated.
"Good. After you are done, you must leave this place. You must never come back. If you come back, you will die."
"Don't worry. We'll go. With pleasure," Nick said. Chapter 37. Nick and Ronnie went through the blood-stained packs looking for anything useful.
"Bingo,"
Ronnie said. He held up a satellite phone.
"Back in business," Nick said.
"Harker must be having a cow, wondering what's happening," Lamont said. Valentina had stripped down an AK, checking for damage and dirt. Except for a lingering headache, she'd recovered from the deadly scorpion sting. "How can Elizabeth have cow?" Valentina said. Ronnie handed the phone to Nick. "She can't, Val. It's another expression we have. It means she's got to be really upset." Valentina sighed.
This does not surprise me.
The phone still has a charge, Nick said.
Call home, E.T., Ronnie said.
E.T.? Valentina said.
Don't worry about it, Val, Nick said.
He dialed Elizabeth. She picked up after 3 rings.
Who is this? How did you get this number?
Director, it's me.
Nick, I didn't recognize the number. Thank God. We thought, well, I don't know what we thought. Are you all right?
Yes, we're good. It was touch and go for a while. A lot has happened.
Where are you? Did you find the gold?
Yes, we found it. We're at the Lost City right now. There's a pyramid under the canopy. That's where the gold was hidden.
What is this phone number I'm seeing? Elizabeth said. This isn't yours.
No, the natives here ambushed the people who were following us. I don't know who it belongs to. You should trace it.
You'd better start at the beginning. Tell me what's been going on.
Nick briefed her on everything that had happened. He told her about finding the gold and Livingston's unpleasant death. He told her about Colonel Alvarez. He left out the part about being transported to some place with a red sky where a demon god waited for him.
I see where you are, Elizabeth said. The phone has you about 10 miles from the last location where I could track you.
The canopy gets in the way, Nick said. Where I'm standing, it's open, but it's hard to get a signal in most places.
This Colonel Alvarez, when I'm done speaking with you, I'll talk to Clarence. He can connect me with someone in Lima who will have him arrested.
That might not work, Director. There's a lot of money involved here. Alvarez is corrupt. He wouldn't be in the position he's in if he didn't have support from someone above him. You might end up talking to the wrong person, someone who would warn him.
What do you want to do?
Alvarez couldn't take all of the gold with him when he was here before. There's a lot more. He's certain to come back for the rest. He thinks we're dead. He thinks the only opposition he faces is a primitive tribe armed with bows and arrows. But he's in for a surprise. We've got weapons the natives recovered from the terrorists following us. When he returns, we'll be waiting for him.
You have to keep him alive, Nick. We need to know what he did with the gold he stole.
I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee it. You can't control who gets killed in a firefight.
I know you're angry, but you must try to keep him alive.
I said I'd do my best, Director. He looked at the phone. The battery is getting low. I'm going to disconnect. I'll call if anything develops.
Wait,
Nick disconnected.
Sometimes she pisses me off.
Let me guess, Ronnie said. She wants you to keep that scumbag alive.
You should get a job as a fortune teller in a carnival.
Why does she want him alive?
She wants to know what he did with the gold.
Figures. A lot of people are going to want to know that, Lamont said. We need to plan how to take this guy out, Ronnie said.
He's not expecting any opposition, Nick said. He doesn't know we're alive or that we have weapons. It gives us the advantage.
He'll be back with that chopper, Ronnie said. We'll hear him coming.
That's right. When he lands, we'll give him a warm reception.
I like this plan, Valentina said.
Chapter 38. Alvarez trusted few men. Major Luis Quisque was one of them, which was why Quisque was his second in command. As much as anyone, Luis was a friend. Even so, it was difficult for Alvarez to let him make the next trip to the Lost City without him. Unfortunately, there was no other way. Alvarez was required in Lima for a day, as Dircote Command rolled out yet another plan to stop the spread of revolutionary fervor, spreading like a cancer throughout the nation. It was typical of his superiors to require his physical presence. It could just as easily have been done by teleconference, but that wasn't the way they liked to work. No, they enjoyed showing their power over minions like him. Well, soon he would no longer have to endure their insufferable stupidity. Alvarez felt an increasing sense of urgency. He estimated that 3 more trips with the helicopter would be required to empty the pyramid of its wealth. Even though the gold he had was more than enough to lead a life of wealth and ease, Alvarez wanted more. There was little risk anyone would find out what he was doing, but it had to be considered. He had to move the rest of the gold out of the pyramid as fast as possible, before questions began to be asked about the fate of Livingston's expedition. Livingston had been a fool, but he was an important fool. With questions would come public clamor, demands in the press to trace his steps. Livingston might have left clues for others to find, in case something happened to him. There was always a possibility the hidden city would be found. Alvarez was going to make sure the room with the gold was empty before that happened. It was early morning, a cool and cloudy day, the promise of rain heavy in the air. Alvarez's flight to Lima was leaving in an hour. He stood with Major Quisque outside the Dircote hangar. Quisque was a handsome man, tall, with light brown skin. He sported a black mustache that gave him a rakish air. The helicopter waited to take him and his men to the pyramid.
Don't take any chances with the natives, Luis. You see them on the ground, blast them. If they know what's good for them, they won't come anywhere near us. After what happened last time, they should have learned their lesson. Yes, but one never knows about primitive people. Who can tell what goes on in their minds? You'll return today? I should be back in time to supervise the transfer to the villa, Alvarez said. If not, you know what to do. Keep an eye on Corporal Sanchez. He's a troublemaker. Yes, sir. Check the bodies of the Americans if they are still there. Make sure there are no traces of their bindings. If their remains are ever found, it has to look like the natives or the jungle got them. Understood. We are rich men, Luis. After today, we will be richer.
Quisque smiled, revealing a gold tooth.
One can never be too rich, Colonel. Have a good flight, Major.
Quisque saluted.
Sir.
Alvarez returned the salute and walked toward the terminal. Quisque went to where his men were waiting.
Sergeant, load them up.
Yes, sir.
Soon the drooping rotors on the big helicopter began to turn. Minutes later, it lifted into the sky, headed for the lost city. Chapter 39. Nick and the others placed themselves where they could cover the landing zone Alonso had cleared on the ancient plaza. Now all they had to do was wait for Alvarez to return. They had been waiting for several hours.
You think they'll come today?
Selena asked. I do, Nick said. I don't know what Alvarez has set up, but he's got to be nervous. He needs to get everything out of here as fast as he can before somebody figures out what he's doing.
Even on the black market, those gold artifacts have to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
He probably won't bother with trying to sell them as they are. If I were him, I'd melt it all down. That's what the Spaniards did. It's easier than dealing with collectors and fences who will try to rip him off.
It would be terrible if those artifacts were destroyed, Selena said. Those things are unique, priceless. They're a record of one of the world's great civilizations.
I don't think Alvarez gives any thought to things like that, Nick said.
He is barbarian, Valentina said.
You got that right, Lamont said. The faint beat of helicopter rotors sounded in the distance. He's coming, Ronnie said. Nick clicked off the safety on his AK. Get ready. They waited, concealed in the foliage on the side of the plaza. The sound of the helicopter got louder. It appeared over the ruined city and hovered. It was about to land when a dozen painted warriors ran out of the jungle, yelling and brandishing their spears. Shit, Ronnie said. Brave bastards, Lamont said. Stupid, though. The chopper rose and swung in a half circle, bringing its guns to bear on the natives. We can't let this happen, Nick said. He flipped the selector on his AK to full auto, stood, and opened fire. The bullets punched holes in the fuselage. Startled, the pilot banked away and climbed. He turned, looking for them. Shoot it down, Nick yelled. They all began firing at once. Streams of bullets streaked toward the helicopter. The bullets starred the thick plexiglass of the pilot's compartment, punched holes in the fuselage and the air intake over the engine. Nick changed magazines, set the sights on the pilot's compartment, and pulled the trigger. He felt the rifle bucking against his shoulder. The protective glass shattered. A burst of red bloomed inside the canopy. The helicopter veered toward the pyramid, out of control. Black smoke erupted from the engine. "There he goes," Ronnie said. The crippled aircraft struck the pyramid and exploded in a bright bloom of orange flame. The sound rolled like thunder over the plaza. Chunks of stone and hot shrapnel bounced and clattered around them. A thick column of black smoke billowed up into the sky. "Whoa!" Lamont said. The group of warriors who had burst out of the jungle were yelling and dancing and shaking their weapons in the air. "Looks like we made their day," Ronnie said. What was left of the helicopter burned on the side of the pyramid. The top of the pyramid was destroyed. The room with the altar concealing the hidden stairway was gone, blown into pieces by the explosion.
That central shaft must be filled with rubble, Selina said. Nobody's getting to the gold now.
"We'll check, but you're probably right," Nick said.
"Does this mean we can go home now?"
Lamont asked. "Probably. I'd better call Harker. She's not going to be happy about Alvarez."
"It's not like we had a choice," Selina said.
Nick moved to an open spot and entered the number. Elizabeth picked up.
"Nick, we just picked up a heat bloom where you are. What's going on?"
"Alvarez showed up in his chopper. He was about to hose down the natives. We shot it down."
"You shot down his helicopter?"
"It crashed into the top of the pyramid, blew everything all to hell. Nobody's going to get to the gold now. I'm sorry about Alvarez, but there wasn't anything else we could do. I couldn't let him kill any more of these people."
"Alvarez wasn't on that helicopter."
"He wasn't?"
"No, he's in Lima, attending a planning session with his bosses. After we spoke yesterday, I made a few calls. Freddie has been keeping an eye on him."
"So we should be able to recover what he stole."
"Yes, you need to get back to Cusco."
"We need extraction."
"I know, but we can't let anyone learn the location of the city. Once word gets out, the place will be overrun with treasure hunters."
"What do you want us to do?"
"You need to find another location where a helicopter can pick you up, not close to where you are now. Let's say a day's journey away."
"I don't like it, but I suppose what you're saying makes sense."
"You know it does."
Nick thought. "There's a high escarpment about a day from here, with a clear area up top, right before the trees start. It's not big. You could land a chopper there, but make sure the pilot knows what he's doing."
"Good," Elizabeth said. "Make your way there. I can track your phone when it's on. Once you're in position, call me."
"Copy that," Nick said.
"Be careful."
Elizabeth ended the call.
"What was all that about?" Ronnie asked.
"Alvarez wasn't on the helicopter. He's in Lima, at a Deer Cote planning session. Harker wants us to grab him and find out what he did with the gold."
"What about going home?" Valentina asked.
"She'll get us out, but we have to move away from here. She doesn't want anyone to find out where we are now. There's a place near the spiders where a chopper can land. We'll go there."
Selina shuddered.
"Do we have to go through the spiders again?" Ronnie said. "No, the spot I'm thinking of is on top of the escarpment."
"Best news I've had today,"
Lamont said.
"When do we leave?" Valentina said.
"Now. There's no point in sticking around."
"Before we leave, we should make sure the stairs to the gold are sealed off," Selina said.
"I'll do it," Nick said. "Get our gear together. Selina, do you think the old guy will help us out with supplies?"
"I don't know. He'll be happy to see us gone."
"We need food and water for a couple of days. Ask him nicely. Tell him we'll leave once we have it."
A large group of natives emerged from the jungle. They stopped and stared at the burning wreckage on the side of the pyramid. Yapa was among them. "I'll ask him now," Selina said.
"We'll go with you,"
Ronnie said. Nick headed for the pyramid and began to climb the steps. He had to pick his way around broken stones and debris left by the explosion. As he neared the top, he reached a point on the steps where he could go no further. The top of the pyramid had been destroyed, reduced to chunks of stone rubble. There was no sign of the altar or the central shaft that had been concealed beneath it. All that was left was a deep depression filled with broken rock. No one was going to get to the gold, not unless they tore down the entire pyramid. A sudden wave of dizziness swept over him. He stood on the broken steps and swayed. He thought if he looked up, he would see only a crimson sky. He felt something pulling at him. He felt thin.
He blinked his eyes and descended the steps. Back on the ground, Selina, Yapa, and the others were waiting for him.
"He'll give us what we need,"
Selina said. "Tell him thank you." The old shaman looked at Nick and said something.
"He says you are not finished," Selina said. "The thief still lives. You must punish him."
"How the hell does he know Alvarez wasn't on that bird?"
Selina shrugged. "I don't know. He just does."
Yapa lifted the black and white cross of stone he wore around his neck and pulled it over his head. He held it out to Nick. He began speaking.
"Oh my,"
Selina said. "What is he saying?"
"He says you must wear this to protect you. He says Supe wants you. If you forget to wear this, Supe will take you to his world. He says you must put it on, now."
"I don't know."
"Damn it, Nick. Stop being a stubborn asshole. Take the cross. By now you must know he's not just an old man. I don't understand how he knows things, but he does. This isn't our world here. The rules aren't the same. Take the cross and put it on."
Nick took the cross from Yapa. Something made him do it with both hands. It was both warm and cold at the same time, worn smooth to the touch by generations of hands. He looped the thong holding it around his neck. As he did, it felt as though something settled around him, almost like a cloak. The uneasy feeling he'd had since he'd been on top of the pyramid went away. It was an extraordinary feeling, as if he'd been surrounded by a protective shield of energy. He looked at Yapa and nodded at him once. "Thank you," he said. The old man grunted and spoke.
"He says you must leave now. He says they are leaving their village and never returning. He says they will take Inti's gold with them. He says no one will ever find it again."
"How are they going to move the gold when it's buried under tons of rock?" Nick said. Yapa turned and walked away. "Guess he's not gonna tell you," Ronnie said. Chapter 40. By evening, they'd come halfway to where the helicopter would pick them up. They built a fire and camped for the night. The firelight reflected on eyes watching them from the jungle darkness. No one slept much. When Nick finally did sleep, he woke shouting from a dream he couldn't remember. At first light, they doused the fire and set off. By noon, they'd reached the LZ Nick had picked on the top of the rocky escarpment. It was smaller than he'd thought. The helicopter would fit, but only just. They kept well clear of the defile where the spiders lived, 100 feet away. Nick turned on his phone. He still had a charge, but the battery was low. He called Elizabeth. "We're in place, Director."
"I've got you, Nick. The helicopter is at Cusco, ready to lift off. He should be there in a couple of hours or so."
"Any news about Alvarez?"
"He came back to Cusco. As far as I know, he's still there."
"It's only a matter of time before someone starts wondering where that helicopter is," Nick said. "If I were him, I'd leave the country. Can you shut down his escape routes?"
"Before we lost our official status, it would have been easy. Right now, there's not much I can do. I'm working the back channels with Clarence, but I can't guarantee anything. Our best bet is for you to catch up with him before he disappears with the gold. There's still time to stop him. You said he took out a full load on his helicopter? That's not something he can stuff in the trunk of his car. At the very least, it's a truckload. He has to make arrangements to get it out of Peru. He's not going to leave before he's done that."
"We'll have to leave the weapons we've got behind. Showing up in Cusco with AKs isn't a good idea. We need new phones, pistols, and ammunition. Can you get that to us?"
"I've already thought of that," Elizabeth said. "Everything is waiting for you at the house where you stayed with Livingston. It's rented in his name for another 6 months. I haven't told anyone what happened to him. No one knows he's dead, except us."
"It won't take long for people to find out. What am I supposed to say when we show up without him?"
"I'm sure you'll think of something, Nick."
"Director, I need to conserve the battery on this phone."
"Turn it off. Don't use it unless you have to call me. The helicopter will be there soon."
"Copy that."
Nick turned off the phone.
"What's the word?" Ronnie asked. "Exfil in a few hours. She says Alvarez is in Cusco. By now he knows his men aren't coming back.
He'll put 2 and 2 together and split as soon as he can arrange to ship the gold out of the country. She thinks we still have time to get to him before he disappears.
What did she say about weapons?
She's on the ball. Everything is waiting for us back in Cusco, the same place we stayed in with Livingston.
God, I love that woman,
Lamont said.
They settled down to wait. 3 hours later, they heard the welcome sound of the helicopter approaching. They tossed their weapons over the side of the cliff and waited at the edge of the LZ. Soon after that, they were in the air. Selina looked down at the green canopy passing by below. I never want to do this again, she said, raising her voice over the sound of the blades whirling above her head. From now on, I'm staying home.
You've said that before, Nick said.
Yes, but this time, I mean it.
We'll see, Nick thought.
Chapter 41. The flight back to Cusco was uneventful. A Land Rover arranged by Elizabeth was waiting for them at the airport. They drove to the villa overlooking the Sacred Valley. I can't wait to get under a shower, Selina said.
We're all pretty ripe, Nick said.
They pulled up in front of the villa. Man, that's a sight for sore eyes, Lamont said.
Let's meet on the porch after we get cleaned up, Nick said.
By the time they gathered on the porch, it was late in the day. Looking down from the villa, it was a peaceful, tranquil scene. Far below, the river gleamed with golden light. Shadows lengthened over the valley as the sun slipped behind the mountains. It occurred to Nick that it had probably looked a lot like this in the days of the Incas. They had the villa to themselves. Lamont had found cold beers in the kitchen. Ronnie was drinking a soda. He'd found a guitar in one of the rooms and was plucking out an old cowboy tune.
Listen up, Nick said. We have to find Alvarez before he gets out of the country. Harker is working on getting his location pinned down. Until then, there's not much we can do. So let's use this time to rest up. Once we know where he is, things are going to get busy.
What about weapons? Ronnie asked.
I checked out the toy box Harker sent. She had to improvise on short notice. We've got pistols and ammo, a sat phone.
That's it?
Yep. It would have been nice to have something with a little more punch.
Better than nothing,
Lamont said. We also have the Land Rover. Wherever Alvarez is, he can't be too far away. As soon as Harker finds out where he's hiding, we're out of here. Until then, we take it easy.
Lamont lifted a beer. Might as well enjoy this while we can.
Don't overdo it. She could call any moment.
Anyone hungry? Selina said.
Are you kidding? Lamont said. I could eat one of those llamas we saw driving over here.
Selina and Valentina went into the kitchen. They rummaged through the cabinets and refrigerator, finding things for a meal. Valentina took charge. They cooked up a stew from a mixture of frozen vegetables, beef, and seasonings, enough to feed them all. Soon they were all sitting around the table.
Hey, this is pretty good, Lamont said.
Is Russian dish, Valentina said. Is very popular in Russia.
What do you call it?
Zhorkoya.
I thought Russians ate mostly beets and potatoes.
You are making what you call stereotype, Valentina said. Russians eat these things, but we have many dishes. Russian food is good.
I believe you. The stew is great. Thanks.
By the time they were done and things were cleaned up, it was full dark.
I'm beat, Nick said. I'm going to hit the rack.
Ronnie yawned.
Sounds good to me.
Me too,
Lamont said.
Upstairs in their room, Nick and Selina got ready for bed.
What a day, Nick said.
I am so glad to be out of that jungle, Selina said.
That makes two of us. I wonder how Yapa thinks he's going to get the gold out of the pyramid. There's no way anyone can move the stones blocking the shaft.
There must be another way into that room. A secret entrance, accessed from outside the pyramid.
I'll never understand how people without technology built that. You saw how those stones were fitted together. I don't think you could slip a piece of paper between them. They didn't even use mortar. Even if you can figure that out, how did they move them? Even the smallest ones we saw weighed tons.
That's one of the things that puzzles archaeologists. They come up with lots of theories, but that's all they are, theories.
none of them really work. There are ruins all over the world with huge stones fitted together perfectly, cut with laser precision. There's no way to explain that."
"Maybe their gods helped them build it," Nick said.
Selina laughed. "That's one of the theories, except people think the gods could have been aliens."
"After what happened out there, I can believe almost anything."
Selina reached up and touched his face.
"I'm worried about you," she said.
"Why?"
"Ever since you smoked whatever was in that pipe, you've been different."
"How different?"
"It's as if you're only partly here. Sometimes I catch you just looking at nothing. Are you sure you're okay?"
"Yeah, I'm okay. I know what you mean about being partly here. Sometimes it feels like I'm not really here. I get spacey. It's not a good feeling, like I'm being stretched. I think it's from the drug, whatever it was."
"I think what Yappa gave you was from a toad."
"A toad?"
"There are toads that secrete a venom to ward off predators. It can be collected and dried into a paste. It produces an extremely powerful high when it's smoked."
"I didn't get high. I got sent to have a little talk with an Inca demon god."
"It reminds me of what some people say when they talk about taking drugs like LSD, like a bad trip."
"It was definitely that," Nick said.
"All those drugs affect the brain. They mess with your head, literally."
"It would explain a lot. Of course, it was kind of messed up before."
He smiled at her.
"Very funny. The next time you start feeling spacey, remember that it's probably the drug working its way out of your system."
"I know that while we're sitting here talking. When it happens, I don't think about it. I get caught up in the feeling."
"It will pass."
"Yeah, I know."
Something in him didn't believe it, but he didn't tell her that. He couldn't get past the idea something was going to happen, something over which he had no control. That night, sleep eluded him. He tossed and turned in the half-world between waking and sleep. Images of things he had seen appeared and vanished in his mind before he could make sense of them. After several hours, Nick fell into a fitful sleep. In the morning, he woke, exhausted. Chapter 42. Colonel Alvarez sat in the dark, thinking about Luis and the missing helicopter. On the table before him was a bottle of clear aguardiente and a glass. The glass was almost empty. He downed what was left and poured himself another drink, then got up and went to the window of his apartment. He looked down on the street that ran past his building. It was after midnight. The street was deserted, all the good people home in bed. Alvarez sipped his drink and wondered what had happened. When the helicopter didn't return, his first thought was that his longtime friend had betrayed him, flown off with more of the gold. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized Luis would never do that. First of all, there weren't many places that helicopter could go. Alvarez would have known almost immediately if it had landed at any of them. Besides, it was not to Luis's advantage to try and make off with the gold. Only Alvarez had the connections and means to move it out of Peru. It was Alvarez who knew how to convert the Inca artifacts into cold, hard cash. No, there was no reason for Luis to betray him. Something had happened. Whatever it was, it meant the helicopter was lost. Luis was probably dead, along with the men he'd taken with him. Perhaps the natives had been more clever than he'd given them credit for, and managed a successful attack. Still, it was hard to see how they could have prevailed against machine guns and grenades. The helicopter could have crashed in the rainforest. If it did, it would never be found. Mechanical failure was not unknown with these machines, though the one Luis had taken had just been serviced. Whatever the reason, the loss of the bird could not be concealed. It was time to get out before his superiors started asking awkward questions. Alvarez drank. The fiery liquor burned going down. It didn't settle the gnawing feeling that things were starting to come apart. Getting the gold out of the country would not be too difficult. It was packed in crates in the back of a truck parked in the barn at his family home. He had men who would follow his orders. There was an abandoned military airstrip some 40 kilometers from the house. It was still usable. It was time to arrange the plane. Once he was out of Peru, he'd melt everything down into bars and transfer the gold to his offshore bank. It was the kind of bank where no one would ask inconvenient questions about where the gold had come from. He decided he would leave now for the house, but first he had to arrange the plane. Alvarez picked up his phone and dialed. A gruff voice answered.
Hello?
"This is Alvarez. Can you talk?"
Yes, it is safe, Colonel. A little late to call, no?
"I apologize, Jorge. Believe me, the inconvenience will be worth your while. I need your plane. I want to take a trip."
Where do you want to go?
"Brazil. A strip in the country outside Rio Branco."
Ah, I take it you have no wish to bother with the customs officials.
"Paperwork is so tedious," Alvarez said.
I understand perfectly, Colonel.
"I am bringing some cargo with me. It's rather heavy."
How heavy?
"Heavy enough that we will need your DC-3.
Brazil air control has become difficult lately, Jorge said. They've been having problems with drug flights. You're not involved with that, are you? Because I don't approve of drugs.
"Your conscience needn't be bothered," Alvarez said. "It's not drugs. Just the same, I prefer not to engage the authorities."
I'll have to fly low to avoid the radar. This will be an expensive flight, my friend.
"How expensive?"
50,000. My plane uses lots of fuel.
"Dollars?"
No, euros.
"I need to leave tomorrow night."
That is difficult.
60,000, Jorge, but it has to be tomorrow. A long sigh came over the phone.
Very well. Where and when?
Alvarez told him the coordinates of the abandoned airstrip. "There are no lights at the strip," he said. "Meet me there at 6 o'clock. It will still be light. There will be enough time to load and leave before dark."
I know where it is, Jorge said. Make sure there is no debris on the runway. Bring cash with you.
"It is always a pleasure to do business with a professional," Alvarez said. After he'd hung up, he thought about his next move. He needed men to unload the truck and transfer the crates to the plane. 4 would be enough, plus an NCO to keep an eye on them. In the morning, he'd form the detail and have them follow him to the house. It would be a day before they'd be missed, another before anyone would decide to do something about it. By that time, he would be far away.
Psst. Give this author some love by clicking subscribe.
Chapter 43. Nick dreamed. He was afraid, more frightened than he'd ever been. He was running across a dark, endless desert. The sand under his feet was blood red, soft, clinging. It tried to pull his feet in as he ran. Each step he took was like running through water. Something was coming after him. He didn't know what it was, only that he couldn't let it catch him. If it caught him, something terrible would happen. Overhead, the sky was black, starless. Somehow he knew that if he could see it, it would be a deep crimson red. The harder he tried to run, the slower he went, until finally he couldn't lift his feet from the bloody sand. He began to sink. He could feel his heart pounding. Helpless, he slowly sank past his waist. He looked over his shoulder and saw what had been chasing him. Supe! The demon god glided toward him, hands held out to grab him. Long black nails grew from its fingers. Blood dripped from its terrible sharp teeth. Nick screamed. "Nick, wake up! Wake up, you're having a nightmare!" His eyes came open. He was gasping for breath, his heart thumping against his ribs. Selina stood by the side of the bed, careful to stay out of reach. Long ago, she had learned to get out of the way when Nick had one of his nightmares. "It's all right," Selina said. "It's all right. You're okay. It was a dream." Nick rubbed a hand over his face. She turned on a light.
What time is it?
Nick asked. "Almost 3.
I'm getting up. No way I'm going back to sleep now.
"I'm wide awake. How about a cup of coffee?"
Sounds good.
Selina put on a robe, went downstairs to the kitchen and started a pot of coffee. Nick joined her a few moments later and sat down at the kitchen table. She handed him a steaming cup.
He blew on the hot liquid and took a sip. "The world would be a bad place without coffee," he said.
What were you dreaming about?
Supe. He was chasing me. I got trapped in deep sand. I couldn't move.
Nick, that's awful.
Yeah.
Where's the stone cross Yappa gave you?
On the nightstand upstairs.
I think you should wear it all the time, even when you're sleeping. At least until we get back home.
You think it will keep dreams like that away?
I don't know, but what have you got to lose?
It feels weird to wear it, like I'm buying into superstition.
Didn't you tell me that you could feel something strange when you put it on? Like an invisible shield around you?
Yes, but that was then. It doesn't feel like that now.
That could be because you're used to the feeling. You don't notice it because it's familiar.
Ronnie came into the kitchen. "I love the smell of coffee in the morning," he said. He poured himself a cup. "What's up, brother? I heard you yelling." "Just a bad dream. Sorry I woke you up."
Nah, I was already awake. I never sleep more than a couple hours at a stretch.
Lamont came in, yawning. "Any more coffee?"
"There's plenty, Lamont,"
Selina said. As Lamont was pouring a cup, Valentina came into the room.
"It is too early for meeting," she said. "There is coffee?"
Lamont held up the pot. "Grab a cup from the shelf over there." Lamont sat down at the table. "Bad dreams, Nick?" "Did I wake everybody up?" "Did I ever tell you about the time I met Elvis Presley?" Lamont said.
"Elvis Presley?" Valentina said. "You're not old enough to have met Elvis," Selina said.
"Well, he was pretty old when I met him." Ronnie rolled his eyes. "Here we go. Wait a sec. I have to get my bullshit meter out." "It was in Las Vegas," Lamont began. For the next few hours, until it got light, they swapped stories and lies. Laughter was one of the best ways to push the dark away. Chapter 44. Back in Virginia, Stephanie came into Elizabeth's office. She'd dressed in a loose gray blouse and navy blue skirt. A half-dozen thin gold bracelets graced her left wrist. She looked tired.
"Steph, are you getting enough sleep? You have shadows under your eyes."
Matthew is sick. I was up most of the night.
"Oh, dear. It's not serious, is it?"
I don't think so. He's running a low fever. Lucas is home with him.
When Clarence Hood was still running the CIA, Stephanie's husband had held down one of the key positions at Langley. That had ended when Hood left. President Hopkins had pushed his own people into the agency. It didn't take long for Lucas to realize that they were a bunch of political incompetents. He'd seen the writing on the wall and resigned. At the moment, he was at loose ends. Elizabeth had been thinking about how she could work him into the Harker Group.
Freddie has found out where Alvarez is hiding, Stephanie said. He owns a house in the country, several hours away from Cusco. We have satellite shots of the area.
Let's see them.
Stephanie went to her console. Her fingers darted across her keyboard. The photos came up on the wall monitor. She moved the mouse pointer around on the screen.
"You can see the main house here," Stephanie said. The pointer moved. "This building looks like a barn, probably a horse barn from when it was a working ranch."
"It doesn't look like there's much happening there,"
Elizabeth said.
"Can you zoom in?"
The picture got bigger.
"You can see that the place has been neglected," Stephanie said. "The fields are overgrown. There are no animals grazing. Weeds are growing in the driveway. Now watch this next shot. It was taken a few days ago."
The still photograph was similar to the other, except now there were two vehicles parked near the barn, a Jeep and a covered army truck. The barn door was open. A man in uniform had just come out of the barn. Stephanie zoomed in.
"That has to be Alvarez," she said. "You can see his insignia."
"Well done, Steph. I'll bet he had the gold in that truck. He probably stashed it in the barn."
"That is a logical conclusion, Elizabeth."
"Thank you for keeping the volume down, Freddie," Elizabeth said. "I'm glad you agree."
"I have retasked a CIA satellite for continuous coverage of the location. It will be in position within the next 12 hours.
"I'll bet Langley is going to love that,"
Elizabeth said.
"They will be unaware of the change?"
"I have set up a continuous 24-hour loop
of previous satellite passes. It is unlikely they will notice that the satellite is no longer in position." "That is really sneaky, Freddie," Stephanie said. "Thank you, Stephanie. I'm always endeavoring to imitate human thinking and behavior." "I'm not sure that's a compliment," Elizabeth said, "but that's excellent work, Freddie." The sound filled the office. "Freddie, what's that sound you're making?" Stephanie asked. "I have observed that when humans acknowledge a compliment, they express pleasure and gratitude. Since I am unable to use body language to convey acknowledgement of a compliment, I have decided to employ an audio response in place of a human smile." "So that sound is the equivalent of you smiling?" "That is correct." "Fascinating," Elizabeth said. "Freddie, as soon as you have continuous surveillance, please put it on the monitor." "Certainly, Elizabeth." Her satellite phone signaled a call. "It's Nick," she said. She made the connection. "Yes, Nick?"
"Director, things are getting complicated."
"What do you mean?"
"An agent from MI6 just showed up here. Her name is Wellborn."
"MI6? Why?"
"Turns out Livingston was working for them. She's not happy about him getting killed. I get the feeling she thinks we're responsible. I've explained who we are. It would help if you'd talk to her."
Elizabeth felt a headache start. "Put her on." Elizabeth activated the speakerphone so Stephanie could hear the conversation. "This is Sarah Wellborn. With whom am I speaking?" "Elizabeth Harker. I understand you are with British intelligence?" "That is correct, Harker." Her tone was hostile. Stephanie raised her eyebrows. "Okay," Elizabeth thought. "I can play hardball, too." "Before I discuss anything more with you, I need to confirm your credentials," Elizabeth said. "There's a secure fax machine at the villa. Use number 1 on the speed dial and send me a picture of your identification." "I don't think you understand, Harker," the woman said. "I have the full cooperation of the Peruvian authorities. I'm going to arrest your people if I don't get answers to my questions." "You are the one who doesn't understand, Agent Wellborn. You're not talking to someone who is impressed because you work for MI6. As a matter of fact, the director of your service is a good friend of mine. Now, fax your credentials to me. If you're who you say you are, I'll be happy to cooperate with you. Or would you like me to make a call to Sir Charles? I'm sure he'll be curious to know why you're threatening to arrest my people." Stephanie gave Elizabeth a thumbs up. Elizabeth covered the mouthpiece of the phone. "Steph, find out who this woman is." Elizabeth heard Wellborn ask Nick where the fax machine was. Elizabeth waited. A moment later, the fax came through. An image of Wellborn's identification appeared. Stephanie was busy entering commands on her keyboard. "Thank you, Agent Wellborn," Elizabeth said. "How can I help you?" "Sir Geoffrey Livingston was a valued asset, working for Her Majesty's government. I've been in Cusco for several days, waiting for his return. Your people show up without him." "Didn't they tell you what happened to him?" "They told me, but I have trouble believing it. It's a little too convenient. How likely is it Livingston would be killed by an ancient trap? Surely you can see how suspicious that sounds. He's sent to confirm the existence of a priceless treasure and ends up dead. But your people are very much alive." Elizabeth made an effort to control her anger at this woman's assumptions. "How much have they told you about what happened?" "Only how Sir Geoffrey died. Then your man Carter called you." "He's not my man Carter, Agent Wellborn," Elizabeth said. "He's a dedicated, decorated leader who's committed to the safety of our country and its allies. That includes the UK, by the way. He hasn't briefed you about Colonel Alvarez?" "No. What has Alvarez got to do with this?" Stephanie signaled Elizabeth to look at the monitor. On screen was a picture of Wellborn and a complete history of her career with MI6. It was noticeably brief. "I'm looking at a copy of your official file, Agent Wellborn," Elizabeth said. "What? How did you get that? That's classified information." Elizabeth ignored her and continued. "I can see you are inexperienced. You can be excused for being overly enthusiastic in pursuing your mission. However, you're making a serious mistake by accusing my team of causing Livingston's death. It's clear you don't have all the facts. Put Colonel Carter on the phone. I'll instruct him to give you a full briefing." Elizabeth had thrown in Nick's military rank to emphasize his authority. She heard Wellborn tell Nick she was giving him the phone. She sounded annoyed.
Director?
Nick, I want you to give this woman a full briefing, everything that happened. Now that MI6 is involved, see if you can get her support. You need to know that she's new in the job.
Great. That explains a lot.
If she continues to be a problem, put her someplace where she can't interfere, and I'll deal with the fallout. It would be much better if you can get her to cooperate with you. Under no circumstance, allow her to get in the way of tracking down Alvarez. We think we know where he is. I'm going to send the coordinates to your phone. Take her with you when you go after him.
That's not a good idea, Director. She seems convinced Livingston's death is our fault. Plus, Alvarez will be armed. It could go bad really fast. She's new. She doesn't have the field experience needed for something like this. It could put us all at risk.
It's in order, Nick, but I understand your concern.
That won't be any comfort if she screws everything up.
Sorry, Nick.
Very well, Director. I'll brief her.
I'm sending the coordinates of Alvarez's location now, and a satellite photo.
Got it.
I know I don't have to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. You don't have much time. Alvarez is going to get that gold out of the country as fast as he can. You have to stop him.
Chapter 45.
Agent Wellborn had dark hair bobbed close to her head. Her eyes were brown and angry-looking. She was about Valentina's height, but the similarities ended there. She was lean, almost anorexic. Her face did not yet show the tension that came from spending too much time in places where people would kill you if they knew who you were. As he briefed her, the anger faded from her eyes. He told her everything that had occurred since they'd set out from Cusco with Livingston. He didn't tell her about Yapa, or what had happened as he sat by the fire in front of the shaman's hut. Wellborn listened without interrupting. He finished and waited for her reaction.
"That is quite a story," she said. "Livingston died because he wouldn't listen. I tried to warn him. It wasn't our fault. I hope you can see that."
He didn't say that if she didn't see it, she would be spending the next day or two locked up in the villa. "I have to say, I don't think you could make this up. Not in so much detail. You're sure no one can get the rest of the gold out of there? No way it can be accessed?"
Wellborn asked. "There are hundreds of tons of stone blocking access to it."
"All right, I believe you. I know when I'm wrong."
"We can't let Alvarez leave the country with what he's stolen. We need to get after him. Are you armed, Agent Wellborn?"
"Yes, and my name is Joanne."
"I hope she knows how to use it," Nick thought.
15 minutes later, they were all crammed into the Land Rover. The addition of Wellborn made for a tight fit. She sat squeezed in between Lamont and Valentina. Nick put the car in gear and headed for the outskirts of the city and the road that would take them close to Alvarez's country house.
"How far is it to where we're going?" Selina said. "Over 100 kilometers. The roads aren't good and the last part is dirt," Nick said. "It's going to take us a few hours. It will still be light when we get there. We'll have time to scout it out before we go in."
"You've done this kind of thing before?"
Wellborn said. Ronnie snorted. "More times than I like to remember," Nick said.
"Joanne," Selina said, "what made you join MI6? "They recruited me right out of university. I was a psych major, and I'm good with languages. They offered me a chance to serve my country. I didn't think it was right to turn them down."
"I guess there's hope for you after all," Lamont said.
"What?" "Ignore him," Selina said. "He's a smartass." "What I don't understand is why you people are involved in this."
Lamont rolled his eyes at "you people."
"Livingston came to us," Selina said. "Or rather, he came to Elizabeth. The former director of our CIA recommended her to him. He needed security for his expedition. He wanted someone with the kind of security clearance we have. At least, the kind we used to have, before the administration changed in Washington." "Used to have?" "It's a long story. We still have access to just about everything." "So that's how you got my file," Wellborn said. "If you only knew." "More or less," Selina said. Nobody felt much like talking, and it felt awkward with Wellborn in the car. She wasn't part of the team.
The next hour passed in silence as they drove through the Peruvian countryside. They reached the turnoff that led toward Alvarez's villa. At first, the dirt road was good, packed tight with gravel. As they got farther into the country, the road deteriorated into a track filled with potholes. Nick was glad for the high clearance and low gearing of the Land Rover. From time to time, he consulted the GPS on his phone.
"Getting close," he said.
They were within 10 kilometers of the house when Nick's phone buzzed.
"Yes, Director?"
"Alvarez is on the move. We've got a live satellite feed. He's got 5 men with him, all armed. 2 vehicles, a jeep, and a truck. They're headed northeast. There's an abandoned military airfield in that direction, about 40 kilometers from the house. He's got to be headed there. There's nothing else in the area."
"He's going to fly out," Nick said.
"There's no plane at the Strip, but that probably won't last long. You've got to get there before he takes off. I'm sending you the route you need to take."
Nick watched the map appear on his phone. "Got it."
"The men with him are soldiers. They'll have automatic weapons. Be careful."
"Always. Out."
"Change your plans?" Ronnie asked.
"Alvarez is headed for an airstrip out in the boonies. He'll be waiting for a plane. We need to get there before he can take off. He's got a detail of 5 soldiers with him. I'd guess an NCO and some grunts."
"That means firepower,"
Lamont said. "Probably M16s or FNs. That's what they carry down here."
"Great. This gets better by the minute."
"It won't be the first time we've been outgunned."
"He has head start," Valentina said. "How can we catch him?"
"With luck, Val. Lots of luck."
He looked at the map on his phone.
"We turn off about a mile from here. It's going to be a rough ride. Buckle up and hang on."
He put his foot down on the gas. The car leapt forward, bouncing over the potholes, kicking up a long trail of dust behind. There wasn't much he could do about that if he wanted to make any speed.
"They'll see us coming a mile away," he thought.
"Excuse me," Wellborn said. "Do you have anything except pistols with you?"
"Nope."
"How do you expect to fight them? They have the advantage."
"I'll figure that out when we get there."
"Are you crazy?" Wellborn said. "It's not supposed to be like this."
"What did they tell you when you joined up?" Ronnie asked.
"What did they tell me?"
"Yeah. What did they tell you about operations in the field?"
"That they almost never involve deadly force. Even if it did, I would always be in a position of strength, and my training would see me through."
Valentina snorted. Nick, Ronnie, Lamont, and Selena all burst out laughing. Wellborn looked confused.
"What's so funny?"
"Welcome to the real world," Nick said.
Chapter 46. The old airstrip was a lonely place, abandoned to nature. A rusting chain-link fence surrounded the site. Alvarez pulled up in front of the gate and got out, holding a pair of bolt cutters. He went to the gate and cut through a large padlock holding it closed. He pushed the gate open, got back in his Jeep, and drove in. The truck with the gold followed behind. The airfield had been decommissioned years before and showed the effects of weather and disuse. It was still usable, but in another few years the crumbling runway would present a hazard to any pilot bold enough to land on it. Weeds grew from cracks spreading across the stained concrete of the Strip. 2 empty hangars rusted away nearby. A row of oil drums was stacked off to the side of a gray concrete building that had once housed offices. Water stains showed on the unpainted walls. Most of the windows were broken. A control tower rose from the middle of the structure, bleak against a sky filled with dark clouds. A storm was coming. Alvarez eyed the clouds and decided there was still time to fly out before the rain came. He looked at his watch. It was 5:45. Where was Jorge? He should have been here by now. Alvarez walked over to the truck where the men he'd brought waited for his orders. "Get everything unloaded, Sergeant. Stack the crates by the runway over there. When the plane gets here, begin loading."
"Yes, Colonel."
The man saluted. He turned to the other 4 men.
"You heard him. Get busy."
All the crates had been unloaded from the truck by the time they heard the sound of the plane approaching. It came in low from the west, silhouetted against the red sun, and taxied to where Alvarez stood. The engines died. A moment later, Jorge pushed a boarding stair from the doorway and climbed down.
"You're late,"
Alvarez said.
"So, I'm here now. There's still plenty of light."
"Sergeant, get those crates into the plane," Alvarez called.
Yes, sir.
"You have the money?"
Jorge said. "In the Jeep. Is the weather going to be a problem?"
"It might get a little rough once we're in the air, but nothing I can't handle."
Alvarez dropped his cigarette on the ground and ground it out. He walked to the Jeep and reached inside. He took out a brown leather briefcase and handed it to Jorge.
60,000 euros, he said, as we agreed.
Jorge snapped open the briefcase and took out one of the packets. He riffled through it.
Don't worry, Jorge. I didn't pad it with pieces of paper.
"My dear Colonel, it's nothing personal. I'm sure you understand that business like this requires, attention to detail."
I understand perfectly.
"What's in the crates?"
That doesn't concern you. Just get me to Rio Branco. What's our flight time once we leave?
"No more than an hour, perhaps a bit more since I have to fly low to avoid the radar."
Excellent.
"I need to supervise the loading. They have to distribute those crates evenly. When you're ready, come up to the cockpit."
Alvarez lit another cigarette and watched the soldiers moving crates onto the plane. Each crate was filled with enough gold to make any man rich. Together, they made him a multimillionaire. 2 soldiers carried the last crate onto the plane. After today, everything would change. He knew he could never return to Peru. It might have been different if Luis had managed to bring out the rest of the gold. If something hadn't happened to the helicopter, no one would have been the wiser. But the missing aircraft changed everything. Alvarez sighed. It was too bad he would miss his country. He looked around, taking a last look at the land of his birth. That was when he saw a cloud of dust rising in the distance.
Shit!
That dust could only mean one thing: a vehicle traveling at high speed on the road to the airfield. No one used that road. No one should be there. He didn't know who it could be, but whoever it was, it meant trouble. Well, nothing was going to stop him now.
Sergeant? Sir, a vehicle is coming. They are hostile. Position your men and take it out. Sir, you want us to shoot at it? Was my order not clear, Sergeant? No, sir. Yes, sir. It was clear. Then position your men. Once you've dealt with them, return to base. I'll be back in Cusco tomorrow. Sir.
The sergeant hustled off. Seconds later, his men were deployed to cover the gate, the only entrance onto the strip. Alvarez went to the plane, climbed up the ramp, and pulled it in after him. Jorge was sitting in the cockpit, going over his checklist.
Get us in the air,
Alvarez said. Jorge gestured at the soldiers, now crouched down and pointing their weapons at the approaching dust cloud.
"What about them?"
Don't worry about them. I'll close the door. Get this thing in the air.
Jorge shrugged and started flipping switches. The propeller on the left engine began to turn. It caught with a burst of blue smoke. Then the blade on the right engine turned and caught. Soon the beat of the twin engines was steady and smooth. Alvarez pulled the door shut, then went to the cockpit and sat down in the co-pilot seat. He looked out the window. A dark green Land Rover was heading for the open gate.
Whoever they are, they're about to get a surprise, Alvarez thought.
Chapter 47. Nick slowed as they approached the airstrip. They were still 50 yards from the gate. "There's his plane. We can still stop him." Valentina pointed.
"Nick, soldiers."
"I see them." Nick swerved to the side as Alvarez's men opened fire. Tracers streaked by. He swerved again and put his foot to the floor. The Rover surged forward, straight through the open gate. Nick jammed on the emergency brake and spun the wheel. The Rover turned a half circle, running over one of the soldiers. He screamed as the wheels went over him. Bullets blew out the tires on one side of the car. The Rover went down on the rims, sparks flying from the pavement. It slammed into the empty drums, sending them tumbling and rolling across the pavement. "Out of the car!" Nick yelled. They piled out and took cover behind the Rover. Bullets hammered the car, shattering glass, punching holes in the metal. Streams of gas poured from the punctured tank. Nick pulled his pistol and fired at one of the soldiers. He entered the zone, and everything shifted into slow motion. He watched the man he'd shot go down. It looked as if he were falling through water. He hit the ground, his rifle slowly bouncing off the concrete. It felt like he had cotton in his ears. He could hear rifles and pistols firing, but everything was muffled into dull, flat sounds. He watched the slide on his pistol move back and forth, was conscious of ejected casings drifting through the air. He saw Wellborn firing. He saw her fold forward and go down. Valentina was next to her. She staggered, then fell to the pavement. Then everything sped up again. The sound of gunfire became sharp and hard and fast as Lamont and Ronnie brought down the last two soldiers. That fast, the fight was over. The silence when the shooting stopped was like a physical blow. Nick crouched, his pistol extended in front of him with both hands, his heart pumping, charged with adrenaline. Then he registered the noise of the plane. It had taxied to the other end of the runway and turned. It began to move down the strip. "He's taking off!" Ronnie yelled. Nick leveled his pistol at the approaching aircraft and began firing. The slide locked back. He dropped the pistol and picked up a rifle lying nearby, next to a dead soldier. It was an M16, a weapon he knew well. He began firing as the wheels left the runway and the DC-3 lifted into the air. He was sure he'd hit it, thought he saw holes appear in the aluminum skin of the fuselage. He watched it gain altitude. A minute later, it was a gray speck in the distance. "Nick, Valentina and Wellborn are hit." Selena's voice brought him back. He turned. "Bad?" "Call Harker. We need help now." He took out the satellite phone and punched in the number. "Nick, are you all right? We're watching." "Valentina and Wellborn are hit. We need exfil, medevac. We need it now." "You have to hang in there. I've already got a chopper on the way," Elizabeth said. "You saw what happened?" "Yes, I'm tracking the plane. Alvarez isn't going to get away." "All right. We'll talk later. Out." He turned off the phone and went to where Valentina and Wellborn lay on the ground. Valentina had been hit in the chest. Ronnie had ripped open her shirt, exposing a hole beneath her right breast where the bullet had gone in. He'd improvised a pressure bandage, but there was a lot of blood. He looked up at Nick, his face hard, worried. "It's not good," he said. "Chopper's on the way," Nick said. Selena knelt next to her sister, talking to her. "Stay with me, Val. You have to hold on. There's a helicopter coming. It will be here soon." "Sister?" Bloody froth bubbled on Valentina's lips. "Shh, don't try to talk. Save your strength." Valentina's eyes fluttered. "Val!" Selena said, her voice loud. "Stay awake. You can't sleep. You have to stay awake." Valentina gripped Selena's hand. "Sister, I am happy you are here. Don't let her die. God, please don't let her die. The helicopter will be here any moment. Hurts. That's good. That's good it hurts. Use the pain. Keep yourself awake, okay?" "Okay." Ronnie touched Nick on the shoulder. "Wellborn's in bad shape. I don't think she's going to make it." "Shit. Yeah." In the distance, they heard the beat of rotors. Chapter 48. After getting the helicopter in the air, Elizabeth called the director of MI6, the UK's equivalent of the CIA, on his private number. Sir Charles Somerville was a friend. She'd helped him in the past. Now it was time to call in a favor. With one of his agents involved and badly wounded, he had a personal interest in the operation. Peruvian nationals were dead, and Elizabeth needed someone with a lot of clout to back her up. Sir Charles arranged to smooth the way with the authorities in Lima. The helicopter flew Nick and the others straight to a hospital in Cusco. It wasn't America. There wasn't a convenient helipad on top of one of the buildings. Instead, they landed in a field nearby, where an ambulance waited beside several military vehicles. The ambulance took Valentina and Wellborn. The others were driven to the hospital and told to wait there. The captain in charge of the detail was friendly, but he left 2 armed soldiers behind to keep an eye on them. They weren't under arrest, but it was clear they couldn't go wherever they wanted. It didn't matter. No one was going anywhere, until they knew if Valentina was going to pull through. The waiting area was lined with colored plastic chairs. The floor was scratched and worn. Most of the people waiting were poor. Most of them were women. There were small children who looked ill. An old man sat bent over, trembling hands grasping a cane. He mumbled to himself. A worried-looking woman sat next to him, probably his wife. It was a room where the sour smell of poverty and sickness hung heavy in the air.
There but for the grace of God,
Nick thought. They had been sitting on the uncomfortable chairs for hours.
I'll never forgive myself if she dies,
Selina said.
It's not your fault,
Nick said.
Don't start. Don't try to fix it.
Selina?
I mean it, Nick.
I'm not trying to fix it. I was going to say that this is the best hospital in the area. Elizabeth had Freddie check them all out. It's why the helicopter brought us here. I'm not going to tell you not to worry, but she's in good hands.
Look around you,
Selina said.
Here we are again, sitting in some crummy hospital waiting room, waiting to find out if someone is going to live or die. You know how many times we've done this? You, me, Ronnie, Lamont? How many times was it one of us who was on the edge?
Nick said nothing.
Too many times. That's how many,
Selina said.
I'm sick of it. I never, ever want to be here again.
Selina's eyes were a deep violet color tinged with red, the way they got sometimes when she was angry. She was angry now.
I'm sick of self-righteous assholes who think they're important because they wear a fancy uniform or a $3,000 suit, she said. I'm sick of arrogant world leaders who do nothing but screw up everything they touch. People who claim to be working for the common good when the only thing they're working for is to steal more money and give themselves more power. I'm sick of having to clean up after them. I used to think we were making a difference in the world, but instead, we end up in another damn emergency room.
We do make a difference.
Really? All we are is a fancy garbage disposal unit taking out the world's trash.
I don't believe that, Nick said. We've stopped the bad guys from doing terrible things more than once. I'm proud of that, and so are you if you think about it. It's important. It's why we do it. Whatever Selina was about to say next was interrupted by a doctor who came through the swinging doors leading into the restricted area. He looked at the foreigners sitting together.
Senora Connor?
Here.
Selina stood. She took a breath, prepared for anything.
What was he going to tell her?
The doctor spoke to her in Spanish.
Senora, your sister is out of surgery. She's in the recovery room.
Is she going to be all right?
There is always a risk of infection, but with God's help, I think she will recover. We need to keep her for a few days.
Can I see her?
Yes, but she is sedated. She needs rest. Don't expect her to talk.
What about our friend, the other woman?
I am sorry. Your friend did not survive. She had lost too much blood.
What did he say? Ronnie asked.
He thinks Valentina is going to be all right. She's in recovery. He wants to keep her here for several days. Wellborn didn't make it.
She turned back to the doctor.
When can I see my sister?
Now, if you like. If you'll follow me, I'll take you to her.
Nick, I'm going to go see Valentina.
With that, she followed the doctor through the swinging doors into the interior of the hospital. Chapter 49. 20 minutes after Alvarez had taken off, the brewing storm caught up with the plane. Jorge fought the controls. He'd been forced to gain altitude, more afraid of being driven into the trees below by the violent turbulence than he was about being seen by radar. The plane shook and vibrated, buffeted by gusts of wind. There was still light left in the day, but driving rain and shifting cloud made visibility almost non-existent. Jorge was flying on instruments. The plane was old, and some of the instruments didn't work as well as they once had. The fuel gauges tended to stick. Jorge wasn't concerned about it. It was just one of the quirks of the aircraft. The plane was like an old lover, every nuance and response familiar and comfortable. From long experience, he knew how much gas the engines used. He knew how far he could go when the tanks were full. They'd been full when he'd taken off to meet Alvarez. He wasn't worried about reaching Rio Branco, even with the complication of the storm. What he didn't know was that 2 of Nick's armor-piercing bullets had found the fuel tanks. Ever since they'd left the airstrip, a thin stream of gas had been draining away. Jorge had noticed that the plane's trim was off, but he'd put it down to a combination of the storm and improper loading. He wished he'd known ahead of time how much the crates weighed, but Alvarez had kept everything close to his chest. Hindsight was always 20/20. If he'd known what he was getting into, he'd never have taken the job. When the shooting started, he'd been terrified. It was only by luck that nothing had happened to the plane. They had already crossed into Brazilian airspace. Soon Alvarez would be out of his life for good. Jorge never expected to see the colonel again after this. He didn't know what was in the crates, and he didn't want to know. Whatever it was, it had cost the lives of the men Alvarez had left behind. There might be a way to use that to get another 5,000 or 10,000 from Alvarez when they landed in Brazil. He was thinking about how he was going to spend the money when the right engine coughed and sputtered. He looked at his instruments. The rev counter on the number 2 engine was moving erratically. Then the left engine began to misfire. "What's happening?" Alvarez said. "What's going on?" "I don't know." The right engine coughed once more and stopped. Jorge compensated and tried to restart. Nothing happened. Then the left engine died. The plane began to lose altitude. "What's happening? What's happening?" Alvarez said, panic in his voice. "Shut up!" Jorge yelled. Desperate, he tried again to restart with no result. With the engines dead, the only sound in the cockpit was the eerie sound of the wind whistling by as the plane dropped toward the jungle below. In frustration, Jorge slammed his fist against the dashboard. The needles on the fuel gauges dropped to 0. "Damn it, Jorge! What's happening?" Jorge looked at the man who had hired him to fly to his death. "What's happening? We are going to crash. You had better brace yourself, Colonel." Alvarez gripped his seat. "No, I am a rich man. This cannot be happening. Not to me." The last thing Alvarez saw was a troop of monkeys clinging to the rain-spattered canopy below, staring up at the enormous shape descending on them from above. The plane struck the trees and came apart with a horrible sound of rending metal. He heard Jorge scream, then darkness enveloped him. Chapter 50. When he came to, Alvarez didn't understand where he was. He was strapped into his seat. Rain pelted his face. A heavy weight leaned against him. He tried to move. Pain shot down his leg, a white-hot thread of fire. He gasped with the shock of it. He thought for a while. The plane. He was in the plane. The engines had stopped working and the plane had crashed. He must have been knocked out. He had no idea how long he might have been unconscious. Alvarez turned his head. The heavy weight lying against him was Jorge. White bone showed through a deep gash on the pilot's forehead. Jorge's eyes were open, his face empty and still. His head hung at an odd angle. His blood dripped onto the floor of the cockpit. Drip, drip, drip. The glass on the right side of the cockpit was gone. Green branches filled the opening. "Think!" He felt the pain again when he moved. Something had happened to him, he just didn't know what. But he was alive, that was something. He reached down and unbuckled the seatbelt that had saved his life. He moved his leg and the pain returned. This time it wasn't quite as bad. He pushed Jorge's body away and started to climb out of the seat, grinding his teeth against the pain. The door to the cockpit was open. It had never been closed. He thought that was probably a good thing. If it had been closed, it might have jammed shut when the plane crashed, and he would have been trapped. He stepped through the hatch and tripped on something. He looked down. A golden statue with a demonic face stared back at him. For a second, he thought it grinned at him. "Your mind is playing tricks. Be careful." The fuselage was twisted, torn in two by the impact. Many of the crates had broken open. Gold objects lay scattered everywhere in the wreckage. Alvarez tried the door to the outside, but it was jammed. Pain radiated down his leg as he picked his way through the debris. He reached the middle of the fuselage where it had ripped apart. Careful not to cut himself on the jagged aluminum, he stepped through the opening and onto the floor of the rainforest. The light was dim, fading fast. It would be dark soon. He remembered seeing a red box mounted on the side of the fuselage behind the cockpit. There could be a flashlight inside. Perhaps emergency rations. Alvarez was not a stupid man. He knew he was in trouble. If he was going to survive, he needed to think clearly, to plan what to do. How far had they been from civilization when they crashed? He didn't know, but they'd been flying for quite some time before they went down. Jorge had said it was about an hour flight time to Rio Branco. They had been in the air for perhaps 50 minutes or a little less. Another lousy 10 minutes and they would have made it. That meant the town wasn't too far away. He could walk to it if he kept to the right direction. It was too late to do anything today. The rainforest was not a good place to wander around in at night. No, he'd stay with the plane. He still had his pistol. He'd look for food, water, a light, a compass, more weapons, anything that could help him survive. He'd kept fit over the years, even though he disliked exercise. He'd spent time at Fort Benning in America, attending a special school for South American officers. He was well trained in survival tactics. It was a bad situation, yes, but it could be a lot worse. He could handle the pain in his leg, whatever was causing it. A few cuts and bruises were nothing. He hadn't broken anything in the crash. A miracle. He would try to sleep tonight. In the morning, with the light, he would gather what he needed and set off for civilization. He'd fill his pockets with small pieces of gold, enough to buy him a new identity and safety once he reached the town. One day he'd return to the crash site for the rest. Satisfied that things were once again under control, Alvarez turned to go into the plane. A heavy weight slammed into his back and knocked him to the ground. Sharp teeth buried themselves in his neck. He had time to smell the carrion breath of the beast before he died. Chapter 51. It took days of tedious interviews with self-important authorities before they were cleared to leave the country. Intervention by Sir Charles eventually resulted in permission to go. By then, Valentina was stable and could be moved. Selina chartered a jet to take them home. Elizabeth was waiting for them when they came out of the secured area of the private terminal. Valentina was in a wheelchair, Selina pushing her. "Welcome home," Elizabeth said. "How was the flight?" "Long," Nick said. "Valentina, how are you?" "I am good, Director. Better, now we are back." "Have you talked with Anna?" Selina asked. "How are the kids?" "They're fine. I get the impression from Anna that they're anxious to see their mom. I've got a limo waiting." "That's what I like to hear," Lamont said. They got in the limousine. Soon they were away from the airport. "What's the word on Alvarez?" Nick said. "There is no word," Elizabeth said. "We think he was headed for a town across the border in Brazil called Rio Branco. His plane crashed in the rainforest west of there. There hasn't been any sign of him since then. He's probably dead." "Gee, that's too bad," Ronnie said. "What happened?" "The plane got caught in a storm. Even so, they should have made it. We'll probably never know what happened to bring them down." "You were tracking it?" Nick said. "We should be able to find the crash site." "I'm afraid it's not that simple," Elizabeth said. "Freddie was tracking the plane by satellite, but he lost it when the storm moved in. We can project the flight path and make a guess as to where it went down, but that's all it is, a guess. They could have been blown off course. We don't know how far they got before they crashed. That stretch of rainforest is unexplored, and it's covered by a thick canopy. There's no way to spot the wreckage from the air." "The gold Alvarez looted from the pyramid was on that plane," Nick said. "Won't do him any good now," Lamont said. "Is anyone going to look for the wreckage?" Selina asked. "Probably, but it's complicated. The gold comes from Peru, but the plane crashed in Brazil. The Inca Empire extended to Brazil as well as Peru. The two countries are already arguing about who actually owns the gold. Eventually, someone will go looking for it." "As long as it isn't us," Nick said. "I can guarantee that it won't be us," Selina said. Later that evening, after the twins were asleep and Anna had retired to her private room, Nick and Selina were getting ready for bed. A Miles Davis track played softly in the background. "It's good to be home," Selina said. "I don't think I've ever been as glad to get back." "Me neither." "You remember when I said I never wanted to do this again?" "I remember." "I meant it, Nick. That was the last time for me. I'm not going out in the field again. I'm staying home to raise our children. I don't mind working with Elizabeth and doing things here, but I'm not going on another one of these."
"This one was rough, I admit," Nick said.
"Rough? Are you kidding? Valentina almost died. All of us could have died. The only thing that saved us was that shaman, and you had to be dosed with a drug before he decided not to have us killed. For what? So that Brazil and Peru can argue about who owns the gold? Until a little while ago, it was nothing more than a myth."
"Seems like we've spent a lot of time chasing down myths that turn out to be real."
"Well, I'm done chasing them."
"You said that before."
"I did. That doesn't mean I don't mean it now."
"It always comes back to the same thing," Nick said. "If we're honest, we have to admit we're adrenaline junkies. If we don't do this, what do we do?"
"It's true what you say," Selina said, "but it's not worth it anymore. I want to see Jason and Katrina grow up. The fact that we're both still alive after all the things we've done is nothing short of a miracle. If you don't believe me, just take a look at the scars we both have."
"No question that we've been lucky. But we train, we prepare. I think we make our own luck. We know what we're doing."
"Luck always runs out. Just ask any compulsive gambler. Relying on luck is a bad life choice. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not going to wait for my luck to run out, or yours." "We have to stop doing this, Nick."
"Maybe you're right."
"You know I'm right."
"I'll think about it."
"Think hard. I don't want you to get killed. I don't want you to die in some shitty place where people hate us because of who we are."
"Selina?"
"Good night, Nick."
She turned away from him, onto her side. Nick lay awake after Selina fell asleep, listening to her breathing, thinking about what she'd said. He knew she was right. Maybe it was time to hang it up. After a long time, he fell asleep, hoping he wouldn't dream. Notes from the author, Alex Lukeman. The story of the fabled lost city called Paititi has been around for almost 500 years. It's a story of a hidden Inca stronghold where the wealth of the Incas was taken to keep it out of the hands of the Spanish conquerors. The legend gained credibility with the discovery in 2001 of a report by a Spanish missionary named Andrés López. Probably written around 1600, López recorded that natives told him of a hidden city called Paititi, located in the jungle on the eastern slope of the Andes. The natives who talked with López told him the city was filled with a treasure of gold, silver, and jewels. The last stronghold of the Incas was located in a city called Vilcabamba. In 1572, the Spanish viceroy de Toledo sent an expedition to subdue it, believing that the treasure of the Incas would be found there. He was wrong. There was nothing there but a few paltry pieces. The last Inca emperor fled before the troops arrived at the city. Eventually, he was captured and beheaded. The missing gold faded into legend. Captain Gomez is a creation of my imagination, but it seems reasonable to me that further expeditions would have been sent out to try and find the Inca gold. There's nothing like the lure of gold and a legend of lost treasure to get people looking for it. Over the last 100 years, there have been many attempts to find Paititi. The remains of many previously unknown Inca settlements have been discovered, but none have been the City of Gold. Many gold artifacts were looted from the Inca cities in the 16th century during the conquest of South America by Spain. Most of them were melted down. Today we condemn such treatment of irreplaceable objects of art and culture, but judging the past by the present is an exercise in futility. The wheel of life turns,
And what was acceptable to one society becomes anathema to another. There is nothing new about this. It will probably always be the same. When the Incas realized the Spaniards were not to be trusted, they started hiding their wealth. The Inca Empire stretched for thousands of miles, from Peru to Argentina. The riches of this vast region poured into Cusco, the capital of the empire. When the Spanish conquered Cusco, they found a room whose walls were lined with gold. In the center of the room was a larger-than-life-sized gold statue of Inti, the sun god of Inca mythology. Gold was everywhere in Inca art and culture. The Incas were master jewelers and artisans. They made frequent use of jade, silver, and precious stones in their works. The only thing that rivals the volume and craftsmanship of the Incas is the magnificent gold work that comes from ancient Egypt. To this day, no one knows what happened to the gold that escaped the grasp of the conquistadors. Some say the city of gold lies in Brazil or Bolivia. I choose to place it closer to the ancient Inca capital in Peru. If it exists, it is hidden deep within the unexplored Amazon. The revolutionary group known as the MRTA existed, though to the best of my knowledge, it is no longer a threat to the stability of Peru and South America. It was always in second place to the vicious Shining Path, a communist terrorist movement that still causes trouble wherever it festers. The Amazonian rainforest is a dangerous place. There are a lot of ways to die in the jungle, especially when you leave the beaten path. Poisonous centipedes more than a foot long, vipers whose bite means certain death, spiders with venom that has no antidote, the black scorpion, not to mention the magnificent jaguar. Getting stung by a black scorpion means you are in real trouble and likely to die. It seems to me that people who have always lived in the jungle would know the natural remedies to counteract things like scorpion bites. Every tribal society has a medicine man or woman or shaman who knows the secrets of the plants. Valentina survives the scorpion bite because Yapa knows how to counteract the venom. You or I would probably not be so fortunate. The description of Supe in the book is based on existing examples of Inca representations and statues. He was the god of death and the underworld, ruling over an army of demons. You wouldn't want to meet Supe in a dark alley. The drug Yapa forces Nick to smoke in the book is real. It's not a safe drug for recreational use. Think LSD on steroids, and you've got an idea of what it does. In traditional ceremonies, the dosage is carefully prepared by a shaman and is only given with the intention of opening up spiritual perception. The person who takes the drug is closely monitored. It's unfortunate that use of this drug has spread among those who don't care at all about spiritual knowledge or development. I hope you've enjoyed the story. Thanks for listening. Alex Lukeman, September 2021.